Hear me right now. Even as you sit with a heavy heart, your thoughts racing and your spirit weighed down by fears of what tomorrow may bring, God is already at work. You cannot see it, you cannot hear it, you may not even sense it, yet His hand is moving in ways beyond your imagination. That very weight that keeps you awake at night, the burden that eats away at your mind, the struggle that feels like it is consuming you, God has already entered into it. You are anxious over something that is already being resolved in the realm beyond your sight. You are restless over a fight that has already been won by the silent strength of His power. We live in a world that demands evidence before it will believe, but God declares, believe first and then you will see. While you pray from a place of desperation, He is creating a path where none seemed possible. While you drown in the what-ifs, God is establishing the it is finished. Your eyes may perceive disorder, but His plan is unfolding in perfect alignment. Your ears hear the noise of uncertainty, but His whisper has already declared victory. You think the clock is running out, but with God there is no deadline that can stop His hand. You may be thinking, but I can't see any change. That's because God often works in the unseen first. The seed is planted deep in the soil where no one can see it, but that doesn't mean nothing is happening. Under the surface, roots are forming. Structure is being built. The unseen is preparing for the seen. The same is true for your life right now. What you call silence, God calls preparation. What you think is delay, God calls perfect timing. Some of you are so focused on the size of the storm that you've forgotten the one who controls the wind. You look at the waves and think they will drown you. But God is already shifting the winds in your favor. The same God who separated seas, who brought water from rock, who made walls fall without a single touch. He is the same God working in your situation now. Your problem has not intimidated Him. Your tears have not been ignored. Your prayers have not been lost in the noise. Do you understand what that means? It means that before you even formed the words of your request, God already knew. Before the doctor gave you that report, God already had the remedy. Before that betrayal struck your heart, God already had the plan for your healing. Before that financial pressure pressed against your chest, God had already opened the provision. He is not reacting. He is orchestrating. He is not scrambling. He is sovereign. He does not adjust His plan based on your crisis. Your crisis is already part of His plan for your breakthrough. That's why the enemy loves to keep you in fear. Because if you knew how much God is already doing for you, you would stop worrying and start worshiping. Fear blinds you to what God is building. Worry makes you question what God has already confirmed. And doubt insults the one who has never failed. The truth is, while you've been thinking that nothing is happening, God has been aligning resources, shifting hearts, moving people, and rearranging circumstances without your permission, without your understanding, and without your timeline. Some of you think that for your situation to change, you have to see movement. But movement is not the proof of progress. God does not always announce what He's doing. Some of His greatest works are wrapped in complete silence until the moment they burst forth in undeniable glory. The same God who moves mountains with a word can also move them without you seeing Him touch them. I know some of you are praying and feeling like the heavens are quiet, but quiet does not mean absent. Silence does not mean stillness. God's silence is not inactivity. It's often the space where He is building something so much greater than what you asked for. You asked Him to open one door and He is building you an entire house. You asked Him to give you a little relief and He is preparing to give you a complete turnaround. That's why you can't quit now. That's why you can't let worry steal your hope. Right now, while you're listening to these words, things are shifting that you know nothing about. Conversations are being had about you in rooms you've never entered. Decisions are being made that will benefit you. And your name is being mentioned in places where your feet have never stood. God is touching the heart of someone who will be the answer to your need. God is redirecting something you thought you lost back into your hands. God is setting you up for a blessing that will make you forget the years of struggle. But here is the challenge. You have to stop living as if your worry has more power than God's will. Your fear cannot change what He has ordained. Your anxiety cannot rewrite what He has already written. Every time you let your heart sink into fear, you are giving weight to the very thing God has already crushed under His authority. You are letting your imagination run ahead of His plan, creating a story of defeat when God has already authored a story of victory. And let me tell you this, sometimes God will intentionally allow you to reach the edge to the point where you think it's over, only so you will see His power in full display. Sometimes He will wait until the last second, not because He is late, but because He wants the outcome to be so clearly Him that no one, not even you, can take the credit. Let me take you deeper into this truth. The problem with many of us is that we live as though God is limited to what we can see. We measure His ability by the size of the resources in our hands or the connections we have in our contact list. But God is not bound by your bank account, your education, your experience, or your location. God can raise you from obscurity to influence in a single moment. God can take you from the back of the line and put you in front without asking anyone's permission. God can give you what people said you could never have, and He can do it without using the systems and structures the world depends on. When you understand that God is already working, you stop panicking over delays and closed doors. You start realizing that every no you face might have been God's. Not yet, or I have better. You stop envying those who got there before you because you know God's timing for your life is tailor-made. If you receive something before the right time, it will crush you instead of bless you. But when God delivers it in His time, it will not just arrive, it will thrive. Some of you have been looking at the same problem for so long that it has become your reality. You've convinced yourself that nothing will ever change. But I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. God is not finished with your story. You might think you're in the final chapter of defeat, but God is holding the pen. And when God holds the pen, there is no ending except the one He writes. He can flip the page when you least expect it. He can turn the valley of your life into the very place where the most beautiful testimony grows. You may feel forgotten, but you are not. You may feel like your prayers are hitting a wall, but God is collecting every word. He is not just hearing you. He is storing your tears as seeds for the harvest that is coming. Some seasons feel empty because God is removing what cannot go with you to the next level. You think you are losing, but you are actually being pruned. And pruning is not punishment. It is preparation. God never cuts something away unless He is making room for something greater to grow. Worry thrives in the absence of perspective. When you look only at your immediate circumstances, you lose sight of the fact that God sees the entire landscape of your life. You see one corner, God sees the whole map. You see the obstacle. God sees the outcome. You see the delay. God sees the alignment. What you think is random is actually strategic. What you think is chaos is actually a carefully crafted sequence that will make sense when you step into the next season. And here's something that will change your entire outlook. Sometimes the reason you feel so much pressure is because God is pushing you into the place you prayed for. You asked for growth. Now you are in a season that is stretching you. You asked for wisdom. Now you are facing challenges that force you to think differently. You asked for strength. Now you are carrying weights you never thought you could lift. Don't misinterpret the process. What you are calling a burden might be the very tool God is using to build you into the person who can handle the blessing that's coming. God does not just want to solve your problems. He wants to develop you in the process. If He gave you every answer instantly, your faith would remain weak, your patience shallow, and your character untested. But when you walk through the valley holding on to His promise that He is working even now, you come out not just with the blessing, but with the strength to sustain it. God's desire is not just to give you the destination, but to prepare you for the weight of it. Some of you are in situations right now where the odds are stacked so high against you that people expect you to fail. Good. Let them watch, because when God moves in your life, it will be so evident that no one will be able to deny His hand upon you. When God delivers, He does it in a way that silences the doubters and confuses the enemy. He will make it so undeniable that even those who mocked you will have to admit, surely this was the work of God. You must also understand that God does not need favorable conditions to bless you. He can bless you in famine. He can promote you in a recession. He can bring you victory when you are outnumbered. He can make you rise when everything around you is falling apart. God's favor is not dependent on the weather forecast of life. It is dependent on His will, and His will is unstoppable. This is why you must stop obsessing over what you see in the natural. The natural world is temporary, but what God is doing in the spiritual is eternal. While your eyes see lack, heaven sees abundance. While you see the end, heaven sees the beginning. While you think you're waiting, God may be saying, it is already done. There is a rest that comes when you truly believe God is working on what worries you. This rest is not laziness. It is trust. It is the ability to sleep in peace even when the storm is raging, because you know the storm is under God's control. It is the refusal to let your mind be hijacked by fear, because you know God's plans will stand no matter how hard the winds blow. Right now, God might be moving someone to pick up a phone and call you with an opportunity. He might be turning the heart of someone who wronged you toward reconciliation. He might be lining up a series of events that will connect you to the exact place you need to be at the exact moment you need to be there. You can't see it, but it's happening. You can't feel it, but it's unfolding. And one day soon, you'll look back and realize that what you feared the most was the very place where God showed you His greatest power. Let me tell you something that will set your spirit free. What worries you right now is not greater than the one who rules over all creation. The situation you call impossible is nothing more than an opportunity for God to display His unmatched power. You may be staring at a wall so high it feels unshakable, but God can make it crumble without a single hammer strike. You may be facing a door locked by human hands, but God holds the master key that no man can duplicate. You may feel surrounded by problems, but remember, God surrounds what surrounds you. Nothing gets through without first passing through His authority. Sometimes we forget that God's power is not limited to a single method. If He does not move the obstacle, He can move you above it. If He does not change the environment, He can change you to thrive in it. If He does not remove the storm, He can give you the strength to walk through it without breaking. God's solutions are not confined to our imagination. He can use what you think is against you to be the very thing that carries you forward. Consider this. While you are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, God might already be setting up an unexpected provision. While you are fighting to fix the broken relationships in your life, God might be preparing people you haven't even met yet to love and support you in ways you've never known. While you are exhausted from trying to change yourself, God is working in the depths of your heart where no one else can reach, shifting desires, healing wounds, and replacing fear with courage. There are moments in life when God allows the pressure to intensify, not to destroy you, but to position you. It's in those moments that you must remind yourself, just because it feels worse doesn't mean it's getting worse. A seed must crack before life comes out. A birth requires labor pains before the child arrives, and sometimes the chaos you see is simply the breaking of the shell, so that what God planted inside you can finally emerge. You see, God works with precision. He does not throw blessings at you randomly. He releases them when everything is aligned. And alignment is not just about circumstances. It's about your readiness. There are blessings that God has already prepared for you that are being held back only because He loves you too much to give them before you are able to carry them. He will not give you something that will crush your spirit. He will first strengthen your spirit so the blessing will uplift and not overwhelm you. This is why trust is not passive. It is active faith. Trust means you keep walking when there is no sign of change. Trust means you choose peace over panic, even when you feel surrounded by uncertainty. Trust means you speak as if the answer is on its way because you know God has already sent it. Your words matter because they are the evidence of what you believe. If you speak constantly about the problem, you magnify it. But if you speak constantly about God's power, you magnify Him above the problem. And make no mistake, your enemy will always try to magnify your fears so they block your view of God. He will whisper, "It's too late, you failed, it's over." But those are lies that crumble under the truth of God's Word. To your spirit, I am already at work. God is not hindered by how long it has been. He is not intimidated by how far things have gone. He is not discouraged by how deep the damage runs. He is the one who can restore years in a single moment, who can rebuild what took decades to destroy, who can breathe new life into something you thought was gone forever. Sometimes God's way of working things out is not to change your situation, but to change your perception of it. The mountain in front of you may not move because God wants you to climb it and see from the top a perspective you would never have gained otherwise. That climb will teach you endurance. That climb will teach you faith. That climb will give you a view of His hand at work that you could not have seen from the valley floor. It is also important to understand that God works beyond your personal desires. He works for the highest good of your life. There are times when what you want and what you need are not the same. And God loves you too much to give you what you want at the expense of what you truly need. You may be worried because you can't have what you prayed for. But if you knew the whole story, you would be thanking Him for protecting you from it. What feels like rejection may actually be divine protection. And here's the thing, God's work in your life is not always going to be visible to those around you. Some of the most powerful breakthroughs are the ones that happen inside you before anyone else notices. When God replaces your despair with peace, when He replaces your fear with unshakable calm, when He takes away the constant anxiety and replaces it with quiet confidence. That is a victory as real as any change in your circumstances. You can be standing in the same storm, but no longer drowning in it. Right now, as you listen, God could be working through people you've never met, arranging situations you haven't even thought about, moving resources you didn't know existed. He could be opening paths in places you thought were closed forever. He could be stirring in the hearts of others to bless you, defend you, or guide you. And the beauty of it all is that He doesn't need your worry to make it happen, only your trust. That's why today you must release the weight of carrying what was never yours to carry. You were never designed to handle the full burden of the future. Your mind was created to trust, not to endlessly calculate every possible outcome. God did not call you to live as if the next moment depends entirely on your ability to control it. He called you to live knowing that He has already been there and made a way. When you embrace that truth, something changes. You walk lighter. You sleep better. You stop overthinking every decision. You start to notice small signs of His hand, conversations that happen at just the right time, doors that open without you knocking, opportunities that find you instead of you chasing them. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations that God is indeed already working out what you have been worried about. And I will tell you this, when the day comes and you finally see the result, you will realize that the waiting, the uncertainty, the tears, and even the moments of fear were all part of a story that God was writing for your good. You will see how every delay was protection. Every no was redirection. Every closed door was the guidance of a loving hand that knew where you truly belong. Let me speak to the part of you that still wonders if things will ever truly turn around. God has not brought you this far to leave you here. The very breath in your lungs right now is proof that His purpose for you is still alive. If your life was finished, you would not be here. The fact that you are still standing, even after all the nights you thought you wouldn't make it, means that God is still working, still shaping, still unfolding the next chapter you cannot yet see. The truth is, God has been working on your behalf long before you even knew you needed help. Before you faced this situation, He was already setting in place the connections, the opportunities, and the answers that would carry you through it. You may think you are running behind, but in God's timing, you are exactly where you need to be. You are not late, you are in process. And the process is not punishment. It is preparation for the greatness He has already written into your destiny. Sometimes the biggest challenge is not believing that God can do it, but believing that He is doing it right now. We are quick to trust Him for the past and hopeful for the future, but we struggle to see His hand in the present. Yet this very moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this step is part of His plan. The path may feel uncertain, but uncertainty is the stage where faith is proven. And faith is not simply saying God can work, it is living as if He is working. Now I want you to understand that the delays you feel are not evidence of His absence. Often they are evidence of His precision. God does not operate on human deadlines. He does not rush because you are impatient, and He does not stall because you are worried. Every moment is intentional. Every step is measured. He is not scrambling to catch up to your needs. He is ahead of them, arranging the outcome long before you arrive. Think about this. Some of the most life-changing blessings in your future are being shaped right now. But they require certain people to be in the right place, certain events to align, certain doors to be ready to open. If God were to give you the blessing before these pieces were in place, it might fall apart in your hands. But when everything falls into place in God's perfect timing, no one and nothing can take it away from you. That is why you must stop attaching your peace to what your eyes can see. What is visible will try to deceive you. It will insist that nothing is moving, that you are stuck, that your prayers have gone unanswered, yet the unseen realm is full of activity. God is already speaking into the hearts of people you have not encountered yet. He is redirecting events you cannot yet grasp. He is arranging every detail so that when you take the next step, all pieces are set in their rightful place. I know some of you have carried the same weight for years, and weariness has set in. You feel as though you've prayed every prayer, shed every tear, and still nothing has changed. But listen closely. Just because the surface seems calm does not mean the depths are unmoving. The floor of the ocean is always shifting, creating currents that eventually rise to the top. In the very same way, God is stirring currents beneath the surface of your life. One day soon, the stillness will break and the blessing will rise to meet you. And sometimes God's work is not about changing the storm, but changing you within it. You may be asking Him to remove the problem, but He may be using the problem to remove fear, doubt, pride, or dependence on things that cannot sustain you. God's goal is not to give you a fragile peace that crumbles under pressure. He wants to give you a peace so strong that no storm can steal it. Understand this. The very thing you are worried about right now might be the thing that shapes you into the person you are meant to become. If God removed it instantly, you might miss the transformation that comes from walking through it with Him. Worry wants you to believe that this moment will break you. Faith knows that this moment will make you. And when you come through it, you will not only be free from the worry, you will carry a testimony that will strengthen others who are walking the same path. Do not underestimate the power of God's quiet work. Some of the most miraculous changes in your life will not be announced with loud signs or instant shifts. They will come like the dawn, slow but unstoppable. At first, the darkness will seem unchanged. Then a faint light will appear. Then brighter, until suddenly you are standing in the fullness of a new day. That is how God often works. Gently, steadily, and with unstoppable certainty. And when that day comes, you will look back and realize that your worry was wasted energy. You will see that while you were pacing the floor at night, God was setting the table for your victory. You will see that while you were preparing for defeat, God was preparing your breakthrough. You will see that not a single moment of waiting was wasted. It was all building toward this. Right now, I want you to imagine your life as a tapestry. Up close, all you see are tangled threads, knots, and colors that make no sense. That is how your present feels. Messy, disconnected, and confusing. But step back far enough and you will see the masterpiece God is weaving. Every knot, every thread, every color has a place. The dark threads make the bright ones shine. The mistakes you regret, the pain you endured, the waiting you hated, it is all part of the picture He is creating. And when He turns it around for you to see, you will realize it was beautiful all along. And I want you to hear this with the deepest part of your spirit. God is not waiting for the right conditions to act on your behalf. He is the one who creates the right conditions. The world says you must have certain connections, certain qualifications, certain resources before change can come. But God says, I am your connection. I am your qualification. I am your source. When God decides it is time, nothing in heaven, on earth, or beneath it can stand in His way. You see, what you call impossible is simply the arena where God shows His limitless power. The harder the situation, the greater the opportunity for Him to reveal that He alone holds authority over your life. This is why He often allows the circumstances to reach the point where human hands can do no more. So that when the answer comes, no one will be able to say it was coincidence, luck, or human effort. It will be unmistakably, undeniably the work of God. Right now, some of you are asking, why is it taking so long? Why hasn't it changed yet? But delay is not denial. In the silence, God is not ignoring you. He is perfecting the details. He is shaping the outcome so that when it arrives, it will fit your life without flaw. Rushing would only give you something incomplete, something you could not sustain. But God's timing is flawless. Never too early, never too late. Always exact. And you must understand, God's work is not always loud. Sometimes it's not earthquakes and lightning. It's the subtle shift of a single conversation, the quiet change in someone's heart, the hidden door that opens without announcement. By the time you see it, the work has already been done. The blessing has already been prepared. You are simply walking into what God finished long ago. Do not let the darkness of this season convince you that God has left you. It is often in the darkest soil that the most powerful seeds are planted. A seed does not see the sun while it is growing roots, but the sun has not disappeared. Likewise, you may not feel the warmth of change yet, but that does not mean the light is gone. God is rooting you deeper so you can rise stronger. And here is something that will set you free from fear. God is not only working on the problem, He is working on you. He is building your capacity to handle what you are asking for. He is strengthening your character, sharpening your discernment, teaching you to trust Him without conditions. Because when the answer comes, it will not just be about what you receive, it will be about who you have become in the process. Some of you have been in battles that feel unending. You wake up to the same struggles, the same uncertainty, the same unanswered questions. But battles are not signs of abandonment. They are often signs of preparation. God will not send you into a fight without already securing the victory. What you are experiencing now is simply the training ground for the territory He is about to give you. Every tear you've shed is watering the ground for the blessing that will soon bloom. You must also realize that the thing you are most worried about might already be solved in ways you cannot imagine. God's solutions are not bound by human logic. If He could part the seas for one people, bring food from the sky for another, cause walls to fall without a single weapon being raised, then what is your situation in comparison? You are not asking too much of Him. You cannot overwhelm His ability. The only thing you can do is limit your belief in what He can do. And belief is not just thinking He can, it is living as though He is doing it now. It is waking up with expectation instead of dread. It is speaking about your future with confidence instead of fear. It is making room in your heart for the blessing before it arrives as if it's already on the way. Because when you live in that posture, you are aligning yourself with the truth of God's promise. He is faithful to complete what He has started. I want you to picture this. God is already ahead of you, clearing paths you don't even know you'll need to walk. He is already behind you, closing doors that would have destroyed you if you entered. He is beside you, steadying you when your steps feel weak. And He is above you, watching over every move, ensuring that nothing reaches you that has not passed through His divine filter of purpose. You may not feel in control right now, and that is because you are not meant to be. Control is an illusion that robs you of peace. The truth is, you are safest when you surrender control to the one who already sees the end from the beginning. When you stop trying to force the outcome, you make space for God to work in ways that will amaze you. And here is what will happen. There will come a moment when the breakthrough arrives and you will realize that the weight you carried for so long has been lifted. The worry that consumed your thoughts will feel so small compared to the magnitude of what God has done. You will stand in awe not just of the blessing itself, but of the way God brought it to you, through doors you never thought would open, through people you never thought would help, through timing you never would have chosen but now know was perfect. That is why you must not give in to fear. Now the story is not finished, while the chapter you are living is not the conclusion. Even now, behind the scenes, God is weaving threads of mercy, protection, provision, and favor into a tapestry you cannot yet see. And when He turns it toward you, every worry will be replaced with wonder, every doubt with praise, every tear with joy. When God decides to lift you, no force in the heavens or the earth can hold you down. You must understand your elevation is not determined by the opinions of people, nor is it controlled by the strength of your enemies. It is decreed in the unseen before it manifests in the seen. When God opens a door for you, it is a door no hand can shut, no tongue can curse, and no enemy can block. That is why you do not need to fight as the world fights, because your battle is not in the noise of the crowd, but in the secret place with God. Sometimes God will allow delays not because He is denying you, but because He is protecting you. There are blessings you are not ready to carry yet, and there are positions you must grow into before you can hold them without falling. So do not be disheartened when the answer seems slow. God's timing is not just perfect. It is protective. He is aligning circumstances, removing hidden traps, and building in you the strength to sustain what He is about to release. When you walk with God, you must stop expecting your path to look like everyone else's. He did not create you for comparison. He created you for completion of His purpose. Some will rise by connections, others by luck. But you will rise by the command of God. And when He commands, there is no counsel that can overrule Him. You do not need the approval of the masses when you have the approval of the Almighty. God's power does not just protect you from harm. It also transforms you into a vessel of resilience. When you have been through storms and still stand, it is not because you are stronger than others, but because God's hand was holding you while others thought you were alone. This is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the assurance that the one who formed the mountains and stretched out the heavens is the same one guiding your steps. And hear this, the same people who once doubted you will one day bear witness to your elevation. But when that day comes, remember it was not your own hand that brought you this far. It was God. Let your success never make you forget your source, because blessings without gratitude lead to arrogance, and arrogance leads to a fall. Stay humble, stay faithful, and God will take you places you never imagined you could reach. When God lifts you up, no power in this world can push you down. When God speaks over your life, no voice can cancel His command. And when God opens a path before you, even the mountains must move and the seas must part, because His will is unstoppable. That is why you must stop being intimidated by the size of your problem and start being confident in the size of your protector. Your enemies may plan, your critics may speak, and the world may conspire, but every plan against you will collapse when it collides with the will of God. Understand this, God's timing is perfect. You may think the delay is a denial, but in reality, God is aligning the pieces in ways you cannot yet see. While you are wondering why it hasn't happened, God is working behind the scenes, protecting you from harm, setting up divine appointments, and ensuring that when your moment comes, it will be unstoppable. You are not being overlooked. You are being prepared. Do not be deceived by appearances. The battle is not always about what you can see. It is often what you cannot see that determines victory. When you feel pressure from every side, it may be that God is positioning you for a breakthrough so powerful that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge His hand over your life. He will make you a living testimony, not by removing all challenges, but by making you victorious in the midst of them. You must also learn the discipline of silence. Sometimes the most powerful response to an attack is to say nothing, because your words cannot defend you as well as God's actions can. The moment you take matters into your own hands, you limit the magnitude of God's intervention. But when you stand still and let Him fight for you, He will bring an outcome so complete, so undeniable that no one can take credit except Him. God does not waste pain, and He does not ignore faith. Every tear you have shed, every night you have spent in prayer, every injustice you have endured, all of it is being stored in the unseen account of God's justice. And when the time comes, that account will be poured out upon your life in blessings that not only heal your wounds, but also elevate your position. This is why you must not quit. You are closer to your breakthrough than you realize. The very resistance you are feeling now may be the final push before the door opens. Hold your ground. Guard your faith. Keep walking in obedience, for God's hand is over you and His promise will not fail. When God chooses to defend you, His methods are unlike anything the human mind can predict. He does not need to shout, argue, or prove your worth to anyone. His power is silent but unstoppable. He can remove a person from your path without you lifting a single finger. He can make the plans of your enemies crumble in their own hands. He can turn the very weapons they formed against you into tools that work for your good. This is why you must rest in the knowledge that your defense comes from the Almighty, one whose wisdom surpasses every human scheme. Sometimes God will allow the storm to rage, but keep you calm in the center of it. He will not always change the situation immediately, but He will change you so the situation cannot destroy you. Your enemies may be watching, expecting your downfall. Yet God will make your endurance a living testimony of His power. They will see that no matter how many traps they set, you still rise. And it will not be by your own strength, but because the hand of God is holding you steady. Do not be surprised when God hides you in plain sight. People may search for ways to harm you, but they will not find you, because God has placed you in a space they cannot reach. This is divine covering, protection that is invisible yet impenetrable. Even if you feel surrounded, you are actually surrounded by God's mercy. The eyes of those who wish you harm are blinded. Their words lose power, and their influence fades like smoke in the wind. The key is to keep your heart pure before God. Do not let the desire for revenge corrupt your spirit. When you let God fight your battles, you are declaring that you trust His justice more than your own. And His justice is perfect. It comes at the right time, in the right way, and it leaves no wound untreated. The same God who parts the seas can part you from danger. The same God who provides for the birds of the sky can provide for you even when every door seems closed. When God's hand is upon your life, no power on earth or in the heavens can stand against you. His protection is not a fragile wall that can be broken. It is a fortress built by the Almighty Himself. He sees what you cannot see, hears what you do not hear, and knows the traps the enemy sets long before they are even formed. This is why the one who trusts in God walks in a peace the world cannot understand. While others panic at storms, you will rest, for you know the winds are in His command. God does not need to announce His protection with loud signs. Often His work is in the unseen. That accident you narrowly escaped, that deal that suddenly fell through, that person who unexpectedly left your life, it was not chance. It was the mercy of God preserving you from harm you didn't even know existed. The world may call it coincidence, but you know it was divine intervention. Those who mock your faith do not realize that every breath you take is a testimony of God's sustaining hand. When you live under the shadow of the Almighty, no curse, no evil word, and no hidden scheme can prosper against you. People may speak lies, enemies may plan harm, and some may even rejoice at your struggles. But remember, God is not moved by their laughter, and you should not be either. He is your defender. He fights battles you never even enter. He silences voices that rise against you. He blinds the eyes of those who wish you harm and opens the paths only you are meant to walk. But you must remain steadfast. God's protection is not for those who run to Him only in crisis, but for those who walk with Him in every season. Trusting Him means you stop worrying about what is beyond your control. It means you refuse to retaliate against those who hurt you. For you know God's justice is more perfect than your revenge. The one who leaves their matters in God's hands will never be left ashamed. And here is the deeper truth. Sometimes God's protection is not about keeping you in the same place, but about moving you to a better one. That rejection was protection. That delay was preparation. That loss was redirection. You may not understand it now, but one day you will see that God was not withholding. He was shielding. If you truly believe in His wisdom, you will begin to see life differently. No longer will you panic when plans fall apart, because you will know His plan is greater. No longer will you fear the unknown, because you will know the one who owns the unknown. And no longer will you be shaken by the actions of people, because you will be anchored in the will of God, which no man can overturn. My beloved, as we close this message, let your heart hold firmly to this truth. God is your ultimate refuge, your unshakable protector, and your unfailing provider. When storms roar around you and enemies plot against you, do not tremble, for the Almighty is greater than every threat. The same God who split the sea for His servants, who brought water from a rock in the desert, who raises the humble and humbles the arrogant, that God is watching over you right now. Do not allow fear to speak louder than faith. Do not be deceived into thinking the darkness has the final word. The power of God is mighty, working in ways beyond what you can perceive. He is arranging blessings quietly, shielding you from unseen dangers, and leading your path toward places where your soul will flourish. Your part is not to win every battle by your own effort, but to remain steadfast in trust. Guard your heart against resentment and let your actions stay pure before Him. As you walk in the light of His direction, even those who rise up against you will stumble and fall. For no human hand can overturn the plan of God. Lift your head with courage. Step forward with the assurance of one upheld by the Creator of heaven and earth. Keep your faith steady, your spirit meek, and your eyes fixed upon His promises. If God is on your side, no force on earth or beyond can prevail against you. And when His appointed time arrives, you will witness how He transforms every trial into victory, every wound into purpose, and every challenge into a testimony. Stand firm, for you dwell beneath the shelter of the Almighty, and in His shadow you are untouchable. My friend, there comes a time when heaven itself turns its gaze upon you, not with hesitation, not with neglect, but with divine readiness. And God declares, I am prepared to release my blessing over your life. Yet here is the truth so often missed. Before the blessing can overflow, before the doors can be opened wide, before favor can flood your path, God will ask you to let go. For He cannot fill hands that are still gripping what chains you. He will not pour living water into a vessel contaminated with poison. And He will not carry you into your future if you are dragging the weight of your past along with you. Even now, I'm speaking to someone who has prayed earnestly for breakthrough, who has fasted for answers, who has cried out for change. And you've been asking, why hasn't it happened yet? You've wondered why the promise feels far, why the blessing seems delayed. But hear this. God is not withholding out of neglect. He is holding back because you are still clinging to what He already asked you to release. You see, we often think that the only thing standing between us and God's blessing is time. We say when God is ready it will happen, but God's timing is not the only factor. Our readiness is, and part of readiness is release. You cannot walk into the next chapter of your life if your hands are chained to the old one. You cannot claim the new thing God has for you while still clutching the things He has told you to drop. And if you ignore this truth, you will delay what God has already prepared. Some of you are asking God for a blessing that would destroy you if He gave it to you right now because your heart is still bound by the very things He's trying to cut away. God's blessings are not cheap gifts, they are holy assignments. And if He sees that your current attachments, habits, or attitudes would corrupt the blessing, He will wait until you let them go. God is not punishing you. He is protecting you. He is not denying you. He is preparing you. Every delay, every closed door, every not yet from God is His way of saying, I love you too much to give you this while you're still carrying that. And the moment you release what God has been asking you to release, you will feel the wind of His blessing push you forward. Right now, God is whispering into your spirit, clearer than the noise of your fears, louder than the whispers of doubt. And He is saying, let it go. That pain you've nursed for years, that bitterness you've carried like a badge of honor, that relationship that keeps you tied to old patterns, that fear that convinces you to settle instead of rise, God is saying, lay it down, drop it, leave it. Because until you do, you will keep circling the same wilderness, wondering why you have not entered your promised land. And let me tell you, letting go is not weakness, it is spiritual warfare. Because when you release what God told you to release, you break the chains the enemy has been using to keep you bound. When you open your hands, God opens the heavens. When you trust Him enough to drop what is familiar, He will place in your life what is far greater than you imagine. There are 4 things, my friend, that God often asks His people to let go of before He releases the fullness of His blessing. And though they may look different in every life, the principle is the same. If you do not release them, they will rob you of what God wants to give you. The first is the past. And I don't mean simply forgetting it. I mean refusing to let it define you. Some of you are living in the shadow of what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even last month. You replay the mistakes. You relie the failures. You rehash the words people spoke over you. And because you have kept the past alive in your heart, you have not made room for the future. God says, I am doing a new thing. But the truth is, new things cannot live in a house full of old memories. Until you decide that yesterday is over, tomorrow cannot begin. The second is bitterness. You cannot carry the poison of unforgiveness into the place of God's blessing. A bitterness is a slow killer. It robs your peace, clouds your judgment, and hardens your heart. And yet, so many hold on to it because it feels like justice. If I let go, they win. You say, but God is telling you holding on to bitterness doesn't punish them, it punishes you. And until you let it go, you cannot receive the fullness of God's favor. His blessing flows best through a clean heart, not a clenched fist. The third is fear. Fear will convince you to shrink back when God tells you to step forward. Fear will cause you to settle for less when God has called you to more. Fear will whisper, "What if it doesn't work?" when God is saying, "What if it does?" Fear is the enemy's favorite weapon to stop you from moving into God's promises. And until you decide to trust God more than you trust your fear, you will remain stuck in places you were never meant to stay. And the fourth is control. Oh, how we love to be in control. We pray, "God, have your way," and then we hand Him a list of how He should do it. We want the blessing, but we want it on our terms, in our timing, in the way we expect. But God's blessings rarely come in the package we imagine. And sometimes the greatest act of faith is to take your hands off the wheel and let God drive you where He knows you need to go. My friend, these four things, the past, bitterness, fear, and control, are the very weights that keep so many people from walking in the fullness of what God has for them. And right now, God is calling you to release them. He is saying, you have carried them long enough. You have cried over them long enough. You have prayed for change. But the change begins with you. Drop them. Trust me. Watch what I will do. Because here is the truth. God is not waiting to decide whether to bless you. The blessing is already prepared. The door is already built. The river is already flowing. But He will not open it while your hands are clinging to what He told you to let go. Release it and you will see the floodgates of heaven open over your life. My friend, hear me well. When God calls you to let go, it is never to leave you empty-handed. God never asks you to release something unless He has something greater to put in its place. But here is the tragedy. Many people miss the blessing because they fear the emptiness in between. They fear that if they let go of the past, they will have nothing left to hold. They fear that if they forgive, they will lose their sense of justice. They fear that if they release control, their life will spiral into chaos. But the truth is that empty space is exactly where God wants to meet you. That empty space is where His power is revealed. If you fill every corner of your life with your own strength, your own plans, and your own attachments, you will never see what God can do with surrendered space. Let me tell you, God does His best work in the space you cannot fill. He does His miracles in the gap between what you release and what He provides. And if you trust Him enough to let go, you will see Him move in ways that will leave you speechless. Think of a seed. A seed cannot grow unless it is buried, hidden, and seemingly lost in the ground. If the seed clings to the comfort of sunlight and the safety of your hand, it will remain small, unfruitful, unchanged. But when you release it into the soil, it dies to what it was, so it can become what it was meant to be. That is what God is asking of you. Release it. Bury it. Trust that what feels like loss is actually the start of growth. Letting go is not just about removing obstacles. It is about proving to God that you trust His way more than your own understanding. Too many people pray for a blessing while secretly believing they know better than God. They want His provision without His process, His reward without His requirements. But God's blessings come with conditions. And one of the greatest conditions is obedience. Obedience is not half-hearted surrender. It is complete release. It is saying, God, Even if I do not understand, even if it hurts, even if it leaves me feeling vulnerable, I will let go because I know you have never failed me before. Some of you are still holding on because you think you are protecting yourself. You think that if you keep your guard up, you will avoid disappointment. But the wall you built to keep out pain has also been keeping out God's blessings. You cannot receive with closed hands, and you cannot be filled while you are still clinging to what drains you. Sometimes God has to strip your hands bare so He can place in them what will truly sustain you. And here is the sobering truth. The longer you hold on to what God has told you to let go, the heavier it becomes. What may have once been a small burden will grow into a chain that wraps itself around your future. At first, you carry it easily, thinking it's not that bad. But over time, it slows you, bends your posture, and robs you of strength until one day you realize you are so weighed down that you cannot even take a step toward the blessing. My friend, that is not God's will for you. He did not create you to drag chains into your promised land. He created you to walk freely without the weight of yesterday pulling you back. When God tells you to let go, He is not negotiating. He is commanding for your own good. God sees what you do not see. He knows what is up ahead. He knows the battles you will face tomorrow. And He knows the blessings that are already on their way. And if He says release it, it means that thing will not serve you in the place He is taking you. What you think is helping you may be the very thing holding you hostage. I must tell you, there is a danger in delayed obedience. The longer you wait, the more it costs. Some of the greatest losses in life are not because God failed to deliver, but because we failed to let go in time. If you delay, you may miss the appointed season. There are blessings that come with a window, a moment in time when God is ready to pour out favor, but if that moment comes and your hands are still gripping what He told you to release, the blessing may pass you by. And understand this, letting go is not just about the big things. Sometimes it's the small, subtle attachments that block the flow of God's favor. That quiet resentment you never dealt with, that hidden fear you've disguised as being careful, that private habit you keep telling yourself you'll quit one day, God is saying no, not tomorrow, now. Because those small things have a way of growing into giants. And giants will always stand in the way of your promised land unless you deal with them before you get there. Do not think for a moment that God's call to release is to harm you. It is to make you lighter so you can move faster. It is to make you freer so you can climb higher. Every single thing God asks you to let go of is something that will either slow you, distract you, or destroy you if you keep it. And if you could see the blessing that waits for you on the other side, you would drop it without hesitation. But here is the challenge. Faith is trusting God without seeing the full picture. Faith is believing that what He has ahead is better than what you have now, even if what you have now feels comfortable. And comfort is dangerous because it convinces you to settle. God is not calling you to a life of comfort. He is calling you to a life of growth. And growth always requires release. There is someone listening right now who knows exactly what God is telling them to let go. You don't have to guess. You don't need another sign. You already feel it in your spirit. Every time you pray, it's there. Every time you try to plan your future, it rises up in your thoughts. And yet you've been wrestling, arguing with God in your heart, saying, maybe later, maybe after I'm ready, maybe after I understand why. But my friend, delayed obedience is disobedience. And if you keep waiting for the perfect moment, you may miss the blessing altogether. When God says let go, He is not asking for negotiation. He is giving you an invitation to step into a better season. That better season is not far from you. It is not years away. It is as close as your willingness to obey. The moment you release what is in your hands, God will release what is in His. And what He has is far greater, far richer, far more powerful than anything you could ever hold on to yourself. My friend, there is a truth that must settle deep into your heart today. God is not limited by your circumstances, your history, or your current position. God can bless you anywhere, at any time, in any season. But there is one thing that can stop His blessing from flowing in your life: the unwillingness to release what He has told you to release. God can open doors no man can shut, but He will not open them if you are still dragging through them the baggage that He has commanded you to drop. That baggage will not fit through the narrow doorway of His purpose. The doorway to your blessing is not wide and careless. It is narrow and precise. And to pass through, you must lay down everything that will not serve you in the place He is taking you. Some people stand in front of that doorway for years, begging God to let them through while refusing to let go of what's in their hands. But the truth is, you cannot enter carrying that resentment. You cannot enter clinging to that relationship He has asked you to release. You cannot enter holding on to the same fears, doubts, and self-made plans that have kept you bound for so long. Letting go is not the loss you think it is. It is the clearing of the ground so God can build something greater. When a farmer prepares a field for planting, he does not leave the weeds, the rocks, and the debris. He clears the land. It takes effort. It feels like destruction at first, but without that clearing, the seed has no chance to grow. God is trying to clear your life of what will choke His blessing before it even has a chance to take root. The question is, will you allow Him? Many people pray for God to do a new thing in their life, but they still decorate their hearts with the old. They want a new season, but they are unwilling to close the door on the last one. My friend, seasons change when obedience begins. The rain of God's blessing will not fall on a heart that is still sowing seeds from a past God told you to leave behind. Sometimes the thing you must let go of is not even bad in itself. It's just not meant for you anymore. God can bless something in one season and require you to release it in the next. If you cling to what was blessed yesterday, you may miss what He is blessing today. The manna that fed the people in the wilderness was a miracle, but it was never meant to be permanent. When God moved them to the promised land, the manna stopped, not because He abandoned them, but because He had a new provision waiting. If they had spent their days crying for yesterday's manna, they would have missed the harvest in front of them. This is why trust is essential. Trusting God means you believe that whatever He takes from your hand, He will replace with something better. It means you stop trying to figure out why and start walking in. Yes, you may not understand now, but understanding often comes after obedience, not before. If you are waiting to understand everything before you let go, you are not operating in faith. You are operating in control. And control is one of the greatest enemies of divine blessing. Control gives you the illusion of safety, but it will rob you of destiny. Control says, I will move when I know what will happen. Faith says, I will move because I know who is leading me. When you give up control, you are not walking into chaos. You are walking into alignment with the one who already sees the end from the beginning. I must also warn you, there are things you are holding on to right now that look harmless, but are slowly poisoning your spirit. They are small compromises, quiet habits, unspoken thoughts you allow to remain in your heart. These are the things that dull your hunger for God's presence and weaken your sensitivity to His guidance. You may think it's just a small thing, but in the spiritual realm, small things grow. And what grows in your heart will eventually shape your actions and determine your direction. When God calls you to let go, He is not only protecting your future, He is protecting your heart. The blessing He has for you is not just about material gain or visible success. It is about transformation from the inside out. And transformation cannot happen if you are still feeding your soul with what God is trying to remove. Do not be deceived into thinking you can carry both the blessing and the burden. Oil and water do not mix. Light and darkness cannot share the same space. God's blessing demands purity of heart and willingness of spirit. If you try to carry both, one will eventually destroy the other. And make no mistake, God sees what you cannot hide. You can smile in public, speak faith-filled words, and appear surrendered on the outside, but God knows if your hand is still clutching what you promised to lay down. You cannot deceive the one who formed you. He is not waiting for your performance. He is waiting for your surrender. My friend, I must speak this with urgency. Your blessing is closer than you think. You have prayed. You have waited. You have endured seasons of silence. And the door is right in front of you. But that door will not open until you release what is in your grip. This is not a suggestion from God. It is a requirement. The sooner you obey, the sooner you will see His power unfold in ways that will leave no doubt it was His hand at work. Some of you are on the edge of the greatest breakthrough of your life, and the only thing standing between you and it is one act of obedience, one act of letting go, one moment of trusting God enough to drop what is familiar and step into what is unknown, but divinely prepared. And when you do, you will look back and wonder why you held on so long. Because the moment you let go, you will feel lighter. The moment you let go, you will see clearer. The moment you let go, you will hear God's voice with greater clarity than you have in years. And you will realize that the thing you feared losing was never your source. God was, God has always been, and God will always be. My friend, I must tell you, when God calls you to let go, it is never a suggestion meant to be taken lightly. It is a divine instruction, a command wrapped in love meant to position you for the very thing you have been praying for. Too many treat God's command to release as though it were optional, as if clinging just a little longer will not hinder what He has prepared. Yet you cannot walk into the fullness of His promise with a divided heart. You cannot serve two masters within your soul. One will always pull you away from the other. This is a divine principle woven into God's order. Before He gives, He may first remove. Before He multiplies, He trims away. Before He lifts up, He humbles. And through each stage, surrender is the doorway. Picture the autumn tree. Its leaves fall not because it is dying, but because it is preparing for the season ahead. God is working the same way in your journey. The loss you sense is not punishment, it is preparation. What slips from your hands now is making space for what is yet to bloom. And this is where many stumble. They try to bring old leaves into a new season. They cling to what was meant to fall away naturally. They glue the dead leaves back to their branches and wonder why there's no fresh life. My friend, God is saying to you today, stop holding on to what I have already called finished. Stop trying to keep alive what I have allowed to die. Let it go so I can make all things new. Letting go requires courage because it means stepping into the unknown. And the unknown terrifies the human heart because it cannot be predicted or controlled. But the unknown is not unknown to God. What you see as uncertainty, God sees as His perfect design. What feels to you like an empty road is in truth a path He has already walked ahead of you. Every stone, every bend, every detail, God has already been there, and He has prepared it for your good. Sometimes the hardest thing to let go of is not the pain, but the identity you've built around it. There are people who have carried hurt for so long they don't know who they would be without it. Their wound has become their name. Their struggle has become their story. But God did not call you to be defined by your wound. He called you to be refined by it. That means you must release even the part of yourself that has grown comfortable in the shadow of your struggle. And then there's this. Letting go is not just about removing what is bad. It's about making space for what is greater. If your hands are full of what is good enough, they will never be empty enough to receive what is best. Many of us are not trapped by sin or destruction. We are trapped by comfort. We have settled for less because it is familiar. And we are afraid that God's more might require more of us than we are willing to give. But hear me, every greater blessing from God will demand a greater level of surrender. When God calls you to release, He will not force your hands open. He will wait until you willingly unclench your grip. And in that moment of surrender, something supernatural happens. Your heart softens, your mind clears, your spirit aligns, and suddenly the space that was once filled with anxiety, fear, or regret becomes the space where God plants His promise. And His promise never returns empty. Some of you are standing at a spiritual crossroads right now. On one side is the familiar, the things you've always known, the patterns you've always followed, the safety net you've built for yourself. On the other side is the unknown, the territory you've never walked, the blessing you've never tasted, the level of freedom you've never experienced. And between the two stands God's voice saying, "Choose. Will you trust me enough to let go of the familiar and step into the future I have for you?" Letting go is not just an act of faith. It is an act of war against every lie that says you will not survive without what you are releasing. That is the enemy's greatest tactic, to convince you that the thing holding you back is actually holding you together. He will whisper that if you let go, you will fall apart. But God says, if you let go, I will hold you together with my own hands. And there is no safer place to be than in the hands of the one who formed you. It is better to walk into an uncertain future with God than to remain in a certain prison without Him. The walls you think are protecting you may actually be keeping you from the very thing you've been praying for. Some of you have been asking God to open doors, but you are still sitting in a locked room with the key in your hand. The key is obedience. The door is letting go. The freedom is on the other side. And remember this, when God tells you to release something, He is not subtracting, He is multiplying. God never leaves His faithful people in deficit. Every time you put something down for His sake, He replaces it with something better. Sometimes not immediately, sometimes not in the way you expect, but always in the way that is best for you. That is why you must learn to trust His character, even when you cannot trace His plan. You may not feel ready. You may not feel strong enough. You may think, I can't do this yet. But strength is not the requirement. Willingness is. God supplies the strength. Once you take the step, the moment you open your hands, you will find His strength already waiting to fill them. And that is when you will see that the act of letting go was never about loss. It was about making room for God's glory to fill your life in ways you could not imagine. My friend, there comes a point when holding on costs more than letting go. There comes a moment when what you are clutching so tightly is no longer a comfort but a chain. And the longer you hold it, the deeper it wraps itself around your life. Until one day you realize you have been dragging it through every prayer, every opportunity, every blessing that tried to reach you. That is why God in His mercy will sometimes allow you to feel the weight of what you're carrying. Not to crush you, but to convince you it's time to release it. When God calls you to let something go, it is not a random demand. It is targeted. It is precise. It is because that thing, whether a relationship, a habit, a thought pattern, or a fear, is standing directly between you and the next move He has for your life. God will never compete with your idols. He will never force His blessings to sit alongside what He has declared unclean for your future. If you want His best, you must be willing to drop what is less. Too often we pray for the blessing without preparing for the sacrifice it requires. We want the harvest without the plowing. We want the crown without the refining fire. But God does not work that way. Before He trusts you with increase, He will test your willingness to obey. And the test is rarely in abundance. It is in release. Can you let go when everything in you wants to hold on? Can you trust His plan when yours is falling apart? Can you believe that losing this thing is not the end, but the beginning of something far greater? God's blessings are not just about giving, they are about transformation. And transformation always involves removal. Think of a sculptor. The beauty of the statue comes not from adding more clay, but from chipping away what does not belong. God is sculpting you right now. Every cut, every chip, every moment of letting go is shaping you into who you need to be to carry the weight of His promise. If you resist the chisel, you resist the masterpiece. And let me tell you something, God will not bless you in a way that competes with His voice in your life. If the thing you are holding on to is louder than His guidance, He will not hand you the blessing until you quiet the noise. Sometimes letting go is not just about releasing physical things. It's about silencing the influences that drown out His direction. That may mean stepping away from certain people, certain environments, or certain habits that keep your mind cluttered and your heart distracted. One of the greatest lies the enemy tells is that letting go will leave you with nothing. But with God, nothing is never nothing. In His hands, emptiness becomes fullness, loss becomes gain, and surrender becomes victory. God specializes in taking what seems empty and filling it to overflowing. The widow who thought she had only a little oil discovered that in God's hands, that little became more than enough. That is the God you serve, the one who turns release into abundance. But here's the truth. Letting go is not something you do once and never face again. It is a posture, a way of living. Because as God takes you from glory to glory, each new level will require a new surrender. The things that were permissible in your last season may be a hindrance in your next. This is why you must stay sensitive to His voice, always ready to lay down whatever He points to without delay and without debate. Delay is dangerous. Every day you hold on to what God has told you to release. You give the enemy more time to use it against you. That bitterness you carry will grow roots. That fear you entertain will build walls. That toxic connection you maintain will pull you further from where you are meant to be. What you tolerate will eventually dominate. This is why God's command to release is always urgent. It is His way of protecting you from a future trap you cannot yet see. And here is the thing. Sometimes letting go will make you look foolish to others. people will question you. They will tell you to hold on, to try harder, to give it more time. They will not understand why you walked away from what they thought was good. But you are not living for their understanding. You are living for God's approval. When God says it's time, you must move, even if no one else agrees. Because the same people who doubt you now will be the ones who marvel later when they see what God has done with your obedience. My friend, the life God has for you is not behind you, it is ahead of you. You cannot step into it while looking over your shoulder, longing for what was. You cannot run forward while your feet are tangled in yesterday's ropes. The sooner you release, the sooner you will be free. And freedom is not just the absence of chains. It is the ability to move without resistance in the direction God is calling you. And make no mistake, when you finally let go, you will not just walk into your blessing, you will walk into a deeper relationship with God Himself. Because letting go is at its core an act of trust. It is you saying, God, I believe you more than I believe my fear. I believe you more than I believe my own plans. I believe that you are better than anything I am giving up. And when you live with that kind of trust, blessing is not something you chase. It is something that chases you. God has already prepared the table for you. The seat has your name on it. The feast is ready. But you cannot sit down carrying the baggage of what He told you to leave behind. You must come empty-handed, ready to receive what only He can give. And when you do, you will see that every release was worth it. Every tear, every sacrifice, every moment of uncertainty will pale in comparison to the joy of walking in His promise. My beloved, when you truly trust in God, you understand that nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every detour, every closed door, and even every disappointment is woven into the perfect design of His wisdom. God does not make mistakes. If He has withheld something from you, it is not because He has forgotten you, but because He is protecting you, preparing you, and positioning you for something far greater. Sometimes what you thought was a rejection is actually God's redirection toward your true destiny. Do not measure your life by the present moment alone. What you see now is only one frame of the picture, but God sees the entire masterpiece. The path may seem crooked to you, but from the perspective of the Almighty, it is perfectly straight, leading exactly where He intends. You may not understand why certain people left, why certain prayers seem unanswered, or why certain doors remain shut. But if you knew what God knows, you would thank Him for every no and every delay. There are times when God hides you in the shadows to protect you from dangers you cannot see. Just as a gardener covers a seed in the soil before it bursts forth into the light, God sometimes covers you in seasons of obscurity so your roots grow deep before your life blooms. Do not despise these hidden seasons. They are not punishment. They are preparation. The fruit is always worth the waiting when God is the one growing it. And remember this, when God begins to open the way, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand in His path. The mountains you feared will flatten. The rivers you thought you could not cross will part. And the enemies that surrounded you will be scattered. God is the master of turning impossibilities into testimonies. He can transform the very thing that threatened to destroy you into the very thing that will promote you. So keep walking with your head lifted high. Speak words of faith, not fear. Stand firmly in trust. For the same God who controls the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon is the same God who holds your future. He has never failed, and He will not begin with you. When God places you in a season of waiting, it is not because He has forgotten you. It is because He is preparing you. Preparation is not punishment. It is the process by which God strengthens your faith, sharpens your vision, and aligns your steps with His perfect will. You may look around and see others moving ahead, receiving breakthroughs, living the life you've been praying for. But God says, "Be still and know that I am working in ways you cannot yet see." Just because you do not see movement in the physical does not mean nothing is happening in the spiritual. In fact, the greatest works of God are often done in silence, in the hidden places where only He can see. Understand this: every delay from God is divine protection. There are doors you think you're ready to walk through, but God knows what's on the other side. He sees the traps, the betrayals, the burdens that would crush you if you entered too soon. That is why He will close some doors no matter how hard you knock. And He will open others only when your heart, mind, and spirit are ready to handle them. His timing is not slow. It is perfect. If He is making you wait, it is because He is preparing something greater than what you asked for. The enemy wants you to mistake waiting for abandonment. But the truth is, God's presence is strongest in those moments when you feel nothing is changing. The seed does not sprout the moment it is planted. It must remain hidden in the dark soil, watered by faith and patience, until the right time comes for it to break through the ground. You are that seed. God has planted you in the soil of His purpose. And though you feel buried, you are not buried to die. You are planted to grow. So do not let impatience push you out of God's plan. Do not let frustration make you settle for less than what He has prepared for you. If you move before His appointed time, you will carry burdens you were never meant to bear. But if you wait upon Him, you will rise with strength you never knew you had. You will see how every tear, every delay, every lonely night was part of a greater plan to bring you into a blessing so great you will say, "God's way was better than mine." My beloved, understand this. Every delay you face, every door that seems closed, every moment that feels like a dead end is not a sign of God abandoning you. It is a sign of God repositioning you. You see, when God is working behind the scenes, He is not rushing according to your clock. He is orchestrating according to His perfect plan. What you perceive as silence is not the absence of God. It is the stillness before His move. Just like a seed buried deep in the soil seems lifeless, you too may feel hidden, but in that hidden place, God is nourishing you, shaping you, and preparing you for a breakthrough that will not be small. It will be mighty. Do not be deceived by appearances. The enemy will try to convince you that nothing is changing, but God's power does not operate by human sight. Faith is trusting Him when the evidence is invisible. God does not need visible progress to fulfill His promise. He speaks and it becomes reality. One command from Him can shift your entire life in a moment. That is why you must keep moving forward even when you see no reason to. The battle is not yours to fight in your own strength. The victory is already written in the unseen by the hand of God. And let me tell you this: the people who underestimated you, the ones who mocked your faith, the ones who thought your prayers were pointless, will one day witness the very thing they said was impossible. For when God decides to honor you, no voice, no force, no power can stop it. God can take the same situation that looked like your downfall and turn it into your elevation. He can use the very stone thrown at you to build your stepping place to the next level. This is why you must guard your heart from despair, because despair blinds you to the movements of God. So I say to you, stand firm. Let your trust be unshakable. Let your hope be anchored in the one who created the heavens and the earth. God has not forgotten you. Every tear you have shed, every night you have cried yourself to sleep, every prayer you whispered when you had no strength left, they have all been recorded by Him. And when the appointed time comes, He will release what He has been preparing for you, and it will exceed every expectation. For God is not just the God of enough. He is the God of more than enough. When God is on your side, every obstacle becomes an opportunity, and every trial becomes a stepping stone. The world may rise against you, but their power is limited. For the one who commands the heavens and the earth has already written your victory. You must understand, and nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every closed door, every unexpected turn is part of God's divine arrangement for your ultimate good. You may feel pressed by the weight of your burdens, but it is often in the crushing that the purest oil flows. God is shaping you, refining you, and preparing you for a position you could never reach without first enduring this season of testing. Do not be deceived by what you see with your eyes. The enemy thrives on illusion, but God works in truth. The storm you are facing is not the end. It is the signal that your breakthrough is near. Even when you hear no answers, God is moving. Even when you see no signs, God is arranging. Even when you feel no strength, God is sustaining you. The wise do not spend their strength on panic. Instead, they bow low with patience, surrendering to the timing of the Almighty. Never forget this truth. God's silence does not mean His absence. Waiting is never wasted time. It is the hidden workshop where destiny is shaped. Every whispered prayer, every tear that falls, every step taken in faith is seen, gathered, and remembered by God. Then comes the appointed hour when blessings pour out in such measure they eclipse the pain you once carried. You will stand in wonder, recognizing that every restless night and every lonely path was worth it, because God was designing something beyond your wildest imagination. So protect your heart. Do not allow bitterness to take root. Do not allow fear to steer your decisions. Do not allow doubt to shout louder than the faith inside you. The very God who split the sea for His children, who shone light into the darkest night, is the same God walking with you now. He has not left you. He has not ignored you. And He will never fail you. Do you feel the weight of the world pressing heavily on your shoulders today? Do you sense the load of worries, the tension of unanswered questions, the fear of what lies ahead? Is it gnawing at your heart? Let me tell you something right now. Something that has the power to shift the entire course of your life if you embrace it fully. When you put your trust entirely in God, when you hand over every worry, every fear, and every plan into His hands, you step into a place of peace, provision, and power that nothing in this world can provide. My friends, there is strength, there is freedom, there is a light that pierces through even the darkest nights when you let God take control. I know life often tries to convince you of the opposite. The storms around you feel unending. People let you down. Circumstances shatter your expectations. Your mind fills with questions like, why me? Why now? How can I keep going? But listen to me. Hear me well. God has never once failed anyone who placed their complete trust in Him. The same God who parted seas, who brought rivers through deserts, who raised hope from despair, is the same God who is able to carry your burdens today. Trust is not a passive act. It is a declaration, a spiritual posture that says, I refuse to be ruled by fear, for I know that God is in control. I will not be shaken, for the one who watches over me never slumbers. I want you to understand something profoundly. Trusting God fully does not mean pretending your life is perfect. It does not mean that troubles will vanish instantly. It does not mean that your problems are small or insignificant. Trusting God fully means that no matter the depth of your darkness, no matter the intensity of your storm, you can rest in the certainty that God is orchestrating every detail of your life, that God sees what you cannot see, and that God is working all things together for your ultimate good. Do you grasp that God is not blind to your pain? God is not deaf to your cries. God is not powerless in the face of your struggles. God is almighty, and His wisdom surpasses every understanding your human mind can conceive. Many of you have tried to carry your burdens alone. You have stretched yourselves thin, running here and there, trying to fix everything with your own hands. And what has it brought you? Exhaustion, disappointment, hurt. But listen, there is freedom in surrender. There is relief in handing your worries over to God. Imagine a life where anxiety no longer dictates your days, where fear no longer shackles your nights, where uncertainty no longer robs you of peace. This life is possible. It begins the moment you make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not sometimes, fully. With every fiber of your being, with every heartbeat, with every breath. I know it is not easy. The world is full of voices telling you to rely on yourself, to fight your battles alone, to be afraid of surrendering control. But I tell you, the human mind is limited. The human heart is fragile. The human strength is temporary. Only God is infinite. Only God is unshakable. Only God is eternal. To trust God fully is to release yourself from the tyranny of uncertainty. It is to acknowledge that your vision is small, but God's vision is boundless. Your timing is delayed, but God's timing is perfect. Your understanding is limited, but God's wisdom knows no end. When you trust God fully, you are tapping into a power that cannot fail, a love that cannot forsake, and a presence that cannot abandon. Consider the times in your life when things seemed impossible, when doors were closed, when dreams were crushed, when hope seemed a distant memory, and yet here you are somehow through some unseen hand. You have endured, you have survived, you have not been destroyed. That, my friends, is the evidence of God's faithfulness. That, my friends, is proof that even in moments when you cannot see, even in moments when you cannot understand, God has been working tirelessly on your behalf. And now I say to you, do not resist this truth. Do not cling to your own methods and your own control. Place your trust fully in God. Let Him handle the rest. Oh, how we humans try to micromanage our lives. We strategize, we plan, we worry, we panic. But all of this effort without surrender to God is like a ship tossing in a storm with no anchor. You may paddle, you may row, you may scream into the wind, but the waves of life will always overwhelm you unless you anchor your trust in God. Surrender is not weakness. Surrender is courage. Surrender is strength. It is the bold declaration that says, I cannot do this alone, but you, God, are more than enough. I place everything in your hands. I trust you fully. I will not fear. And what does God do with that trust? Oh, God moves mountains. God opens doors. God provides solutions that your mind cannot even imagine. God sends guidance that reaches beyond human logic. God shields you from dangers you cannot see. God lifts you when you stumble, strengthens you when you falter, and carries you when you cannot walk. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with a divine power that transforms impossibilities into realities, despair into hope, and sorrow into joy. Do you hear me, beloved? This is not a distant promise. This is not a vague hope. This is a call to action for your very soul. Trust God fully. Do not withhold any part of your heart. Do not compartmentalize your faith. Do not say, I trust God with some things, but not all. There is no partial trust that leads to peace. There is only full surrender that unleashes the divine intervention of God in your life. God is waiting. God is ready. God is able. All that remains is your decision to step into this truth with courage, with faith, with unwavering confidence. And yes, the trials will come. The storms will rage. The nights may feel endless. But let me tell you this, God's hand is bigger than any storm. God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle. God's plan is higher than any detour. To trust God fully is not to escape life's challenges. It is to rise above them, to stand firm in the face of adversity, to know that no matter what you face, God is your strength, your refuge, your victory. Think about it. How many times have you worried over something only to see it resolve in ways you could never have planned? How many times have you feared the worst only to witness blessings you could not have imagined? That, my friends, is the power of God at work. That, my friends, is the fruit of complete trust. And I want you to embrace it. Not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, but right now, right this moment. Place your fears, your doubts, your plans, and your entire life into God's hands. And watch how everything shifts. I want to challenge you to consider the weight you have been carrying alone. What are the worries that keep you awake at night? What are the anxieties that press upon your chest in the morning? What are the burdens that have been crushing your spirit for far too long? Bring them before God. Lay them at His feet. Surrender them fully. And then step back and watch. Watch how God begins to move. Watch how doors begin to open. Watch how hearts align. Watch how solutions appear where you thought none existed. Watch how the impossible becomes possible. Oh, there is such power in trust. There is such peace in surrender. There is such freedom in knowing that you do not have to carry the weight alone any longer. The one who holds the universe in His hands holds your life, your dreams, your future. Nothing is too difficult for God. Nothing is beyond His reach. Nothing can thwart His plan for you when you trust Him fully. Do not let fear or doubt hold you back. Do not cling to control that is not yours to hold. Do not allow worry to rob you of the joy that is rightfully yours. Trust God fully, and He will handle the rest. He will orchestrate your steps. He will guide your decisions. He will protect your heart. He will provide for your needs. He will work all things together for your ultimate good. And you will look back one day and see that every moment of fear, every second of doubt, every tear you shed was not wasted because God was working behind the scenes, crafting a life beyond your wildest imagination. Let me speak directly to those who feel broken, lost, or abandoned. You are not alone. God has not forgotten you. God has not turned away from you. God is with you, and God is moving in your life right now. Do not try to fix everything yourself. Do not try to control every outcome. Release it trustfully, rest fully, believe fully, and watch as God, in His infinite wisdom and mercy, handles the rest with precision, with power, with love. Take this moment right now and make a declaration. Speak it aloud if you can. Say, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my worries. I surrender my fears. I surrender my life. I place it all in your hands. I will no longer rely on my own understanding. I will no longer try to carry burdens I cannot bear. I trust you completely. And I believe that you will handle the rest. Do this, and I promise you, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. Do not delay. Do not hesitate. Trust God fully today. Let Him handle the rest. For when you do, you step into a life of unshakable faith, unstoppable power, and unending peace. There is nothing too great for God. There is nothing too complicated for God. There is nothing too far gone for God. When you place your trust fully in Him, the impossible becomes inevitable. The chains of worry are broken, and the fullness of life God intends for you unfolds before your eyes. Oh, my friends, listen carefully, for this is a truth that must penetrate the very depths of your soul. God's timing is perfect, and His plan is unfailing. How often have you wished things would happen according to your schedule? How often have you felt impatient, frustrated, or even betrayed by the delays in your life? Yet the very moments when God seems silent are the moments when He is working most powerfully behind the scenes. God does not rush, for His understanding surpasses every human measure. He does not delay, for what seems like waiting is preparation, refining, aligning, and orchestrating every detail for your good. When you trust God fully, you begin to see that waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred space where God shapes your heart, your spirit, and your destiny. Understand this. Your limited perspective cannot grasp the magnitude of God's plan. You may see problems. God sees solutions. You may see obstacles. God sees opportunities. You may see darkness. God sees light that will pierce through every shadow. Oh, how often we struggle because we try to solve with our human hands what only God can resolve. There is an almighty wisdom at work in your life, far beyond the comprehension of your mind, far beyond the reach of your own strength, far beyond the limitations of circumstance. To trust God fully is to acknowledge that He knows more, sees more, and does more than you ever could, and that your surrender invites His power to work without resistance. Let me speak plainly to those who feel burdened by fear and uncertainty. Do not let fear dictate your steps. Do not allow anxiety to paralyze your spirit. Fear is the voice of limitation. Trust is the declaration of faith. When you trust God fully, you silence the voice of fear. You rise above the pull of doubt. You stand firmly on the truth that God is both your shield and your guide, both your refuge and your provider. There is no problem too complex, no situation too hopeless, no enemy too strong that God cannot handle. He is sovereign. He is omnipotent. He is ever present. And He is at work for your victory even when you cannot see it. Oh, how many of us have carried burdens that were never ours to carry. How many of us have tried to control what only God can control. The weight of worry is heavy, and the chains of anxiety are suffocating, and the struggle to maintain control is exhausting. But when you place your life fully in God's hands, something miraculous happens. Your burdens are lifted. Your mind is cleared. Your heart is renewed. Trust is the gateway to divine intervention, the doorway to peace that surpasses understanding, the key to a life that is guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God alone. Consider the power of surrender. Surrender is not resignation. It is not giving up. Surrender is a bold act of faith, a courageous choice to release your control and invite God to work without restraint. When you surrender, you acknowledge that your own wisdom is limited, but God's wisdom is limitless. Your own strength may falter, but God's power is inexhaustible. Your own vision may fail, but God's sight is infinite. Surrender opens the floodgates of divine provision, protection, and guidance. It allows God to act on your behalf in ways you could never engineer, plan, or predict. And yes, the road will not always be smooth. There will be trials. There will be setbacks. There will be moments when it feels as if the weight of the world is pressing down harder than ever. But understand this, God does not abandon His own. The storm may rage, but the anchor of your faith holds firm. The night may feel endless, but God's light is never dimmed. The struggle may seem overwhelming, but God's power is boundless. When you trust God fully, you are not promising a life without challenges. You are declaring that no challenge can overcome the one who holds you. There is a beauty in complete trust, a strength in absolute surrender, a peace that floods your soul when you realize that you are not alone in this battle. God is with you. God is working. God is orchestrating every detail. The very situations that once terrified you are now being used to prepare you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The very obstacles that seemed insurmountable are becoming stepping stones, carefully placed by God's hand, leading you to a destiny far greater than your imagination. Oh, beloved, hear this. Trusting God fully is a lifestyle, not a momentary decision. It is waking each day with the confidence that no matter what unfolds, God is in control. It is facing difficulties with courage, knowing that your strength is found in His power. It is choosing peace in the midst of chaos, knowing that God's presence surrounds you like a shield. It is living without fear, knowing that God's plan is perfect, His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is unshakable. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the opinions of others or the trials of life shake your resolve. God is mighty. God is faithful. God is just. He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. He has the ability to turn every challenge into a blessing, every tear into triumph, every trial into testimony. When you trust God fully, you tap into this divine power. You align yourself with the forces of heaven that cannot fail. You step into a destiny that is secure, guided, and protected by the Almighty. I challenge you today to release your plans into God's hand. Do not cling to them out of fear. Do not hold them out of pride. Do not grasp them out of desperation. Let God handle the rest. Trust His timing. Trust His wisdom. Trust His power and watch as your life transforms in ways you never could have engineered, in ways that defy human logic, in ways that glorify the might and majesty of God. Every step you take in faith, every choice made in surrender, every moment spent trusting God fully is a step toward freedom, toward joy, toward the fulfillment of your divine purpose. Life may challenge you. People may fail you. Circumstances may confuse you, but God is greater than all of it. God is working. God is providing. God is protecting. And when you place your life fully in His hands, the rest becomes effortless. The impossible becomes inevitable. And your heart knows a peace that no trial can disturb. And now I speak directly to the weary, the burdened, the anxious. Do not despair. Do not fight this fight alone any longer. God is calling you to release, to surrender, to trust fully, The chains of worry can be broken. The weight of fear can be lifted. The uncertainty of life can be replaced with unshakable confidence in God's powers. Step into this truth today. Speak it aloud if you must. Declare with boldness, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears. I release control, and I place it all in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. There is a supernatural peace that follows complete trust. There is a divine guidance that flows when you let go of your control. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy that cannot be shaken, a courage that cannot be defeated, and a hope that cannot be extinguished. All of this is yours when you make the bold choice to trust God fully and allow Him to handle the rest. Do not wait another moment. Do not cling to your own strength. Do not carry burdens that were never yours to bear. God is faithful. God is powerful. God is wise. God is working. Step into the promise of trust today. Release, surrender, believe, and watch how God transforms every challenge into opportunity, every trial into triumph, and every moment into a testimony of His greatness. Your life, your future, your destiny, place it fully in God's hands. Trust Him, believe Him, follow Him, and know this: when you trust God fully, He will handle the rest. And nothing can ever stand against the power, the wisdom, and the love of God. Oh, beloved, I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. There is a freedom that comes only when you release every worry, every fear, every plan into the hands of God. So many people walk through life dragging heavy chains of anxiety and doubt, thinking they must solve everything themselves, thinking they must control every outcome. But the truth is this: the moment you place your full trust in God, you step into a power greater than any obstacle, a peace stronger than any storm, and a guidance sharper than the clearest human understanding. Do you understand what I am saying? Trust is not passive. Trust is active. Trust is a declaration, a spiritual statement that proclaims, I will no longer rely on my own strength, for I know that God's power is sufficient. I will no longer worry about the outcomes, for I know that God's wisdom is perfect. I place everything in God's hands, and I believe that He will handle the rest. Many of you have been living in the shadow of doubt, wondering if God is really working in your life. You may have cried out, God, why is this happening? Why am I still waiting? And yet, even in those moments of confusion, God is moving. God's plan is not delayed. It is precise. God's timing is not faulty. It is perfect. God's wisdom is not limited. It is infinite. You may not see the entire picture, but God does. You may not understand the path, but God knows the way, the obstacles you face, the challenges you endure, the heartbreaks you suffer. These are all part of the tapestry God is weaving for your life. And when you trust God fully, you allow Him to take the needle and thread and to craft a masterpiece far beyond what your mind could ever imagine. Oh, how restless the human heart can be, always searching for reasons, grasping tightly for control, trembling at the thought of the unknown. Yet hear me, there is a deep, unshakable rest that comes only when you trust God completely. Not halfway, not only in certain moments, but with a full and unwavering trust. When you release your life fully into His hands, you step out of confusion and into the calm of His perfect authority. You move from fear to faith, from worry to confidence, from turmoil to peace. God is powerful. God is all-wise. He can handle what seems impossible, overturn injustice, shatter the chains of despair, and turn defeat into victory. So let me speak to the one who feels weighed down by circumstances beyond their reach. Life may have struck you hard. It may have left you with betrayal, loss, and heartbreak. People may have let you down, and situations may look utterly hopeless. Yet even in these darkest hours, God's hand is at work. He is preparing your breakthrough. He is orchestrating your deliverance. He is aligning your steps with His perfect plan. When you trust God fully, you stop trying to force solutions with your own hands and start allowing the Almighty to do what only He can do. There is nothing too hard for God. No problem too complicated, no situation too desperate, no enemy too strong. God's power is limitless and His wisdom is infinite. Do you realize the weight you have been carrying unnecessarily? The worries that have kept you awake at night, the fears that have pressed upon your heart, the plans that have burdened your mind, all of these were never yours to carry. They were meant to be placed in the hands of God, Endo. And when you do, oh, the relief, the peace, the freedom that floods your soul. Trusting God fully is the ultimate act of courage. It is the bold declaration that you are no longer ruled by fear, no longer enslaved by worry, no longer bound by limitations. It is stepping into the power of divine provision, protection, and guidance. I want you to hear this truth clearly. Trusting God fully does not mean that life will always be easy. It does not mean that challenges will vanish or that hardships will never come. But it does mean that no challenge can overwhelm you. No storm can shake you. No obstacle can defeat you. When God is in control, your steps are guided. Your heart is protected. Your path is illuminated. And your future is secure. The very things that once terrified you are being used by God to refine you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The setbacks you experience are the setups for your greatest victories. The trials you endure are the training ground for your highest purpose. Oh, my friends, consider the power of letting go. Letting go is not weakness. Letting go is not failure. Letting go is faith in action. It is the acknowledgement that your understanding is limited, but God's understanding is infinite. Your strength may falter, but God's power is unending. Your vision may be narrow, but God sees the full picture. The moment you let go, you allow God to move without hindrance. You invite divine intervention into every corner of your life. You open the door for miracles to occur, for blessings to flow, and for your destiny to be fulfilled according to God's perfect will. And yes, the world will try to convince you otherwise. The voices of fear, doubt, and skepticism will tell you that you must fight alone, that you must control every detail, that you cannot rely on God fully. But these voices are lies. They are distractions meant to keep you from the power of surrender. Do not listen. Do not be swayed. Do not give in. Stand firm in your trust, and you will witness God's hand moving in ways that defy human logic. You will see doors open that were once closed. You will experience provision that surpasses expectation. You will find protection where there seemed to be danger. You will see hope arise where despair had taken root. Take a moment, beloved, and reflect on your life. How many times have you tried to solve what only God could resolve? How many times have you exhausted yourself trying to control outcomes that were never yours to control? How many nights have you lain awake, worried and restless, when all along God was already working on your behalf? There is a divine order in your life that cannot be disrupted by fear, delayed by uncertainty, or thwarted by human hands. And the key to accessing this divine order is total trust. Place your life fully in God's hand. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, your body, and your spirit. Trust Him with everything you are, everything you have, and everything you hope to become. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the pressure of the world convince you that you must carry burdens that belong to God alone. Trust fully. Surrender completely. Release everything into the hands of the Almighty and watch as He orchestrates every detail with perfect precision. You will experience a peace that the world cannot give, a strength that the world cannot provide, and a joy that cannot be taken away. Oh, beloved, this is the time. This is the moment today. Make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not occasionally, fully. With every breath, with every thought, with every heartbeat, place your life, your burdens, your fears, your plans, and your hopes in God's hands. And then step back, release control, and watch as God handles the rest. The storms that once terrified you will calm. The obstacles that once blocked you will move. The uncertainties that once confused you will clear. The victories that once seemed impossible will manifest. There is a supernatural peace that comes when you trust God fully. There is a divine guidance that flows when you surrender completely. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy, a courage, and a hope that cannot be shaken. All of this is available to you not because of your strength, not because of your wisdom, not because of your efforts, but because of God's power, God's faithfulness, and God's love. Take a bold step today. Declare aloud if you must, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears, my plans. I release control and I place everything in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. And believe me, when you do, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. You will move forward in life knowing that you are guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God Himself. Beloved, I want you to pause and hear this truth with the fullness of your heart. Trusting God fully is not a one-time act. It is a daily living, breathing commitment. It is waking each morning and choosing before the chaos of the world touches you to surrender your mind, your heart, your plans, and your every expectation into God's hands. It is deciding that no matter what unfolds today, no matter what challenge appears, no matter what fear arises, you will not rely on your own understanding. You will not lean on your own strength. You will not attempt to manipulate circumstances or people to suit your desires. Instead, you will stand firmly, boldly, and confidently, knowing that God's power is supreme and His wisdom surpasses all. There is no fear when God is in control. There is no despair when God is guiding. There is no uncertainty when God's hand is upon your life. Think about the struggles you have faced, the nights when sleep seemed impossible because your mind raced with worry, the days when it felt like every step forward met resistance, the moments when it seemed that the universe itself had conspired against your hopes and dreams. I tell you now, those struggles are not proof that God is absent. On the contrary, they are opportunities for you to trust Him more deeply. They are invitations to release your grip on what you cannot control and to place your confidence in the Almighty, who can turn every setback into a setup, every trial into a triumph, and every difficulty into a testimony of His faithfulness. There is a power, beloved, in releasing control. The human mind is clever, but it is limited. The human heart is fragile, but God's love is unshakable. The human body is finite, but God's strength is eternal. When you cling to your own methods, your own understanding, your own plans, you block the flow of divine intervention. But when you trust God fully, when you surrender completely, you open the door to miracles, to breakthroughs, to answers that defy logic, to guidance that is infallible, and to protection that cannot be breached. Do not underestimate the importance of trust. Trust is the foundation upon which every blessing rests. Without trust, faith is fragile, hope is weak, and the heart is unsettled. But when trust is complete, unwavering, and absolute, you align yourself with the force of God's will. You position yourself to receive guidance at the perfect moment, provision at the perfect time, and protection exactly when you need it most. Trusting God fully does not guarantee an absence of challenges, but it guarantees victory through them. It does not promise that life will be easy, but it promises that you will not be alone. It does not mean that you will never feel fear, but it means that fear will not control you. Oh, my friends, consider the wisdom of those who have gone before us. Those who trusted God fully did not walk in their own strength, yet they accomplished feats that seemed impossible. They faced storms that should have overwhelmed them, yet they stood firm because their trust was in God alone. And you too are called to this level of trust. Not partial, not occasional, but full, complete, unwavering trust that God is sovereign over every detail of your life. The storms you face, the trials you endure, the people who have disappointed you. These are not the end of your story. They are the context in which God reveals His power, His wisdom, and His unwavering faithfulness. Many of you are waiting for a solution, waiting for relief, waiting for a breakthrough. I want you to understand this. God is already at work. God sees the path. God knows the outcome. And God is orchestrating everything with divine precision. Your responsibility is not to control the outcome. It is to trust Him completely, to let go of anxiety, to release fear, and to surrender your life entirely into His capable hands. The rest, beloved, is His responsibility. And when you allow God to handle the rest, peace floods your soul. Joy fills your heart. Strength empowers your steps. Clarity directs your path. I speak now to those who are weary from carrying burdens that were never theirs to bear. You have tried to fix what only God can fix. You have tried to control what only God can control. You have exhausted yourself in pursuit of outcomes that were never meant to be in your hands. Beloved, it is time to release it all. Place every fear, every worry, every plan, every hope, and every dream into the hands of God. Trust Him fully. Believe without reservation. Surrender without hesitation. And watch how He transforms your life. How He opens doors that seem closed. How He provides solutions beyond your imagination. How He protects you in ways you never could have anticipated. There is a profound peace that comes from knowing that your life is in the hands of God. It is a peace that cannot be shaken by failure, that cannot be disturbed by criticism, that cannot be threatened by uncertainty. When you trust God fully, you live with a confidence that the world cannot take away. You walk in courage that fear cannot diminish. You move forward with a hope that despair cannot extinguish. And the world watches in amazement, unable to comprehend how one's soul can remain so steady, so joyful, so courageous in the midst of trials. Oh, beloved, do not wait another moment to embrace this truth. Trusting God fully is not an option. It is a necessity. It is the pathway to peace, the gateway to power, and the doorway to provision. Every worry you release, every fear you surrender, every plan you entrust to God is a step into freedom. Every moment of trust draws you closer to the abundant life that God desires for you. Every act of surrender opens the door for divine intervention, miracles, and blessings beyond measure. Oh, beloved, let me speak to the deepest chambers of your heart. For this is a truth that can change everything if you embrace it. God is not a distant observer of your struggles. God is not passively watching from afar, waiting to see what you will do. No, God is actively involved, orchestrating every detail, guiding every step, and moving in ways that surpass your understanding. Yet so often we try to do it ourselves. We cling to our own plans, our own strategies, our own understanding, and we fail to realize that the very moment we release control to God is the moment miracles begin to flow. Oh, the power that is unleashed when you trust God fully. The burdens that have weighed you down for years, the fears that have gripped your heart, the uncertainties that have paralyzed your mind, all of it can be lifted when you make the courageous choice to surrender completely. Consider the storms in your life. You have faced challenges that seemed impossible to overcome. You have seen doors close, opportunities vanish, and people betray your trust. Yet, in the midst of all of this, God has been working. The very obstacles that appeared to hinder you were instruments for God's plan to unfold. The setbacks you faced were not punishments. They were preparation. Every trial, every hardship, every disappointment was shaping you, refining you, and aligning your life with a divine destiny that only God could orchestrate. And this, my friends, is why complete trust is essential. It allows God to move without restriction, to bring forth His perfect plan, and to reveal blessings that your limited vision could never anticipate. Oh, how often we underestimate the power of God's timing. We are impatient, restless, anxious for solutions that we think must happen now. But God's timing is perfect. Every delay, every pause, every moment of apparent silence is a part of God's plan. It is in these moments that God is preparing your way, equipping you, and positioning you to receive what is rightfully yours. Trust is the key that unlocks this divine timing. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with His wisdom and His plan, and you discover that no delay is wasted, no obstacle is meaningless, and no circumstance is beyond the reach of God's power. Do not let fear or doubt control your life. Fear will tell you that you must fix everything yourself, that you must solve problems alone, that you must wrestle with burdens you were never meant to carry. Doubt will whisper lies convincing you that God cannot, that God will not, that God is not sufficient. But these are not truths, they are distractions. The truth is that God is almighty. The truth is that God is faithful. The truth is that God is capable of handling every detail of your life. When you trust God fully, you step into a reality where fear loses its grip, doubt fades away, and confidence rises in its place. You walk forward with courage, knowing that God is with you, God is for you, and God is in control of every situation. There is also a profound joy that comes from trust, a joy that cannot be taken away by circumstances. It is the joy of knowing that no matter how fierce the storm, no matter how dark the night, no matter how impossible the situation may appear, God is working, God is providing, God is protecting, God is guiding. This joy is not dependent on the absence of trials, but on the presence of God. It is the unshakable peace that flows when your heart rests in the hands of the Almighty. It is the confidence that comes from knowing that God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle, His power stronger than any adversary, and His love more enduring than any difficulty. Beloved, I challenge you to consider the areas of your life where you have been trying to carry the weight alone. The finances that worry you, the relationships that challenge you, the dreams that seem stalled, the fears that grip your mind. What if you released all of that into the hands of God? What if you surrendered completely, trusting that God is able to handle the rest? Imagine the peace that would flood your soul. Imagine the clarity that would illuminate your path. Imagine the strength that would empower every step. Trusting God fully is not passive. It is a bold declaration, a courageous choice, a spiritual act that invites divine intervention into every corner of your life. Oh, the freedom in trust, the liberation that comes when you realize that you do not have to solve everything, that you do not have to control every outcome, that you do not have to fear the unknown. God's power is sufficient. God's wisdom is perfect. God's plan is flawless. When you place your life fully in His hands, you are free to live with peace, confidence, and joy. You are free to move boldly forward, knowing that God is guiding every step, providing every need, and orchestrating every circumstance for your ultimate good. And I say to you, beloved, this is not a promise of ease, but it is a promise of power. This is not a guarantee of comfort, but it is a guarantee of divine guidance. This is not a shield from challenge, but it is a shield from defeat. When you trust God fully, you are not promised a life without trials, but you are promised the strength to endure them, the wisdom to navigate them, and the victory that comes from walking in God's power. So take a moment now and consider your life. What fears are you holding on to? What anxieties are you carrying? What burdens have you been trying to bear alone? Bring them before God. Place them fully in His hands. Trust Him completely. Let go of control, release the weight, and then watch as God moves, providing solutions, opening doors, shifting circumstances, and orchestrating every detail with divine precision. There is a supernatural peace that follows surrender. There is a divine clarity that flows when trust is complete. There is an unstoppable power at work when you allow God to handle every detail of your life. And the beauty of it all, beloved, is that God's plan is perfect. His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is beyond comprehension. Every tear you have shed, every trial you have endured, every obstacle you have faced is being woven into a tapestry of purpose, provision, and blessing that only God can create. Oh, beloved, do not delay. Do not hold back. Do not cling to control out of fear. Trust God fully. Place your life, your burdens, your hopes, your dreams, and your fears into His hands. And then step back, release, rest, and watch as God handles the rest. The peace you will experience, the joy that will fill your heart, the victories that will unfold before your eyes. All of this flows from one simple but powerful act: complete trust in God. Beloved, hear this and let it resonate in the very depths of your soul. Trusting God fully is not a suggestion. It is a life-transforming decision. It is the choice to release every burden, every fear, every plan, and every worry into the hands of the Almighty, knowing that He is able. He is faithful, and He is working for your ultimate good. When you surrender completely, you step into a power that no obstacle can overcome, a peace that no storm can shake, and a joy that no trial can diminish. Life may challenge you. People may disappoint you, and circumstances may seem impossible. But God is greater than all of it. Do not carry burdens that were never meant for you. Do not strive to control what only God can control. Do not allow fear, doubt, or impatience to dictate your path. Instead, place your life fully in God's hands. Trust Him with every detail, every moment, and every dream. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, and your spirit. And then rest. Rest in full confidence that God is taking care of what remains. The winds will settle. New doors will swing wide. What once seemed impossible will turn into reality. The blessings you've been waiting for will overflow into your life. The peace you have been longing for will settle deep within your soul. And in the midst of it all, you will walk with boldness, with strength, and with steadfast faith, knowing that God's wisdom never fails. His timing is never off, and His power knows no rival. So today, make that decision. Let go of your grip. Surrender without holding back. Place your trust fully in Him. Then watch as your story unfolds in ways greater than you ever imagined. As your journey shines with divine direction, as your spirit rests in unshakable calm, and as every obstacle becomes a living testimony of God's greatness, trust Him completely. He will take care of the rest. Take a moment and breathe with me, because what I'm about to share is something you need to hear, and you need to hear it now. Some of you watching this have been pacing the floor through the night. Your thoughts keep spinning, chasing answers that refuse to come. You wake before dawn, not because you choose to, but because the heaviness on your chest won't let you rest. You stare at your life and whisper, "When will it change? When will it happen for me? How much longer must I wait?" And right there in the stillness of that moment, I want to speak directly to your soul. Stop worrying. Stop tormenting yourself with every possible thing that could go wrong. Stop painting pictures in your mind of disasters that will never unfold. God's work in your life isn't over. He is already preparing massive, divine doors to open for you. You may think those doors are locked. You may have pushed and pushed until your strength ran out. You may have knocked, cried, pleaded, and been met with nothing but silence. And in that silence, the enemy whispers, "See, God has forgotten you. You are stuck here forever." But that is a lie. That silence is not absence. It is preparation. God is working behind the scenes in ways you cannot yet see, weaving together events, aligning circumstances, and preparing blessings that will come to you in the exact moment He has appointed. You may not see the blueprint, but God is the master builder, and He wastes nothing. Not your tears, not your pain, not your waiting. Some of you are staring at closed doors right now and calling them rejection. But I tell you, some closed doors are not rejection. They are redirection. God is not saying no to punish you. He is saying not this way to protect you. That door you wanted so badly to open might have led to a place that would have drained your soul, destroyed your peace, or stolen your joy. And yet, in our impatience, we demand that God works on our timetable. But hear me, God's timing is not just good, it is perfect. He will not open the door 1 second too soon or 1 second too late. Think about this. When a seed is planted in the ground, it disappears from sight. You cannot see it breaking open. You cannot see it growing roots. But under the soil, life is stirring. The darkness of the soil is not the death of the seed. It is the beginning, and so it is with you. This season of waiting, this season where nothing seems to be moving, is not the end. It is the preparation for your breakthrough. God is nourishing the roots of your faith before He brings you into the full light of your blessing. I know what worry does to the human heart. It robs your energy before the battle even begins. It ties you up in knots, convinces you that nothing will work out, and makes you live tomorrow's problems with today's strength. Worry is the thief that enters your mind and leaves you weaker, smaller and doubting. And here is the truth you need to take deep into your soul. Worry does not move God's hand. Faith does. You cannot pray for a blessing and then live as if God is not able to provide it. You cannot ask for an open door and then keep staring at the locked one as if that is all God can do. There is a reason the people who live with unshakable peace are not the ones with perfect circumstances. They are the ones who have decided to trust God regardless of the circumstances. They know that if God could create the heavens and the earth, He can create a pathway for them. If God could bring water out of a rock, He can bring provision out of nowhere for you. If God could part a sea, He can part the obstacles in your way. But you have to choose to stop feeding your fears and start feeding your faith. Some of you have been measuring God's power by your past disappointments. You think, well, I've prayed before and it didn't happen. I believed before and it still failed. But just because it didn't happen when or how you wanted doesn't mean it won't happen. Some blessings are delayed because God is protecting you from receiving them too soon. A blessing given at the wrong time can become a burden. And God loves you too much to give you something that will harm you because you are not ready for it. He will wait until you are strengthened, matured, and prepared for the weight of what you are asking for. You see, God's doors are not ordinary doors. When He opens one, no man can shut it. And when He shuts one, no man can force it open. That is why you cannot manipulate, beg, or force your way into a season that God has not yet unlocked for you. The most powerful thing you can do in the waiting is to trust Him completely. To rest in the knowledge that He knows exactly where you are and exactly what you need. Some of you are holding on to things God is trying to take away, and yet you are asking Him to bless you. But blessings often require letting go. You cannot receive what is in God's hand if your hands are full of what He has already asked you to release. Maybe it's a relationship that has drained you for years. Maybe it's a job that suffocates your spirit. Maybe it's the approval of people who will never truly value you. Whatever it is, if God is asking you to lay it down, it's because He is about to replace it with something better. And here is where so many stumble. They want the blessing without the pruning, the reward without the refining. But God will not place new wine into old wineskins. He will not pour fresh oil into a vessel that still carries the residue of the past. Sometimes the reason the door has not yet opened is because God is still preparing you to walk through it. He is shaping your character so that when you receive the blessing, it will not destroy you. Worry tells you to rush. Faith tells you to wait. Worry says, what if it never happens? Faith says, it's already on the way. Worry makes you chase after everything in sight. Faith makes you stand still and watch God bring it to you. And if you have lived long enough, you know this truth. Every time you tried to force something before its time, it never lasted. But every time you waited on God, the blessing came with peace, with stability, and with a strength that could not be shaken. Some of you are surrounded by closed doors right now because God is funneling you toward the right one. He is not confusing you. He is directing you. He is guiding your steps away from danger and toward destiny. And I promise you, when that door swings open, you will understand why every other one had to remain shut. You will look back and thank God for not giving you what you thought you wanted. You will realize that His no was never rejection. It was divine protection. There are moments in life when God will strip you of every option except to trust Him. He will close every door, cut off every escape route, and remove every backup plan. Not to punish you, but to position you because when the blessing comes, you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt. It was not luck. It was not chance. It was not your own strength. It was God and God alone who made it happen. You may feel forgotten, but God knows your name. You may feel invisible, but God sees you. You may feel like you've been waiting forever, but God's appointed time is never late. And when that time comes, the blessing will not trickle into your life. It will flood it. It will overtake you, surprise you, and remind you that you serve a God who keeps His promises. Let me speak to you plainly because your heart needs to hear it without any sugar. Quoting worry is a form of doubt in disguise. It's the mind's way of saying, I don't really believe God will handle this. You may not say it out loud, but every time you turn a problem over in your head 100 times instead of turning it over to God, you are letting doubt set the rules for your life. And doubt is a tyrant. It will chain you in the same spot for years, make you afraid to take a step forward, and rob you of sleep while accomplishing absolutely nothing. God never asked you to figure everything out. He asked you to trust Him. That is why your energy is running low. You are trying to carry what was never meant for your shoulders. There is a reason God allows seasons of uncertainty, because it strips away the illusion that you are in control. We are quick to believe that if we plan well enough, work hard enough, or connect with the right people, we can make everything happen for ourselves. But there comes a point where no contact, no amount of skill, and no clever plan can force the door open. That is when you discover the most freeing truth in the world. God does not need your connections, your status, or your strategy to bless you. When it's time for your door to open, He can take you from overlooked to sought after. In a single day, He can turn what others ignored into something the world suddenly values. But here's the challenge. You have to stop measuring God's ability by the size of the door in front of you. Some of you are staring at a small opportunity and thinking, this can't be the way. Others are looking at an obstacle so massive that you assume it's impossible. But the size of the door has nothing to do with the size of your God. If He wants you to walk through it, He will either enlarge it or make you fit perfectly through it. And if He wants to, He can make a brand new door in a wall you thought was solid stone. So many blessings are missed because people gave up one prayer too soon. They stopped believing right before the turn came. They let exhaustion convince them that nothing was happening when in reality the blessing was already in motion. Think about the earth itself. There is always movement happening beneath the surface, even when you feel nothing. The ground can be calm and still for years, then shift suddenly and permanently. Your blessing can be like that silent preparation until one day everything changes in a moment you never saw coming. And make no mistake, when God opens the right door, it will not just be for your survival, it will be for your elevation. Too many settle for asking God only to get by when He is trying to bring them into a place of abundance. I am not talking about greed or chasing after material things. I am talking about the abundance of peace, stability, and purpose that comes when you are exactly where God wants you to be. And let me tell you, when you walk into that kind of blessing, you won't have to apologize for it, hide it, or downplay it to make others comfortable. The blessing will speak for itself, and it will testify to the goodness of God without you saying a word. But before the door opens, God often asks you to pass a test, the test of trust. He will place you in situations where nothing makes sense, where you cannot see the outcome, and where the easiest option is to give up. And in those moments, you have two choices. Either you let your emotions dictate your decisions, or you stand in the middle of the storm and declare, I will not be moved. God is my provider and I will not be shaken. That's what faith looks like. It's not an emotion you feel when everything is going well. Faith is the decision to trust God when everything around you is telling you not to. There is another reason God may delay the door from opening. He is building in you the ability to stay humble when it does. A blessing can attract jealousy, criticism, and attention you never asked for. Without humility, you might spend more time defending the blessing than enjoying it. But when you know it was God who brought you there, you don't waste your energy trying to prove anything to anyone. You simply walk in gratitude and let the blessing speak for itself. Some of you are frustrated because you think the delay means God has forgotten you. But a delay is often the sign that the blessing is bigger than you imagined. Bigger blessings require bigger preparation. You can't carry a heavy load with weak hands. You can't walk through a large door if you're still thinking small. God is using this season to stretch your vision, deepen your endurance, and increase your faith so that when the blessing arrives, you are ready to hold it without dropping it. And I must warn you, when God is about to open a door for you, distractions will come. People who doubted you will suddenly want your attention. Opportunities that look good but are not from God will appear to pull you off course. Old habits and old fears will try to creep back in. Why? Because the enemy knows that if you step through that door, you will operate on a higher level than before. That is why you must guard your focus. Do not let temporary emotions pull you away from eternal purposes. When you are close to your blessing, life will often feel the most difficult. You will feel the pressure increasing, the uncertainty mounting, and the silence from God stretching longer than you thought you could endure. But remember, just before dawn, the night is the darkest. Just before the birth, the labor is the most intense. And just before the blessing, the enemy will push the hardest. If you can withstand that final push, the door will swing open with a force that nothing can shut. I want you to understand something powerful. God's blessings are not fragile. When He opens a door, you don't have to rush to grab it before it disappears. You don't have to fear that someone else will take what belongs to you. A door God has designed for you will remain yours until you step through it. Nobody can steal it, block it, or cancel it. That is why you don't need to compare your journey to anyone else's. Their door is not your door, their timing is not your timing, and their blessing is not your blessing. Stop living as if the blessing depends on you convincing God to give it. He already knows what you need. He already knows what you've been through, and He already has the perfect moment in mind. Your role is not to force the timing. It is to remain faithful until the timing arrives. And when it does, you will realize that every tear, every prayer, every sleepless night was worth it. Some of you listening to me right now are living in the tension between what God promised and what you can currently see. That space between the promise and the fulfillment can feel like a desert, dry, lonely, and without any visible sign of life. But deserts are not dead places. They are proving grounds. In the desert, you learn to rely on God in ways you never would in the comfort of abundance. In the desert, you learn that water can come from unexpected sources, that strength can rise in you when you thought you had nothing left, and that peace can exist even when nothing around you makes sense. Do not despise your desert season. It is often the pathway to the door God is about to open. And let me tell you something about God's door. They are never random. God is strategic in everything He does. When He opens a door, it is aligned perfectly with your purpose, your preparation, and your season. He does not open doors to entertain you. He opens doors to advance you. That means the door you've been praying for may not look glamorous at first. It may look small, hidden, or even unremarkable to others. But when you step through it, you will find that it leads to far more than you could see from the outside. Never underestimate what God can do with what looks ordinary. I know the temptation to take matters into your own hands when you feel like God is taking too long. You start to think, maybe I should help God out. Maybe I should push this door open myself. But every time you try to do God's work in your own strength, you create unnecessary burdens. What God opens flows with grace. What you force will drain you. And there is nothing more exhausting than living in a season you were never called to enter. Sometimes the very reason God is delaying your blessing is because He's waiting for you to put something down. You can't carry baggage from the past into the place He's taking you. Old grudges, old habits, and old mindsets cannot survive in the atmosphere of your blessing. They will pollute it. They will sabotage it. God is not just preparing the door. He is preparing you to walk through it without bringing destruction to what He's about to give you. When the door opens, it will not be a timid, half-hearted shift. It will be a clear, undeniable move of God. And when it happens, you won't need to ask anyone if this is the moment. You will know. The peace will be unshakable. The provision will be undeniable. The alignment will be too perfect to be explained by coincidence. That's the thing about God's doors. When He opens them, you don't have to fight for proof. The blessing itself is the proof. But here's the truth. Many people will see the door but never walk through it because they allow fear to speak louder than faith. Fear will tell you you're not ready. Fear will remind you of your failures. Fear will show you all the risks, all the reasons why it might not work, and all the ways you could lose. And if you listen to fear long enough, you will watch the door close while you stand on the outside wondering what could have been. God did not bring you this far to leave you frozen at the threshold. When He says, go, you must go, even if your knees are shaking. There is a certain boldness that comes from knowing who holds your future. When you truly believe God is in control, you stop living like every setback is the end. You stop treating closed doors as personal failures. You stop seeing delays as punishments. Instead, you begin to understand that everything, yes, everything is either God's protection, God's preparation, or God's positioning. You start walking through life with a steady heart because you know the one who holds the keys is guiding your steps. Some of you have been asking, but what if the opportunity passes me by? Let me settle that for you right now. Nothing God has for you will ever belong to someone else. Your blessing has your name on it. Your opportunity has been designed to fit your life, your calling, and your journey. It will never show up too soon, and it will never come too late. It will appear at the exact moment God declares, now. And when that time arrives, you won't have to plead for it. You won't have to manipulate your way into it. And you won't have to prove your worthiness. God's favor is not something earned. It is a gift. And once He places it in your hands, no one can remove it. One of the greatest dangers in your season of waiting is allowing comparison to poison your faith. You glance at the doors God has opened for others and wonder why yours remains shut. You start to judge His faithfulness by how quickly He seems to move on their behalf. But you have no idea of the battles they endured, the sacrifices they made, or the purpose behind their blessing. God's hand in their journey is not a clock for yours. The moment you stop comparing and start trusting, you will see how much peace floods your heart. Sometimes the reason God's door is still closed is because He's keeping you hidden for a season. Not because you are unworthy, but because the place He's taking you requires you to be shielded until the right moment. If you were exposed too soon, the wrong people would try to use you, drain you, or pull you away from your purpose. God hides you not to punish you, but to preserve you. And when the hiding is over, the unveiling will be so powerful that no one will be able to deny His hand on your life. I want to tell you something that may surprise you. When the door opens, it may not always lead to immediate comfort. Sometimes it leads to responsibility, to stretching, to new challenges you've never faced before. But that's how blessings work. They don't just make your life easier, they make your life fuller. And when God opens a door, He equips you to handle everything on the other side of it. You may feel nervous, but you will not be unprepared. The most beautiful thing about God's doors is that they are not just for your benefit, they are often connected to the blessing of others. When you step through that open door, your obedience may unlock opportunities for people you haven't even met yet. Your faith may inspire someone else to trust God. Your courage may break a generational pattern in your family. That's why you cannot afford to stay stuck in fear. Your blessing is bigger than you. And so in this waiting, in this preparation, in this stretching season, I urge you, stop worrying. Worry blinds you to the blessings already around you. Worry convinces you the door will never open, when in reality the handle is already in God's hand. Your job is not to pace back and forth wondering when it will happen. Your job is to stand ready, expectant, and faithful so that when God swings it wide, you can walk through without hesitation. There will come moments in your life when everything around you will scream that it's over. The bills will stack higher than your income. The relationships you thought would last will suddenly crumble. The opportunities you thought were secure will vanish overnight. And in those moments, the temptation will be to panic, to grasp for anything that feels like control. But hear me, when the ground is shaking under your feet, that is not the time to run. That is the time to stand still and know that God has not lost control. The same God who spoke the universe into being has not forgotten how to arrange the details of your life. He does not panic. He does not scramble. He does not improvise. Every move He makes is deliberate, calculated, and perfectly timed. I want you to think about the door you're waiting for, not just as an entry point, but as a divine appointment. God's doors are not just about your convenience. They are about your destiny. When you walk through that door, it will place you exactly where you need to be, surrounded by the right people, equipped with the right resources, and positioned at the right time. That is why He cannot allow you to walk through too soon. A door opened too early is just as dangerous as a door never opened at all. The blessing must meet you at the right maturity, the right strength, and the right readiness for it to last. Too often people mistake impatience for readiness. They think because they are tired of waiting, they are ready to receive. But God knows the truth. He knows if you are ready to carry the weight of the blessing or if it will crush you. He knows if your heart is prepared to handle the criticism, the responsibility, and the discipline that come with the open door. Sometimes the delay is not punishment. It is protection from yourself. You may not realize it now, but this waiting season is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is the time where God is refining your focus, stripping away your dependence on others, and teaching you to hear His voice above all the noise. When the door opens, you will not have the luxury of figuring out if you can trust Him. You will have to already know. This is why the preparation is so intense, because the blessing is significant. Let me speak plainly. When God opens your door, not everyone will be happy for you. Some will question it. Some will resent it. Some will try to discredit it. This is why God uses the waiting season to toughen your skin and soften your heart. You will need thick skin to endure the opinions of others. But you will also need a soft heart to avoid becoming bitter in the process. The moment you start walking in what God has for you, you will see both opposition and favor increase. And you must be strong enough in your spirit to handle both without losing focus. The truth is, God's doors often come wrapped in challenges. They don't always look like instant success. They may require you to step into uncomfortable places, to learn new skills, or to trust God for provision in ways you never have before. This is because the door is not just about what you will receive, it's about who you will become once you walk through it. God is more interested in your growth than your comfort. The blessing is not meant to make you idle. It is meant to make you impactful. And here's something you must understand. The door's not the goal. The door's the gateway. Too many people see the open door as the finish line, when in reality, it is only the beginning of a new assignment. The open door is an invitation to a higher level of obedience, a deeper level of trust, and a greater level of influence. If you treat the open door as the end, you will waste the blessing. But if you see it as a beginning, you will multiply it. Do not be surprised if God requires you to leave certain people or places behind when the door opens. Every blessing comes with a separation. You cannot carry everyone into your next season. Some people were only meant to walk with you to a certain point, and if you try to drag them beyond that, they will weigh you down. God will sometimes close the hearts of certain people toward you, not to hurt you, but to release you. Do not chase what God has already removed from your path. I must also warn you, when the door opens, distractions will try to follow you through it. Just because you've stepped into a blessing doesn't mean the enemy will stop trying to pull you off course. This is why your discipline matters as much as your faith. An open door without focus will become a revolving door. You will walk in and out of it, never settling into the fullness of what God has for you. Guard your time, guard your mind, guard your spirit. One of the greatest mistakes you can make is to think the blessing is yours to control. The blessing belongs to God. You are simply entrusted with it. That means your decisions inside the blessing matter just as much as your prayers before it. Do not allow the comfort of the new season to make you forget the faith that brought you there. The same God who opened the door is the God who must guide you through it. I want you to imagine this. You are standing before a massive ancient door. It looks immovable. You've knocked until your hands are sore. You've waited until your patience has worn thin. And then, without warning, you hear the sound of the lock turning. The door swings open, not because of your strength, not because of your cleverness, but because God decided it was time. In that moment, every delay, every tear, every disappointment will make sense. You will see that God was not just preparing the blessing, He was preparing you to walk in it without fear, without doubt, and without hesitation. The God who holds the keys has not lost your address. He knows exactly where you are, and He knows exactly when to open the way before you. Your part is to stay ready and to stay faithful and to stop letting worry rob you of the joy of expectation. Because when that door opens, it will not just lead you into a blessing, it will lead you into the very place God has been shaping you for all along. There are seasons when God will allow you to stand before a door that will not budge. No matter how hard you push, you will try everything, every plan, every favor, every resource, and still it will not open. And you will wonder, why would God put me here if He wasn't going to let me in? But that's when you must remember, sometimes the waiting at the door is as important as walking through it. Waiting teaches you what rushing never will. It shapes your patience, strengthens your endurance, and deepens your trust in God's timing. If the door opened the first time you knocked, you would walk through with excitement, but without the maturity to stay. God is not just trying to get you in, He's making sure you can remain there when you arrive. You see, we often think of blessings as sudden, dramatic moments, a flash of light, an instant change. But many of God's blessings are layered. They are built piece by piece over days, months, even years, until one day they stand fully before you. That is why you must not despise the small shifts, the tiny improvements, the little victories. These are signs that the foundation is being laid for something far greater. When the final piece falls into place, it will seem sudden to the world, but you will know it has been God's hand working all along. Do not make the mistake of thinking that because you cannot see movement, God is idle. God never sleeps, never rests, and never loses track of what belongs to you. Even in the silence, He is speaking into your future. Even in the stillness, He is moving pieces on your behalf. Just because you cannot hear the footsteps does not mean the answer is not on its way. The most miraculous openings often happen after the quietest seasons. But let me speak a truth that will challenge you. Sometimes the greatest obstacle to your blessing is not the locked door in front of you, but the unlocked door behind you that you refuse to close. You are standing in front of God's promise, yet you keep looking over your shoulder, unwilling to shut the chapter on what God has already told you is finished. You cannot walk boldly into your future while clinging to the comfort of your path. If you want the door ahead to open, you must be willing to lock the door behind you and throw away the key. And hear this, when God opens your door, it will not require you to compromise your values, your peace, or your integrity to keep it open. Any opportunity that forces you to sacrifice your character is not from God. His blessings bring peace, not torment. They add to your life. They do not drain it. If you have to beg someone to let you stay in the blessing, it was never the blessing God intended for you in the first place. What God gives, He sustains. This is why you must learn to be content in the waiting. Contentment is not the same as giving up. It is trusting that God knows what He is doing. Contentment says, I am not where I want to be yet, but I will praise God here because I know He is taking me there. The enemy will try to make you restless because restless people make rash decisions. But when your heart is at peace in God's timing, you cannot be manipulated by fear. And do not underestimate what happens to your faith when you witness God open a door no one thought could open. It changes you. It gives you a new boldness, a new confidence, a new certainty that no matter what comes next, God can make a way. That's why you must not waste your energy trying to explain yourself to people who doubt you. Now, when the door opens, your life will become the testimony. Some of you are in a season where it feels like every door is closing. Opportunities dry up, friendships fade, paths that once seemed clear are now blocked, and your instinct is to panic, thinking you are going backward. But in reality, God is narrowing your path. He is removing the unnecessary so that you will not be distracted when the right door appears. If every door were open, you might wander into the wrong one. God's no is not a rejection. It's an act of mercy steering you to the yes that matters. There is also something you must understand. When God opens a door, it will often be bigger than what you prayed for. You may have been asking for just enough to survive, but God was preparing more than enough to thrive. You may have been asking for a small breakthrough, but God was arranging a generational shift. This is why you must not limit your expectations to what you think is possible. God does not operate within the walls of your imagination. He exceeds it. And let me remind you, no person can block what God has ordained. They may try to delay it, distract you from it, or discourage you from believing in it, but they cannot stop it. When the Creator of the universe decides it is time for your door to open, no opinion, no circumstance, no earthly power can keep it shut. This is why you must stop worrying about who likes you, who supports you, and who understands you. Your blessing does not depend on their approval. It depends on God's decision. Some doors will open quietly without announcement. Others will open so loudly that everyone around you will see it happen. But whether it comes with a whisper or a roar, the opening will be unmistakable. You will not have to wonder if this is the moment. You will know it in your spirit. God will give you the peace to walk through it and the strength to hold it. And here is the final truth for this moment. You must prepare now as if the door could open tomorrow. That means getting your heart right, your habits aligned, and your faith strengthened. Because when the moment comes, there will be no time to scramble. The people who step into their blessing are not those who were lucky. They are those who were ready. The time to prepare is not when the door is open. It is while it is still closed. And if you will do that when God swings it wide, you will walk through not just hoping it will work. You will walk through knowing you were made for this. And I tell you, when you finally release that tight grip of control and place it into the hands of the Almighty, you will witness how swiftly the tides turn in your favor. You see, worry is a thief. It steals your strength before the battle even begins. It clouds your vision so you can no longer see the doors that God has already prepared. And many of you are standing right in front of a door that is about to open, but you are too distracted by fear to recognize it. Let me tell you, this fear is a liar. But God is the truth. When He says He will bless you, no storm, no enemy, no setback, and no delay can stop Him. When He says He will make a way, that way is already written in His plan. Sometimes God delays the door because He is strengthening your hands to carry the blessing. A blessing that comes too early can crush a person who is not ready, and God loves you too much to give you something that would destroy you. So instead of asking, why is it taking so long, begin to ask God, prepare me for what you have prepared for me. That prayer will change everything because it shifts your focus from what you don't have to what God is doing in you. When you let Him shape your character, build your endurance, and refine your faith, you will not just walk through the door of blessing. You will be able to stay there and thrive. Do not think for a second that your blessing is lost. What God has written for you is not floating in uncertainty. It is anchored in His divine will. It is sealed with His authority. The blessing is not wandering aimlessly looking for you. It has your name written on it, and no one else can claim it. That is why envy is pointless. That is why comparison is a trap. Another person's blessing is not your blessing, and your blessing will not fit anyone else. Stop looking at the open doors in other people's lives and wondering if God forgot you. He hasn't forgotten you. He is preparing a door so perfect for you that when you step through it, you will know beyond doubt that only God could have done it. You may think you're behind schedule, but in God's calendar, you are right on time. You may think opportunities have passed you by, but the truth is what is meant for you will circle back around until it finds you standing in faith. And when it comes, you will not have to fight for it in your own strength, because God Himself will open it. And when He opens a door, no human can close it. You won't need to push it, pry it, or beg for it. It will swing wide because God's hand is upon it. So stand tall in this season. Speak life into your situation. Stop rehearsing the problem and start declaring the promise. Say it out loud if you have to. God is my provider. God is my waymaker. God is opening my doors right now and nothing can stop Him. This is not just positive thinking. This is faith speaking. And faith is the language that moves the hand of God. When you choose faith over fear, obedience over doubt, and gratitude over complaint, you are unlocking the atmosphere for God's power to work. Do not underestimate the small steps. Sometimes the road to the big door is paved with little acts of obedience. That conversation you didn't feel like having, that habit you decided to break, that moment you chose to trust instead of panic, those are all bricks in the road God is laying toward your breakthrough. You might think they are insignificant, but in God's design, nothing is wasted. The small things today are the foundation of the great things tomorrow. And hear me, when your door opens, it won't just bless you. It will overflow to everyone connected to you. Your faith will become a testimony for your family. Your perseverance will inspire others to hold on. And your breakthrough will become a living example of God's faithfulness. That's why the enemy fights you so hard now, because he knows that your victory will not be silent. It will speak of God's goodness in a way that will shake the doubt out of someone else's heart. So let go of the worry. Stop wearing yourself out at night, pacing and questioning if God notices you. He does. Every tear has been recorded. Every quiet prayer you've spoken in the shadows is known to Him. Not a single one has slipped from His memory. You are not forgotten. You are being placed exactly where you need to be. You are not invisible. You are being prepared for more. You are not cast aside. You are being redirected towards something greater than anything you could have planned. If only you could glimpse what God already sees, every ounce of worry would vanish. But since you cannot, He calls you to trust. Trust that His wisdom surpasses yours, His timing is never late, and His plan cannot fail. Trust that closed doors are not rejection, but divine protection. Trust that delays are not the end, but careful preparation. Trust that the waiting is not meaningless. It is setting the stage for your good. For when the appointed time arrives, when God places His hand on the door and it swings open wide to reveal your blessing, you will finally see why it all had to unfold this way, in this moment, under His perfect design. And with tears of gratitude, all you will be able to say is, "Lord, you knew better than I ever could." There will come a moment in your life when you must rise, hold your head high, and declare enough. God did not place you on this earth to be stepped on, disrespected, or robbed of your peace. You were made in the image of the Almighty, carrying dignity, purpose, and a divine calling. And if you are to walk out that calling, hear me, you cannot allow certain behaviors, no matter who they come from or how close those people are to you. Because the moment you begin accepting what God never asked you to accept, you give others the right to trample on the very blessings He entrusted to you. Some of you are carrying a hidden weight because you have permitted these behaviors to linger around you for far too long. You've told yourself, "It's fine. I'll overlook it. I'll just let it slide." But deep inside, you know it is not right. Deep inside, you know this is not God's will for your life. God did not bring you this far to let you be bound by chains of disrespect, manipulation, and toxicity. He wants you to live free, to walk in His light, and to protect the peace He has placed inside you. But you cannot protect it if you keep giving space to behaviors that poison your spirit. The first thing you must never tolerate is disrespect. Disrespect is more than just someone raising their voice or rolling their eyes. Disrespect is when someone devalues your worth, undermines your faith, and treats you as if the God inside you is small. And here's the truth. Every time you allow someone to speak to you in a way that crushes your spirit, you are silently telling them, "It's okay, keep doing it." No, my friend, draw the line. God does not want His children to bow to the disrespect of others. If someone cannot honor you, if they cannot treat you with the dignity God Himself has given you, then you have no obligation to keep their presence in your life. God's approval is worth more than their acceptance. Another behavior you must never tolerate is deception. Lies destroy trust, and trust is the foundation of any relationship, whether it's with family, friends, or those you work with. God is a God of truth. He moves in light, not in shadows. When you surround yourself with liars, you are surrounding yourself with people who operate in darkness. And darkness will always try to pull you down to its level. It will twist your thinking, make you question your own discernment, and slowly erode your peace. If someone lies to you once, and you see no repentance, no change, then understand this is not a safe place for your heart. Protect the truth in your life the way you would protect a flame in the middle of a storm. The third behavior you must never tolerate is manipulation. There are people who will use your kindness against you. They will twist your compassion into a leash they can pull anytime they want. They know your heart is soft and they prey on it. But hear me, God gave you a heart of mercy, not a heart of slavery. Manipulators will drain you not because they cannot carry their own burdens, but because they know you will always pick them up. And if you keep allowing it, you will one day wake up too exhausted to carry the assignment God has given you. Love people, yes, but do not let that love become a chain around your own neck. Another behavior to never tolerate is disloyalty. Loyalty is not just about being present when life is good. Loyalty is about standing with someone when the wind is against them, when their name is being dragged, when the road gets hard. But there are those who smile in your face and stand in your shadow. Yet the moment the storm comes, they disappear. Or worse, they stand with your enemies. My friend, God Himself warns about double-minded people, those who speak one way and act another. When someone shows you they cannot be trusted with your name, your secrets, or your struggle, believe them. Do not give your heart to people who have already proven it means nothing to them. The fifth behavior you must never tolerate is constant criticism without love. We all need correction, but correction from God always comes with the warmth of His love and the goal of your growth. But there are people who criticize not to help you, but to break you. They point out your flaws, magnify your mistakes, and speak death over your dreams. They do not see the good in you because their heart is not aligned with God's heart. If you keep such voices close, you will begin to believe their words more than God's promises. Silence those voices, because the only voice that deserves to define you is the voice of the Almighty. And finally, never tolerate abuse, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual. Abuse is not love. It is not patience. It is not just how they are. It is evil. It is a violation of the boundaries God has set for how His children should be treated. If you are enduring abuse and convincing yourself that it's your duty to stay, hear me now. God does not want you bound to harm. He has called you to peace. He has called you to safety. Walking away from abuse is not rebellion. It is obedience to the truth that you are worthy of protection. Some of you listening to me right now are carrying wounds from each of these behaviors. Disrespect has made you feel small. Lies have made you question your worth. Manipulation has drained your strength. Disloyalty has broken your trust. Criticism has silenced your dreams. Abuse has crushed your spirit. But I am here to remind you that you are still standing because God has been holding you up. You are still breathing because He has a plan for you. And part of that plan is learning to say no more. No more giving space to what destroys me. No more tolerating what God never told me to accept. No more lowering my standards to keep people who have no intention of honoring the God in me. The day you decide to stop tolerating these behaviors is the day your life begins to shift. Doors will close. Yes, some people will walk away, but hear me, when they walk out, they are making room for the people God has chosen to walk in. God will never take something from you without giving you something better. He will never allow the wrong people to leave without bringing the right people to stay. But you must first have the courage to make the cut. God has given you discernment. He has given you wisdom. He has given you strength. Use it, protect it, live by it. Because your life is too short, your calling is too great, and your God is too mighty for you to waste another moment tolerating what should have been removed a long time ago. Let me take you deeper, my friend, because this message is not just about avoiding certain behaviors. It is about protecting the spiritual territory God has entrusted to you. Every life has boundaries set by God. Those boundaries are like the walls of a city meant to guard what is precious inside. But when you keep allowing these 6 behaviors to cross your boundaries, you are leaving the gates wide open for destruction to walk in and settle down. God did not place you here so your soul could be eroded one careless word, one deceitful act, one manipulative scheme at a time. He placed you here to live in the fullness of His peace, to walk with your head high under His covering, and to stand as a person who honors the truth He has placed within you. When you tolerate disrespect, you are allowing someone else's voice to carry more weight than the voice of God. Think about that. Every time they speak over you in a way that belittles you and you stay silent in fear of conflict, you are letting their opinion have authority in your life. But the authority belongs to God alone. He says you are valuable. He says you are chosen. He says you are worthy of honor not because of your status, your wealth, or your popularity, but because you carry His breath inside you. If the Creator of the heavens and the earth calls you precious, who has the right to make you feel worthless? And if someone insists on doing it, they do not deserve to stand close enough to hear your heartbeat. Deception is another poison that you must identify quickly because lies are not always obvious. Sometimes deception comes wrapped in smiles and gentle words, but underneath the intention is to mislead you, to make you doubt what you know to be true. The danger of tolerating deception is that it distorts your discernment. When you constantly allow liars into your space, you begin to question your ability to hear from God. And once your discernment is clouded, the enemy can lead you down paths you were never meant to walk. God is light. Where there is light, there can be no darkness. So ask yourself, does this person's presence bring more clarity or more confusion to my life? If it brings confusion, God may be showing you that this is not a voice to trust. And manipulation, this is one of the most dangerous because it is subtle. Manipulators are skilled at making you feel guilty for setting boundaries. They twist your love into a leash and convince you that saying no means you are selfish. But God does not call you to live a life where others drain your strength until you have nothing left to give. Even the earth itself has seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And there are seasons when it rests, when it stops producing, so it can be renewed. Why do you think God designed it that way? Because constant giving without rest is not godly. It's destructive. Protect your seasons. Guard your strength. Refuse to let manipulation pull you out of alignment with the pace and peace God has set for you. Disloyalty, my friend, is betrayal in slow motion. It often begins with small cracks, whispers shared with others, moments when your absence becomes an opportunity for them to dishonor you. Do not be fooled into thinking it is harmless. Disloyalty eats away at trust until there is nothing left to stand on. God is faithful. His nature is loyalty. He never abandons those who seek Him. That is why it hurts so deeply when someone you trusted betrays you. It is the opposite of His nature. But understand this: when disloyalty is exposed, it is a gift. It is God pulling back the curtain and showing you who truly belongs in your inner circle. Do not run after those He has removed, because every departure He allows is an act of protection. Then there is the constant criticism without love. This one is dangerous because it often disguises itself as just being honest. But honesty without love is cruelty, and cruelty is not from God. Words are seeds. Every word spoken into your life has the power to either build you up or tear you down. And when someone constantly points out your flaws without offering encouragement, they are planting seeds of doubt and insecurity in your heart. God's correction always comes with hope. It lifts you even as it challenges you. But the critic who speaks only to wound is not speaking from the heart of God. Shut the door to those voices and tune your ears to the voice that speaks life over you. Finally, we must confront abuse in all its form. Abuse thrives in silence. It convinces you that enduring pain is a form of loyalty, that accepting harm is an act of patience. But God never commands you to stay in the hands of those who break you. Abuse is not a test from God. It is an offense against the very life He gave you. The same God who created the oceans, the mountains, and the stars also created you with care and intention. He placed His breath within you. That alone makes you too valuable to be destroyed by someone's cruelty. Walking away from abuse is not weakness. It is honoring the life God entrusted to you. If you truly want to honor God with your life, you must start by guarding the ground He has given you. Stop apologizing for protecting your peace. Stop feeling guilty for walking away from what drains you. Some people will call you cold. Others will say you've changed. Let them talk. What they call change is actually you stepping into alignment with God's will. And when you are in His will, you will have a strength that no human approval could ever give you. The truth is, these 6 behaviors are not just annoying habits. They are spiritual threats on. Each one is a doorway that, if left open, will let darkness enter your life. Disrespect chips away at your identity. Deception blinds your discernment. Manipulation drains your strength. Disloyalty weakens your trust. Loveless criticism steals your confidence. Abuse crushes your spirit. God does not want His children to live under the weight of these chains. He calls you to freedom, but freedom always requires courage. The courage to close the door on what harms you, even when it's hard, even when it costs you relationships, even when it leaves you standing alone for a season. And here is the beautiful truth. When you take a stand, when you refuse to tolerate what dishonors God's will for your life, you create space for Him to move. You create room for the right voices to speak into you, for the right people to walk beside you, for the right opportunities to open before you. The God who made you is the same God who will surround you with what nourishes your soul once you remove what poisons it. Let me take you even deeper, because if this message is going to reach your heart, you must see these 6 behaviors not only as social wrongs, but as spiritual invasions. Silent thieves that strip you of the joy, clarity, and strength that God Himself has given you. You see, every one of these behaviors is like a seed. And if you let it be planted in your life, it will grow roots. And once it takes root, it will not only affect your relationships, it will choke out your peace, your purpose, and your closeness with God. When you tolerate disrespect, it's not just about someone being rude. It is an attack on the order God has set for your life. God calls you to live with dignity. And dignity means you carry yourself with the understanding that you belong to Him. Disrespect is dangerous because it trains you to accept less than what God intended. You get used to being spoken over, ignored, or treated like your feelings do not matter. Slowly, without realizing it, you start adjusting yourself to fit into spaces that were never worthy of you in the first place. My friend, you cannot shine the light God gave you if you are constantly shrinking to fit the darkness others want you to stay in. There comes a moment when you have to say, I will not let the way others see me override the way God sees me. And when it comes to deception, the cost is even greater than hurt feelings. It is the loss of trust, and trust is sacred. When someone lies to you, they are showing you that they are willing to break one of the most precious bonds that exists between people. And if you overlook it, thinking it's just one lie, you open the door for more. Lies multiply. A single deception is like a crack in a wall. Leave it unattended, and soon the whole structure will crumble. God operates in truth, and truth builds strong foundations. Deception is the enemy's language, and it always works to destroy what God is building in you. So when you detect it, deal with it. Do not allow a liar to have the same access to your heart as someone who has proven their honesty. Manipulation is perhaps one of the most subtle yet damaging forces you can face. It doesn't always come from those you expect. Sometimes it comes from people you love deeply, family, friends, mentors. They know your values, your compassion, your sense of duty, and they use those very qualities against you. This is why you must anchor your decisions not in guilt, not in fear of disappointing people, but in what God says is right. If you live your life constantly bending under the weight of manipulation, you will one day find yourself so far off the path God intended that you no longer recognize where you are. God has given you a mind to think clearly, a spirit to discern, and a will to choose. Do not hand those gifts over to people who twist them for their own gain. Disloyalty is a wound that cuts deeper than most realize because it is betrayal wrapped in familiarity. The person you trusted with your secrets, the one you defended in their absence, becomes the one who turns their back on you when it's your turn to be defended. And here is the truth. It is better to know where someone truly stands, even if it hurts, than to live in the illusion of loyalty. God often reveals disloyalty not to break you, but to free you from misplaced trust. And when you release those who cannot be faithful, you make room for the ones God has prepared. People whose loyalty is not based on convenience, but on the same integrity and faithfulness that God Himself shows to you. Then there is loveless criticism, which is a slow poison. Words shape us from the time we are children. The words spoken over us build our understanding of who we are. When criticism comes without love, without the intention to help you grow, it tears down rather than builds up. You start doubting your abilities, your calling, even your worth. That is why you must weigh the words spoken into your life against what God says about you. If someone's words consistently push you into fear, shame, or self-hatred, they are not speaking from God's heart. God's correction may sting, but it always leads you toward hope, toward betterment, toward becoming the person He created you to be. Abuse in any form is the clearest sign that a relationship is out of alignment with God's will. Abuse is not love. Abuse is not patience. Abuse is violence against the soul. Whether it comes through hands, words, or the twisting of spiritual truths to control and dominate, the longer you tolerate abuse, the more it conditions you to see it as normal. But hear me. God never intended for harm to be your daily reality. He calls you to peace. He calls you to safety. And walking away from abuse is not abandoning your faithfulness. It is protecting the temple that God Himself made when He created you. These 6 behaviors are not just personal issues, they are spiritual threats. And the longer you allow them, the more they will drain the life God poured into you. But here's the hope. God has not left you powerless. He has given you discernment to see the truth, wisdom to set boundaries, and strength to walk away when necessary. And when you choose to stop tolerating what dishonors Him, you open the door for blessings that have been waiting for you all along. Some blessings are delayed not because God is unwilling to give them, but because you are still holding on to people and behaviors that cannot go where He is taking you. And I want you to know this. When you take that stand, not everyone will understand. Some will say you have changed. Some will accuse you of being unkind or unforgiving. But you must remember you are not living for their approval. You are living for God's approval. And if God delights in your choice to guard your peace, to protect your calling, and to honor the worth He has placed within you, then know this: you have chosen wisely. The road of rejecting such behaviors will not always be smooth. There will be nights of solitude. There will be times when you long for the comfort of what was familiar, even if that familiarity was toxic. Yet every step you take away from what wounds you is a step closer to the life God intended for you. A life marked by peace, by purpose, and by strength. And one day you will look back with gratitude, not only for those He brought into your life, but also for those He gave you the courage to release. When you decide to draw the boundary and refuse to permit such behaviors any longer, you are not being cruel. You are stepping into the authority God has entrusted to you over your own life. You are declaring, I will no longer allow what is impure to taint what God has purified. I will no longer let what is destructive erode the foundation God has built within me. This is not arrogance. This is faithful stewardship. Stewardship means taking care of what God has entrusted to you. And your heart, your mind, and your peace are part of that sacred trust. You must understand every relationship you have is either pulling you closer to God's light or dragging you further into darkness. There is no such thing as neutral ground when it comes to influence. Even the smallest tolerated behavior, if it goes against God's will, is like leaving a window open in the middle of a storm. It won't be long before the rain and wind come pouring in. That's why discernment is not optional. It's essential. And discernment doesn't just come from observing actions. It comes from being close to God. The more you align your heart with Him, the more clearly you will see who belongs in your life and who must be kept at a distance. Disrespect, if left unchecked, will reprogram the way you see yourself. You may begin as someone confident in God's love, but over time, constant belittling will convince you to question your worth. That is the enemy's strategy, to use people's words and actions to make you forget the identity God has given you. But you cannot allow someone else's brokenness to redefine your value. The day you stop accepting disrespect is the day you reclaim the truth that God's opinion of you is final, and His opinion is not swayed by the loudest voice in the room. It is set from the moment He breathed life into you. Deception works like a slow leak in a vessel. It might not seem dangerous at first, but over time, it will sink you. Lies have the power to cloud your judgment and make you question what you know in your spirit. This is why you must guard your inner circle with the utmost care. Not everyone who smiles at you is for you. Not everyone who praises you means it. God will often give you subtle warnings, a feeling, a moment of hesitation, a small detail that doesn't add up. Listen to those warnings. Ignoring them will cost you more in the long run than confronting the truth. Now, manipulation is one of the most calculated forms of control. It doesn't come from strength. It comes from weakness disguised as authority. Manipulators depend on you being too kind, too giving, too afraid to say enough. They operate through guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure. But God never designed relationships to be chains. True connection should be built on mutual respect, not forced compliance. When you set a boundary against manipulation, you are not being cold. You are refusing to surrender the freedom God intended for you to live in. Disloyalty is often revealed when you're at your lowest. It's easy for people to stand with you when you are strong. But when you're struggling, their true character emerges, and this is when God allows you to see their heart clearly. Do not be bitter when disloyalty is revealed. Be grateful. It is God showing you the truth so you can move forward with clarity. Sometimes the removal of a disloyal person from your life is the very thing that clears the way for the loyal God-sent relationships you have been praying for. Loveless criticism is like acid to the soul. It eats away slowly until you can no longer see the good in yourself. There is a difference between someone pointing out an area you can improve and someone constantly reminding you of your shortcomings without ever speaking hope over your life. God's voice is never without hope. Even when He corrects you, He does it to lift you, to guide you, to bring you closer to His purpose. But a critic without love is not guiding you. They are grinding you down. And the longer you listen to them, the harder it becomes to hear God's voice over theirs. Abuse in any form is the ultimate violation of the value God placed on you. Physical abuse breaks the body. Emotional abuse breaks the spirit. And spiritual abuse distorts the truth of God's word to control and trap you. Every form of abuse is a rebellion against God's design for how people should treat each other. If you are in an environment where abuse is present, know this: it will not change simply because you hope it will. Change begins when you remove yourself from the reach of the abuser and allow God to heal and restore you in a safe place. These 6 behaviors are not just problems to endure. They are alerts from God that something in your environment is not aligned with His will for your life. If you keep ignoring those alerts, you will remain stuck in cycles that drain you of strength, joy, and peace. But if you act on them, if you take the courage to set boundaries, to walk away, to speak up, then you will begin to see doors open that you never thought possible. God blesses obedience. And obedience sometimes looks like leaving behind the very things you once thought you could never live without. And when you finally step out, when you cut ties with what has been poisoning your life, do not fear the silence that follows. That silence is not emptiness. It is space. Space for God to fill with what is good. Space for peace to return. Space for the right people, the right opportunities, the right moments to enter. It may hurt now, but the pain is temporary. The freedom will last. And in that freedom, you will see that you were never truly alone. God was with you all along, waiting for you to trust Him enough to let go. My friends, when a heart is far from God, it is like a well without water, dry, cracked, and barren. Such a heart may appear beautiful on the outside, speaking words that sound smooth to the ear, but within it hides darkness, pride, and deceit. And if we are not careful, if we do not guard our souls, we may allow such a person to influence our spirit, weaken our faith, and drain our peace. God warns us in His book that the heart is the wellspring of life, and from it flows either purity or corruption. A person with an evil heart does not merely make a mistake, but they live in rebellion against the light. They do not seek truth, they twist it. They do not love righteousness, they resist it. They will smile in your presence, but plot in your absence. And it is not your imagination. This is the whisper of God guiding you to see beyond their mask. One of the most dangerous signs of an evil heart is that it thrives in deception. Such a person cannot survive in the presence of transparency because truth exposes them. They operate best in shadows, in secrecy and manipulation. But remember, God sees through every disguise, every lie, and every plan formed against the righteous. No plot is too hidden for Him to uncover, no scheme too clever for Him to dismantle. An evil heart will also feed on division. It will stir conflict where there is peace, sow mistrust where there is harmony. Why? Because unity threatens their control. But the one who walks with God will not be shaken by their schemes. For they know that peace is not found in pleasing people. It is found in aligning with the will of the Almighty. Beloved, there is something you must understand. When God exposes the evil in someone's heart, it is not to make you bitter. It is to make you wise. It is not to harden your heart. It is to strengthen it. God does not reveal the darkness in others so you can hate them. He reveals it so you can protect yourself, your calling, and your soul from their influence. Sometimes the most powerful act of faith is not confronting them. It is removing yourself from their reach. Silence can be more powerful than any argument. Because when you stop feeding their need for control, they lose their grip. This is not weakness. This is divine strategy. God Himself removes people from our lives when their presence would poison our future. And let me tell you, when you walk away from an evil heart, you are not losing something valuable. You are gaining the space for God to bring the right people into your life. You are freeing your mind from the confusion of manipulation, and you are allowing God to fill that space with peace, clarity, and purpose. But hear me well. An evil heart is not always in others. Sometimes God will show you pieces of your own heart that need cleansing, selfish motives, hidden pride, secret resentments. The most dangerous enemy is the one inside. That is why the prayer of the wise is always, "O God, purify my heart." Because only a pure heart can truly see and hear Him. So I say to you today, guard your heart above all else. Do not allow bitterness, envy, or lies to take root. Do not be deceived by appearances, for a person can dress in humility but walk in arrogance. Test every spirit, weigh every word, and measure every action by the standard of God's truth. And when you find yourself in the presence of someone with an evil heart, do not fear. God is your shield, your defender, your light in the darkness. No weapon formed against you shall succeed, because the one who holds your destiny is greater than the one who plots against it. My dear brothers and sisters, when the heart is pure, it becomes like a mirror reflecting the light of God's guidance. But when the heart is corrupt, it becomes like a stone that refuses to let water sink in. A person with an evil heart does not just commit wrong deeds. They carry an atmosphere of darkness around them. Their words wound, their actions mislead, and their intentions are soaked in pride, envy, and deceit. This is why God warns us, "Verily, in the body there is a piece of flesh. If it is sound, the whole body is sound. But if it is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt, and that is the heart." An evil heart thrives on secrets that destroy others. Such a person smiles in your presence, but sharpens their knife behind your back. They are quick to spread rumors, yet slow to admit their faults. They seek the weakness in others, not to help them, but to use it as a weapon. Beware of such souls, for they are like hidden snakes in the grass, silent until they strike. God, in His infinite wisdom, exposes them in time. For falsehood may rise like foam on the water, but the truth will always remain like the ocean beneath it. The one who walks with God fears no evil heart, for God's protection is like an invisible shield. You may hear the lies spoken about you. You may feel the sting of betrayal, but deep down you will also feel the unshakable calm that comes from knowing that God sees, God knows, and God will judge. This is why we must guard our own hearts with constant remembrance of God, so that no seed of arrogance or hatred can take root. For an evil heart cannot harm a believer whose faith is anchored deeply in God's promise. And remember, my brothers and sisters, God does not simply warn us about evil hearts so that we can avoid them. He warns us so we can make sure we never become one ourselves. Pride can creep in unnoticed. Bitterness can harden us quietly. Jealousy can grow in the shadows of our thoughts. That is why the believer constantly checks their heart, constantly purifies their soul, constantly seeks God's forgiveness before the disease spreads. An evil heart may gain temporary victories, but their end is always the same: disgrace in this world and regret in the next. For the justice of God is not delayed. It is perfectly timed. My dear brothers and sisters, when the storms of life rage around you, when the night feels endless and the weight upon your heart seems too heavy to bear, remember this: God is not distant. God is not silent. God is not ignoring you. Every moment you breathe, every tear that falls from your eyes, every sigh that escapes your chest, He sees, He hears, and He knows. The Almighty, whose wisdom spans the heavens and the earth, has written your life with precision. Not a single trial enters your path except by His knowledge and permission. And not a single hardship will remain except that it carries within it the seeds of a blessing you cannot yet see. You see, sometimes God allows the soil of your soul to be broken so that something greater can grow. He allows certain people to walk away not because you are unworthy, but because their chapter in your story is over. He closes one door not to punish you, but to shield you from a fire you cannot see. And when God shields you, it is not only from what harms your body, it is from what could corrupt your heart, destroy your faith, and distance you from Him. So do not be deceived when the path grows narrow. Do not be shaken when the world turns cold. The one who holds the keys to all doors has not abandoned you. He is preparing you. The delay is not denial, it is divine timing. What you think is the end is often the exact place where God begins something new. The same night that feels unbearable is the night that carries your dawn. And let me tell you, when God decides to lift you, no force in creation can keep you down. No jealousy, no scheme, no enemy, no injustice will stand against the will of the Almighty. You could be in the deepest pit, and He will raise you in ways that will silence every tongue that spoke against you. But you must trust Him in the unseen. Walk with Him when you do not understand and surrender your heart fully to His care. Do not measure God's love for you by how easy your life feels. Measure it by how many times He saved you from what you did not even know would harm you. Measure it by the strength He gave you when you thought you would break. Measure it by the peace He placed in your heart when the world around you was chaos. Hold on, for the help of God is near. And when it comes, it will not be small. It will not be partial. It will be perfect. Because everything from God is perfect. Understand this. When God calls a person, He does not call them into a life of comfort, but into a life of purpose. He strips away the false comforts of this world so that you will lean on Him alone. The tests you face are not signs of His absence. They are signs of His deep involvement in your life. Every hardship, every betrayal, every door that closes is part of His design to position you exactly where you need to be for the destiny He has written for you. Do not measure your worth by how people treat you, for people's hearts are fragile and flawed. Measure your worth by the value God has placed on you when He molded you in the secret of the womb. When He breathed His Spirit into you and when He decreed that your name would be written in His book before you ever took your first breath. You are not a product of chance. You are a deliberate creation of the Almighty, fashioned with intention and set apart for His work. The world will try to break you. It will whisper lies. It will present illusions, and it will paint temporary pleasures as permanent joy. But remember, every glittering temptation that lures you away from God is just dust in disguise. True peace is not found in what you possess. It is found in who possesses your heart. When God holds your heart, no storm can uproot you. No enemy can overpower you. And no darkness can suffocate the light that He has placed within you. Some of you here feel overlooked, forgotten by people you once served, ignored by those you once supported. But hear this. You are not forgotten by God. Every tear you shed is recorded by Him. Every sleepless night is seen by Him. Every prayer whispered under your breath is heard by Him. And the one who sees everything will answer you in His perfect timing. Not a moment too soon, not a second too late. So walk forward with courage. When the path ahead seems uncertain, trust that God has already walked it before you. When you feel weak, trust that He is your strength. When you are lost in the noise of the world, silence your heart and listen, because His guidance often comes as a whisper, gentle yet powerful, steering you away from danger and into His safety. And when you face your greatest trials, do not ask, "Why me, God?" Instead ask, "What are you preparing me for, God?" Because the higher the calling, the greater the preparation. You are not being destroyed. You are being refined. You are not being abandoned. You are being hidden for a season, so that when He brings you out, no one will doubt that it was His hand alone that raised you. Understand this truth. When God decides to elevate you, no force in the heavens or the earth can hold you down. People may plot, whispers may spread, and enemies may rise, but when the Almighty decrees your success, it becomes reality. His word is not like the word of man. It is eternal, unshakable, and irresistible. We often mistake the noise of the world for power, but the real power lies in the silence of God's command. You may not see it yet, but when He moves in your favor, events align, doors open, hearts soften, and opportunities appear as if from nowhere. The one who trusts fully in God walks with a shield the world cannot see. But here's the challenge. Faith without obedience is like a locked treasure chest. You can believe there's gold inside, but if you don't have the key, you will never touch it. The key is submission to God, doing what pleases Him, even when it costs you comfort, even when no one is watching, even when the path is lonely. Because obedience brings the light of His guidance into your life. Do not think the storms in your life are always signs of punishment. Sometimes God allows the winds to blow hard so He can clear away the false foundations you've been standing on. Sometimes He shakes your world not to destroy you, but to rebuild you on a stronger foundation. If He removes a person, a job, an opportunity, it is only because He has seen what you could not. And remember, the Almighty tests those He loves. He tests you not to break you, but to prepare you for the blessings that require stronger shoulders. A tree that grows in gentle weather develops shallow roots, but a tree that faces the storm digs its roots deep. So when the wind comes again, it will not fall. You too must let your trials drive your roots deeper into trust in God. The one who puts God first will never be last in His plan. And the one who fears God more than the opinion of people will walk with a freedom no chains can bind. So I tell you, stop living for the approval of men. Stop bending your back to please those who would not lift a finger for you in your time of need. Bend only before the one who holds your soul. Seek His smile, even if the whole world frowns. Because at the end of this life, when all the noise is gone, and you stand in the silence of eternity, it will not be the applause of people that saves you. It will be the mercy of God. And that mercy is reserved for the sincere, the humble, the steadfast, the ones who never traded His truth for the comfort of lies. Beloved, hear me well. In a world that is drowning in deceit, betrayal, and darkness, God has not left you defenseless. He has given you the wisdom to discern, the strength to resist, and the courage to stand firm. When you recognize the traits of an evil heart, you are not judging. You are protecting the sacred space God has given you. Evil will always try to appear as good. It will smile when it hates you. It will flatter when it envies you. And it will pretend to help while it schemes your downfall. But when you walk in the fear of God, no scheme of the enemy will stand. Do not let your heart grow cold because of the evil you have seen. Let your heart remain untainted, preserved by the truth of God's word, and rooted firmly in righteousness. The darker evil becomes, the brighter you must shine as a beacon, steady, unwavering, and unyielding. Your destiny is not controlled by the will of people. It rests securely in the hands of the Almighty. And when the Lord stands with you, no corrupt heart can break you. No lying tongue can label you, and no hidden scheme can ever overcome you. Stay alert, remain in prayer, stand strong. Discern the marks of a wicked heart, not so that fear rules you, but so that victory guides you. For the one who trusts in the Lord will never be disgraced, and the one who walks in obedience will always rise above the plots of the unrighteous. So lift your head, guard your soul, and never forget this truth. Evil may roar loudly, but God's voice resounds louder still, and His word will carry you safely through every storm, every betrayal, and every shadow into the radiant light of His protection. There comes a moment in life when the atmosphere shifts, When the burden you've carried for years suddenly feels lighter. When your spirit begins to sense that the season of waiting has finally arrived at its appointed hour. My friend, I declare to you today, prepare yourself for God's favor, for the waiting has come to an end. You have prayed in the darkness. You have wept in the silence. You have walked through valleys where no one else could walk with you. Yet the one who sees all has never taken his eyes off you. And he has decided that this is the moment to release his blessing over your life. For too long you have stood at the threshold, seeing the promise but unable to grasp it. For too long your prayers seem to echo back without reply. But God has been at work in the unseen, aligning circumstances, turning hearts, and moving mountains you never knew were there. Now the spiritual clock has struck its hour. You are not listening to this by coincidence. You are hearing it because the author of time himself wants you to know delay is no longer your story. The door that stayed shut is about to swing wide open. You may have felt overlooked, as though the blessings of life skip past your house. But hear me, God never forgets the faithful. Even when you thought nothing was happening, the ground beneath your feet was being prepared to hold the weight of what He is about to give you. Sometimes God holds back not because He doesn't want to bless you, but because He wants to strengthen you enough to carry the blessing without breaking. And now He has looked at you and found you ready. Think about this. Seeds don't sprout the moment they are planted. They must be buried in darkness, hidden under the soil, enduring the silent pressure of the earth. But under that soil, something is happening. Roots are growing. Life is forming. And when the appointed season arrives, the sprout bursts forth into the light. That is where you are right now. Your roots have been growing unseen, and God is about to bring you into a season where what He planted in you will be visible to all. You have endured storms that should have destroyed you, but they only drove your roots deeper. You have walked through fire that should have consumed you, but it only refined your character. And now, because you did not give up, you are about to taste the sweetness of answered prayer. God's favor is not just a gentle breeze. It is a mighty wind that can turn years of struggle into moments of victory. When He decides to favor you, no force in heaven or earth can block it. Some of you have been waiting for a long time, waiting for that breakthrough in your finances, that healing in your body, that peace in your mind, that restoration in your relationships. And maybe the enemy has whispered in your ear, telling you that it will never happen. But you must silence that voice with truth. God's timing is perfect. He is never early, never late. He arrives exactly when the moment will bring Him the greatest glory and you the greatest joy. The same God who split the sea for His people is the same God who can split open the barriers standing before you. The wait was not wasted. Every tear you shed was seen. Every silent prayer was heard. Every moment of endurance was recorded. The loneliness you felt was not abandonment. It was preparation. God wanted you to rely on Him alone so that when the blessing came, you would know exactly where it came from. And now the blessing will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. His favor will cover you like the sunrise covering the earth. Unstoppable, undeniable, and uncontainable. When God's favor comes, it changes everything. People who once ignored you will seek you out. Doors that stayed shut for years will open without you knocking. Opportunities will chase you down instead of you chasing them. And the very places where you were once rejected will become the places where you are celebrated. That is what happens when God declares the wait is over. You must prepare your heart to receive it. This is not the time to be passive. This is the time to expect, to believe, to speak words of faith over your life. If you are still carrying the mindset of the waiting season, you will miss the opportunities of the favor season. Lift your head, strengthen your spirit, and walk like someone who knows the King of all creation has set his gaze upon them, because he has. Some of you are going to see sudden change. Years of barrenness will turn into fruitfulness in a single season. Situations that have been stagnant will suddenly move. Or no, people who were against you will be moved out of the way. That is how quickly God can work when He decides the time has come. And when that moment arrives, you will not have to force it, manipulate it, or beg for it. It will happen naturally because favor is not earned by striving. It is given by God's sovereign choice. Do not be surprised if in this season God removes certain people from your life. His favor will not rest where there is corruption, jealousy, or hidden betrayal. He will clear the space so that the blessing He gives you will not be poisoned by those who do not have your best interest at heart. Trust Him when He subtracts just as much as when He adds. Because sometimes the preparation for favor involves God protecting it from wrong hands. And know this, favor is not just for your comfort. It is for His purpose. When He blesses you, it is so you can bless others. When He lifts you up, it is so you can shine light on His goodness. The more you keep your heart focused on using His favor to honor Him, the more He will pour into your life. This is not the time to shrink back in false humility. It is the time to step forward boldly and declare, God has done this, and I will use it for His glory. The season of waiting has refined you, and the season of favor will define you. God is about to write a chapter in your life that will make sense of all the ones that came before it. Every detour, every delay, every disappointment will suddenly reveal its purpose. And when you look back, you will realize that the waiting was not punishment. It was positioning. Get ready. Prepare your spirit. Clear the clutter from your life. Make room for the blessing you have been praying for, because it will not trickle in slowly. It will come in waves. When God moves, He does not just give enough, He gives more than enough. Your cup will overflow. Your heart will overflow. Your life will overflow. And the world will see what happens when someone refuses to let go of faith. Even in the longest night, there is a stirring in the unseen realm right now. The winds of change are not a whisper. They are a roar. Something is shifting on your behalf. And though you may not see it with your eyes yet, your spirit can already feel the tremors. When God decides that your time has come, He will orchestrate events so perfectly that no one will be able to take credit for it. But Him, the same God who sets the boundaries of the oceans and commands the stars in the sky, is the one who is now commanding the circumstances of your life to align for your good. This is not just a change of season, it is a change of position. Where you once stood as the overlooked, God will place you in a position of influence. Where you once fought just to survive, He will cause you to flourish. You will not just step into the blessing, you will inherit it. And when God gives, He gives in a way that leaves no doubt. His blessings come wrapped in peace, overflowing with provision and anchored in purpose. You must understand, when God's favor locates you, it will not matter who tried to stop you, who doubted you, or who counted you out. Their opinions will be powerless in the face of His decision. God is not limited by the approval of people. He does not ask permission from those who oppose you before He blesses you. He moves as He wills, and when He declares that the waiting has ended, the doors will open whether the world is ready for it or not. Some of you have been walking through a season where every step felt uphill. You pushed through weariness, fought through discouragement, and held on to faith when everything in you wanted to let go. You may have wondered why the process took so long, but God uses waiting to forge warriors. A blessing given too soon can crush a person unprepared to hold it. But you are not who you were when you first began the wait. You are stronger, wiser, more discerning, and more anchored in your faith than you have ever been. That is why you are now ready. There is something about divine timing that makes the breakthrough so much sweeter. When the blessing comes after a long wait, gratitude flows from a deeper place. The nights of crying out to God, the days of questioning if He heard you, those moments are not forgotten. They are seed sound in faith. And God is faithful to bring forth the harvest. You are about to step into a harvest season that will redeem every barren year you endured. And I tell you this, God's favor is not always predictable. It does not always come in the way you expect. Sometimes it arrives through a closed door that forces you into a better one. Sometimes it comes disguised as a setback that turns out to be a setup. And sometimes it comes so suddenly that it leaves you breathless, unable to do anything but fall to your knees in awe of His goodness. However it comes, you will know it is from Him because it will carry His signature. Peace, abundance, and undeniable purpose. Be watchful in this season. The opportunities God is sending may not look like what you imagined, but they will carry the weight of destiny. The connections He is arranging may seem ordinary at first, but they will open extraordinary doors. The ideas He plants in your mind will be divinely inspired and carry the power to shift your future. Favor is not just an open door. It is the wisdom to recognize which door is yours and the courage to walk through it. Do not allow fear to rob you in this moment. Fear will tell you that you are not ready, that you will fail, that this is too good to be true. But God has not brought you this far to abandon you now. The same hand that sustained you in the valley will guide you on the mountaintop. The same strength that kept you standing in your weakest moments will carry you when the blessings begin to pour. And make no mistake, when God's favor rests on you, it will attract both support and opposition. Not everyone will celebrate your breakthrough. Some will question it, others will envy it, and a few will even try to sabotage it. But take comfort in knowing this. No weapon formed against you will prosper when God has declared His blessing over your life. His favor is a shield that cannot be pierced by the schemes of the enemy. This is also the moment to remember that favor is not the end. It is the beginning of a greater responsibility. God's blessings are meant to flow through you, not just to you. The abundance He is releasing over your life is meant to impact others, to heal the broken, to lift the weary, and to shine light into places still covered in darkness. The more you align your blessings with His purposes, the more He will trust you with. So lift your head and open your hands. The season of hiding is over. The season of struggle is passing. The season of divine recognition has arrived. God has called your name. And when He calls, nothing in heaven or earth can keep you in the shadows. The wait is over. Not because you forced it, not because you earned it, but because God, in His perfect wisdom, has declared that the time is now. You will see His hand in unexpected places. You will feel His presence in every decision. You will watch as paths that were once blocked become clear. You will notice that the burdens you carried begin to lift, replaced by a lightness that only comes when the Almighty is carrying the weight for you. This is the reality of God's favor. It does not just change your circumstances, it changes you. And as you step into this new chapter, walk boldly. Do not tiptoe into what God has prepared for you, Claim it with the confidence of one who knows that the Creator of all things has paved the way. Speak life over your steps. Speak abundance over your home. Speak peace over your mind. For God is not just giving you favor for a day. He is setting you on a path where favor will follow you for the rest of your life. There are moments in life when everything you have endured begins to make sense, not in fragments, but as one clear picture. You realize the nights of loneliness, the unanswered questions, the battles no one saw were all part of a divine blueprint. God never wastes your pain, and He never wastes your waiting. The delays you thought were denials were actually protection. The closed doors you thought were rejection were actually redirection. And now you are standing on the edge of a moment when those years will no longer define you. His favor will. God's favor is not just about giving you something you want. It is about positioning you for something greater than you imagined. Favor is the hand of God guiding you into rooms you didn't even know existed. Placing your name in conversations you were never present for and arranging outcomes you couldn't have orchestrated even with all your strength. When God decides to release it, there is no force on earth that can keep it from reaching you. Do not mistake this as an ordinary moment. This is a divine shift. God is not just changing your circumstances. He is elevating your position, expanding your influence, and planting your feet on higher ground. What you are about to walk into is not a coincidence. It is the fulfillment of promises He whispered to you when no one else was listening. And let me tell you, when God moves, He does so suddenly. Years of preparation can be followed by moments of acceleration. What you thought would take decades will happen in months. The blessings you thought would trickle and will pour out like a flood. This is why you must be ready. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. The favor of God does not wait for you to feel ready. It comes when He says the time is right and you must step into it by faith. Some of you have been praying for change, but deep down you still carry the mindset of your wilderness. You are so used to fighting to survive that you have forgotten how to receive. God's favor requires an open heart and an open hand. It demands that you let go of the bitterness from the last season and make space for the blessing of the next. You cannot walk into the promised place still dressed in the clothes of disappointment. And understand this favor is not always loud. Sometimes it is the quiet turning of a heart in your favor. Sometimes it is the invisible shift in a system that suddenly works for you instead of against you. Sometimes it is the unseen protection that keeps you from walking into a trap you didn't even know was there. You might not see the fingerprints of God immediately, but when you look back, you will see them all over the story of your life. But favor also has weight. When God lifts you up, the responsibility grows with the blessing. This is why He trained you in the dark, why He tested your character when no one was watching, why He refined your motives through hardship. Because the higher the favor, the greater the need for humility, discipline, and discernment. This is not a season for pride. It is a season for stewardship. I must also tell you this: God's favor will draw the eyes of many. Some will celebrate you with pure hearts, and others will watch you with envy. Do not waste time defending yourself against those who question your blessing. You are not obligated to explain what God is doing in your life. Let the results speak for themselves. The same God who is blessing you will also protect you from those who would try to tear it down. This is also the season to release fear of losing what you are about to gain. The God who gives is also the God who sustains. You do not have to hold on with trembling hands, afraid it will slip away. Favor is not fragile. It is anchored in the eternal will of God. What He has appointed for you cannot be taken by anyone else. And what He has placed in your hands will not vanish unless He chooses to exchange it for something greater. In this moment, I want you to recognize that your waiting has built a testimony. Your journey is a living witness that God sees, God hears, and God delivers. And when He places His favor upon you, it will not just bless you, it will inspire faith in others. People will look at your life and say, if God could do it for them, He can do it for me. That is the power of favor. It spreads hope beyond the one who carries it. So, lift your head high. Walk into the days ahead with a steady step and a fearless heart. This is not the end of your story. It is the chapter where everything changes. The wait is over. Not because of luck, not because of chance, but because the sovereign God of all creation has spoken over your life. And His word does not return empty. What He has begun in you, He will bring to completion. And His favor will not be a fleeting moment. It will be the mark of this new season. When God releases His favor, He does not measure it in small amounts. He does not bless you with just enough to get by. He blesses you in a way that shatters limitations and pours into every part of your life. This is the reason for the process you have endured. God has been widening your capacity, stretching your faith, and anchoring your roots so that when His favor rests upon you, you will not crumble beneath its weight. You are about to carry more than you ever imagined, not by your own strength, but by the power of the one who walks with you. The season ahead will demand that you see yourself in a new light. You cannot continue speaking words of defeat when God has already declared victory over your life. You cannot go on expecting little when He has prepared the extraordinary. Many miss the fullness of His blessing because they come with a mindset still chained to past struggles. But hear me, you are not the same person who entered the waiting season. You have been transformed, and this transformation has qualified you for what is coming. Do not think of favor as simply material provision or earthly success. The highest form of favor is alignment with God's will. When your steps are ordered so perfectly that even the things that seem to go wrong end up serving your good. It is when peace becomes your anchor, even in the middle of change. It is when wisdom flows into your decisions, when clarity replaces confusion, and when the weight of worry lifts because you know the Almighty is handling what you cannot. You will notice as His favor begins to unfold that the pace of your life will change. Things that took years to move will suddenly gain momentum. Conversations will open. Opportunities you did not even ask for. Paths will straighten before your feet, and people will appear in your journey whose presence will be a direct answer to prayers you thought were forgotten. This is not chance. It is the orchestration of the one who sees the end from the beginning. And I tell you this, when God decides it is your time, there is no voice that can overrule Him. People can argue, systems can resist, and circumstances can seem impossible. But His word cuts through every barrier. That is why you must not be discouraged when the enemy tries to create last-minute chaos before your breakthrough. Often the greatest turbulence happens right before the plane lands. The opposition you feel now is not a sign of delay. It is a sign that you are close. Some of you have been living in a state of quiet endurance, doing what you can with what you have, believing in your heart, but feeling invisible in the eyes of others. But God has been watching. He has seen you choose integrity over shortcuts, faith over fear, and perseverance over surrender. And because of that, the reward that is coming is not random. It is tailored for you. It will fit your life so perfectly that you will know without a shadow of doubt that it was designed by His hand alone. When the Almighty chooses to honor your faith, the transformation can be so sudden that even those who doubted you will have no choice but to acknowledge it. This is why humility is essential in this next season. Do not allow the blessing to make you forget the giver. Remember the nights when you prayed with nothing in your hands but faith in your heart. And remember the valleys that taught you how to depend on God's strength. These memories will keep you grounded when the heights of His favor lift you above what you once thought possible. And here is a truth you must hold on to. Favor is not fragile, but it must be protected. Guard your heart from pride. Guard your mind from fear. And guard your environment from voices that would diminish your faith. Not everyone can handle what God is about to do in your life, and that is why He will draw some people closer and remove others. Do not mourn those He moves away. They are being repositioned for reasons you may not understand yet. This is also a season to act with boldness. God's favor is not meant to make you complacent. It is meant to propel you into greater works, higher purposes, and deeper obedience. The doors He opens will require courage to walk through. The opportunities He sends will require faith to embrace. And the influence He grants will require wisdom to use. Every blessing carries a responsibility, and the more you steward it well, the more He will trust you with. So walk with your spirit awake, your eyes open, and your heart ready. You are stepping into a time when the smallest acts of faith can yield extraordinary results. When the seeds you plant will grow faster than you expect. And when every step you take will echo with the assurance that you are walking under an open heaven of favor. This is your time, not because of what you have done, but because the one who holds all power has chosen to release it to you. And when it happens, do not hesitate. Do not doubt. Do not stand on the edge wondering if you deserve it. Move forward with confidence, knowing that the same God who brought you to this point will carry you through what lies ahead. The wait is over, and the future you prayed for is no longer a distant hope. It is standing before you, waiting for you to claim it. When God chooses to release His favor, it is not a subtle whisper. It is a divine announcement to the heavens and the earth that your appointed time has come. You will begin to notice signs that something in your life has shifted. People will speak your name in rooms you have never entered. Opportunities will find you in ways you could never have engineered. Circumstances that once resisted you will start cooperating with you, not because the world suddenly changed, but because God commanded them to. His word carries authority that nothing in creation can resist. You see, God's favor is not bound by the systems of this world. It does not need the approval of those who sit in positions of power. It bypasses human limitations, leaps over barriers, and establishes you where others said you could never stand. And when it comes, it will not be temporary. It will be sustained by the same hand that brought it to you. This is why you can walk into this next season with unshakable confidence. You are not leaning on your own strength. You are standing on the word and will of the Almighty. But I must tell you, God's favor rarely comes to those who sit idle. It comes to those who have been faithful in the hidden places. It comes to those who have obeyed when no one was watching, who have served without applause, who have sown in tears, believing they would one day reap in joy. God watches the posture of the heart, and He rewards those whose trust remains in Him, even when the evidence of change is nowhere in sight. And here is the beauty of His timing. God will not just meet your need, He will exceed it. He will answer in ways that cover not only what you prayed for, but also what you didn't even know to ask. The season you are stepping into will be marked by more than enough blessings, where your cup overflows to the point that you cannot contain it all. This is why you must be prepared to be a vessel, not a reservoir. Let the blessings flow through you so that they can multiply in the lives of others. The more you release, the more He will trust you with. Some of you are about to see a complete reversal in areas that have long been a source of pain. Relationships that have been fractured will find healing. Closed doors will swing wide. Finances that have been strained will experience unexpected provision. And the situations that seem like permanent losses will reveal themselves as divine setups for something better. This is the nature of God's favor. It transforms not only the present but the memory of the past. What once brought you sorrow will become a testimony that inspires hope in others. Be ready also for acceleration. God is not bound by the slow pace of human timelines. He can compress what should have taken years into moments. He can restore what was lost in the blink of an eye. And when His favor rests on you, the pace of your life will quicken, not in chaos, but in divine order. The things you have been waiting for will come to you in rapid succession, like waves hitting the shore one after another. You will barely finish praising Him for one blessing before another arrives. But in this season, you must guard your spirit with vigilance. Favor attracts attention, both good and bad. Some will rejoice with you, but others will envy you. Some will be inspired by your story, but others will seek to diminish it. Do not let the voices of doubt or jealousy distract you from the purpose of your blessing. Remember, God did not give you favor to prove anything to people. He gave it to position you for His plans. Keep your focus on Him, and no amount of criticism or resistance will be able to shake you. And here is another truth. Favor is not only about receiving, it is about becoming. God's blessing will not just change what you have, it will change who you are. It will deepen your gratitude, sharpen your discernment, and enlarge your compassion. You will see the world differently because you will have walked through the valley and stood on the mountain. You will understand that both were necessary to shape the person you are today. And from that place, you will carry yourself with the quiet strength of one who knows they are upheld by God alone. So step forward with courage. Speak words of faith over your life. Expect the best, not because you are entitled, but because God is faithful. The wait is over, and the chapter ahead is already written in your favor. Every detail has been considered, every obstacle has been accounted for, and every blessing has been timed perfectly. You are not stepping into uncertainty. You are stepping into a promise that has been prepared for you since the beginning. And when you look back, you will say, every step, every tear, every trial was worth it for this moment. When God is leading you, even the storms that rise against you will become stepping stones beneath your feet. The winds that were meant to knock you down will carry you forward because nothing can stand against the decree of the Almighty. God does not just give you the destination. He walks with you through the valleys, over the mountains, and across the deserts, ensuring that every trial is woven into your testimony. You may not understand the path, but the one who created it understands the reason. And when you trust Him completely, your heart will be unshaken no matter how dark the night becomes. There will be moments when the silence of God feels heavier than the noise of your troubles. But understand this, His silence is not His absence. When God is silent, He is watching, He is measuring, He is strengthening, and He is preparing the perfect moment to lift you higher. Sometimes God hides you so that the enemy cannot find you. He places you in the shadow of His hand, allowing you to grow in secret until the time of your unveiling. Do not mistake the delay for denial. God's timing is always flawless. When God decides to bless you, He does not need the approval of anyone. No human hand can open or close the doors that God Himself controls. You may have been rejected by people, but rejection from them is often protection from God. Many times, the no you hear from the world is the yes that will come from the heavens. Trust that what God has kept from you was never meant to destroy you, but to redirect you to something greater. God sees the betrayals you endured, the lies spoken against you, and the tears you cried in private. He is not blind to the injustice you faced, but the beauty of God's justice is this: He repays in a way that not only restores, but multiplies. While people seek to break you, God uses their very actions as the tools to build you. Every stone they throw becomes part of the foundation for the blessing He is preparing. And when God decides to elevate you, no force in the heavens or on earth can pull you down. Your enemies may gather, but they will stumble. They may speak, but their words will dissolve into the wind. Because when the Almighty covers you, you become untouchable, not by your own strength, but by the shield of His divine decree. That is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the quiet assurance that the one who holds the universe also holds your life. When fear tries to whisper that you will not make it, remind yourself God has already written my story, and the ending is victory. When doubt tries to cloud your vision, lift your head and say, the one who split the seas, who raises the sun each morning, who commands the stars at night, is the one guiding my steps. Because when God is in control, you are not just surviving. You are destined to thrive. The struggles may be real, but His power is greater. The road may be narrow, but His guidance is precise. The battle may be fierce, but His hand is mighty. Trust Him. Follow Him, and you will see that His plan for you was never to harm you, but to lift you beyond what you thought possible. When God decides to move in your life, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand against it. The mountains that looked immovable will tremble at His command. The seas that seemed impossible to cross will split open when He speaks. You must understand God is not limited by the obstacles you see. He is not hindered by the timelines of men. He is not restricted by what people think is possible. When God says it is, and nothing in creation can undo His decree. Sometimes God will allow you to walk through seasons that test every part of you, not to destroy you, but to prove you, purify you, and prepare you. You may wonder why the road has been so long, why the trials have been so deep, why the delays have been so painful. But hear this: God is shaping something in you that could not be formed in comfort. Diamonds are not made in gentle breezes. They are forged under pressure. Gold is not purified in cold streams. It is refined in fire. And God will use the fire of your trials to bring out the purest version of you, the version that can carry the weight of the blessings He is about to release. Do not be deceived by the silence of God. His silence is not His absence. His delay is not His denial. Many times when you think nothing is happening, God is orchestrating the greatest turning point of your life behind the scenes. The doors that have been shut in your face are only setting the stage for the door that He will open. A door so great that you will understand why every other one had to remain closed. When God lifts a person, no human hand can pull them down. And when God withholds something, no amount of striving can force it into your life. This is why the wise stop fighting for what is not from Him and instead wait for His perfect will. For what God gives, He sustains. What He builds, He establishes. What He blesses, no curse can destroy. So guard your heart in this season. Do not let fear dictate your actions. Do not let bitterness take root because of delays. Keep your trust anchored in God alone. Speak His promises back to Him. Remind your soul of His power and walk as if the breakthrough has already been written, because it has. When God moves, the chains you thought were permanent will break suddenly. The people who look down on you will watch as He elevates you. The situations that seemed impossible will shift in a moment, and you will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was the hand of God and God alone that did it. My beloved, when the weight of life presses heavily upon you, when the storms rise and the winds howl, there is one truth you must never forget. God is still in control. Your situation does not define the power of God. Your pain does not limit the plan of God. And your enemies do not hold the keys to your destiny. God alone is the owner of the heavens and the earth. He has written your story before you were even placed in your mother's womb. And nothing in this world can erase the words He has spoken over your life. Do not measure God's greatness by the size of your trial. God is not intimidated by the obstacles before you. What you see as a dead end, He sees as a doorway. What you call impossible, He calls already done. Many times we are tempted to think, I am forgotten, my prayers are not heard. But the truth is, every tear you have shed has been counted. Every sigh of your heart has been recorded. And every moment you felt alone, God was closer than your own breath. God allows the darkness not to destroy you, but to teach you that the light you carry inside is far greater than any shadow outside. The valley you walk through is not the end of your journey. It is the training ground where God shapes your faith, strengthens your patience, and builds your resilience. If you only receive blessings without trials, you would never know the depth of His mercy or the greatness of His power to rescue. Some of you right now are in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have worked, you have knocked on doors, but nothing seems to move. Understand this: delay is not denial. God's silence is not His absence. Sometimes He withholds what you think you need because He knows it will harm you. Sometimes He delays what you are asking for because He wants to give you something far greater than you imagine. And when God moves, He moves in a way that leaves no doubt that it was Him. He will open doors no one can shut. He will send help from places you did not expect. He will cause people to bless you who once ignored you. He will turn situations around so quickly that you will stand in awe and say, "This is the work of God alone." But you must be ready. God does not place His treasures in careless hands. He does not pour His blessings into hearts that are filled with arrogance or ingratitude. If you want God to trust you with more, you must prove faithful with the little. If you want Him to lift you higher, you must bow lower in humility before Him. The higher God takes you, the more deeply your roots must be planted in obedience, patience, and gratitude. And hear me, your enemies, no matter how loud, cannot stop the will of God. Their words may try to wound you. Their actions may try to block you, but they cannot override what God has decreed. When God says, "Be," it will be. When He commands the seas to part, they will part. When He orders the storm to be still, it will fall silent. So do not fear what man can do. Fear only losing your connection to God. Fear only turning your heart away from the one who holds your soul. For as long as you keep Him at the center, no force on earth or in the unseen can break you. Beloved, as we close this message, remember this: nothing in your life is hidden from the sight of God. Every tear you have shed, every silent cry in the dark, every injustice you have endured has been recorded by the one who never sleeps. He is not absent. He is not indifferent. His timing is perfect, and His wisdom is unsearchable. The trials you face today are not the end of your story. They are the training ground for the destiny He has prepared for you. What may seem like a delay is actually divine preparation. When the Lord chooses to move, nothing in the heavens, on the earth, or beneath it can resist what He has declared. When He unlocks a door, no hand can close it. When He raises you up, no power can drag you down. Do not let fear settle in your soul. Do not let the quiet voice of doubt drown out the call to trust. Hold fast to His promises. Walk in the way He has lit before you. Keep your heart clean in His sight. For God is your defender, your provider, your shield, and your guide. Even in the fiercest storm, He is at the helm, steering you towards safety. So rise with boldness, stand firm in faith, walk with confidence, and know that the Creator of heaven and earth is the very one who carries you in His hand. He will not forsake you, and He will not fail you. Your story is destined for victory, not through your own might, but through His unfailing strength. And when the breakthrough arrives, when the heaviness is lifted, when the light finally breaks through the clouds, you will look back and declare, "Surely God was with me every step of the way."
When God shuts a door, it's because He's unlocking something far greater. And the moment your soul embraces that truth, your life begins to align with divine purpose. Too often, we waste precious hours fixated on doors that will never open again, pounding on opportunities that no longer belong to us, weeping over friendships that have run their course, pleading for jobs that were never meant to last, and grieving seasons that God Himself has already brought to a close. But what if I told you today, what if I could declare it straight into your spirit, that when God closes a door, it is never punishment, it is preparation. It is not rejection, it is redirection. It is not the end, it is the beginning of something far greater, far more radiant, and far more aligned with your destiny than you have ever dreamed. Right now, some of you are facing a closed door, feeling broken, confused, and questioning why it had to shut. Maybe it was a relationship you thought would last forever, a career you poured your heart into, or a dream you carried for years, only to watch it vanish like smoke. And there you stand, hands trembling on the handle, whispering, "Why, God? Why would you close this?" But hear me now. If God allowed it to close, then it was no longer necessary for the next chapter of your life. If God sealed it shut, then what's behind it is not a blessing. It's a burden you've been spared from. Let that truth your soul. What you thought was loss, God calls mercy. What you call heartbreak, God calls protection. And what you call the end, God calls the beginning. You must understand that God never shuts a door out of cruelty. God doesn't slam a door in your face to see you suffer. When God closes a door, He does it with perfect wisdom and perfect timing. He does it because He sees what you cannot see. He knows the traps ahead. He sees the betrayals that haven't yet been revealed, He knows the motives of the people you trust. He knows what's real and what's fake, what's divine and what's destructive. So He closes the door not to hurt you, but to help you, not to punish you, but to promote you, not to silence you, but to protect your purpose. Let that truth thunder in your bones. God is not the author of confusion. He is the master of clarity. #Meta. If the door closed, it's because it no longer leads to where God is taking you. And here, this deep in your soul, God doesn't just close doors. He orchestrates them. He doesn't just allow exits, He designs them. God isn't waiting on you to understand the reason. He's waiting on you to trust His decision. Faith isn't about having answers. Faith is about walking with God even when the answers aren't clear. Faith is clinging to the promise when the plan makes no sense. Faith is believing that God's way is better even when it costs you comfort, even when it costs you familiarity, even when it costs you the very thing you thought you couldn't live without. Some of the greatest blessings you'll ever receive will first come disguised as disappointment. But what looks like disappointment in the natural is often deliverance in the spiritual. Faith, the people who left you. #Meta, deliverance. #Meta, the job that let you go. #Meta, deliverance. #Meta, the opportunity that slipped through your fingers. #Meta, deliverance. #Meta, why? Because if it were meant for you, God would have sustained it. If it were divine, God would have made a way. But when something is removed from your life, you must believe with every fiber of your being that God is making room for something greater. Deliverance. God never subtracts without preparing to multiply. He never removes without preparing to replace. And what He brings next will always exceed what was lost. Stop in front of doors that God has locked. Stop weeping in the hallway of the past. Stop begging for access where God has revoked permission. Your destiny is not behind you. It's in front of you. Sex 0.6. And until you let go of what God has shut, you cannot embrace what He is about to open. Sex 0.6. You cannot grab hold of the new thing if your hands are still clinging to the old. God is doing something new, something fresh, something unexpected. But the old must go first. The comfort must be shaken. The idols must be broken. The attachments must be released. Why? Because if you keep dragging the old into the new, you'll contaminate what God is trying to purify. Now hear this. It's not just about doors that close in the physical. Sometimes God closes doors in your mind, doors in your emotions, doors in your spirit, doors that kept you tied to fear, bitterness, shame, and regret. God will close the door to anxiety. He will close the door to guilt. He will shut down the voices of doubt. He will silence the noise of your past. And when He does, it's not so you suffer in silence. It's so you learn how to walk in strength. God wants you to move in confidence. He wants you to rise with courage. He wants you to understand that when you are His, nothing, absolutely nothing can stand against the power of His plan. Some of you have been praying, God, open the door, #Meta, and He's been saying, no, my child, I had to close it because what's on the other side would have broken you. It would have distracted you. It would have stolen your peace, delayed your purpose, and drained your anointing. You think it was good, but God knew it was toxic. You thought it was your future, but God knew it was a trap, so He shut it. And now you sit there wondering why. But what if I told you this door that slammed shut in your life was the very proof that God is still guiding you, that His hand is still on your journey, that you are still under His divine protection? So don't resent the door that closed. You thank God for it. Sex 0.6. Praise Him for the ones He didn't let you walk through. Worship Him for the things He withheld. Glorify Him for the prayers He didn't answer. Glorify Him because if you could see what He saved you from, you'd fall to your knees in gratitude. You'd cry out not for what you lost, but for the love that wouldn't let you settle. God loves you too much to let you stay where He's not. He cares too much to leave you in places that are beneath your calling. So He shuts doors not to destroy your hope, but to direct it. God doesn't operate in confusion. When He closes something, He has already prepared something better, but it will require your faith. It will require your surrender. It will require you to trust the unseen more than the seen, to believe in His whispers more than in your own fears, and to wait with bold expectation, not desperation. Don't treat God like He's late. Don't treat Him like He forgot you. God has never been late a day in His existence. When He moves with perfect precision. What seems like delay is often preparation. What seems like silence is often strategy. And what seems like absence is actually the greatest act of presence, because He's working behind the scenes in the places your eyes cannot see. Let this truth thunder in your heart. If you are walking with God, no closed door can stop what He has ordained. No rejection can block what He has assigned. No betrayal can cancel what He has spoken, and no setback can override His promise. The enemy may try to convince you that the closed door is the end, but God says, I am the one who holds the keys. He opens doors no man can shut, and shuts doors no man can open. That's the kind of power God walks in. That's the kind of authority He holds, and that's the kind of assurance you must carry in your spirit. Sex 0.6. Now I'm speaking to someone who feels forgotten, someone who feels like life has passed you by. Sex 0.6. You've watched others receive their blessing while your door stayed locked. You've watched others get promoted while you remain stuck. And your heart is tempted to believe that God has skipped over you. But I came to tell you, your door is not forgotten. Your season is not denied. God hasn't closed the door because He hates you. He's closed it because He's preserving you. He's building something bigger. He's designing something deeper. And when He finally opens that door, it will make sense why all the others had to be shut. You'll look back and praise Him, not for what opened, but for what didn't. God's doors are not about speed, they're about purpose. Some doors are slow to open because the foundation isn't ready. God isn't trying to delay you, He's trying to develop you. He's not denying your destiny, He's strengthening your spirit. That's why. He's forging your character, refining your desires, and testing your faith. He doesn't want you to walk through it weak. He wants you to walk through it bold. He wants you to step into it prepared. He wants you to possess the blessing, not be destroyed by it. And that kind of readiness requires closed doors, silent seasons, and lonely nights. So don't be afraid of the shut door. It is not your enemy. It is your teacher. It is your signal that God is shifting things in your life. It is your proof that He's preparing a new way. Church, in it today, that God doesn't plead that cause it we approaches to reopen, but they're bliggest. You'd stop crying over what you lost. Meta, because what God is about to do in your life will not require the approval of the people who left you. Meta, it will not depend on the resources you used to have. Meta, it will not rely on the identity you once clung to. Meta. When God opens the next door, it will come with power, clarity, and peace. But here's the key. You don't miss the new door because you're staring at the old one. Don't miss the blessing ahead because your heart is still chained to what's behind. The past has nothing new to say. The closed door has served its purpose. The chapter has ended, and now God is turning the page. Will you trust Him to write the next one? The chapter has stopped trying to pry open doors that no longer belong to you. Will you stop pleading for things God has removed and start praising Him for the new thing He's doing? Because God is not done. You are still open. The door may be closed, but the story is not over. The hallway may be long, but the promise still stands. And the silence may be loud, but God is still speaking. He is still moving. He is still in control. And what He has planned for you is not small. It is not average. It is not mediocre. It is greater, so much greater. Let door that closed, let go of, and make room for the one that's about to open. Because when God opens it, no force in hell, no lie from the enemy, and no failure in your past can stop you from walking into it. And when you do, you'll understand why the last door had to shut. Because this one is the one that leads you straight into the fullness of God's purpose for your life. And I say to you now, lift your head, because your journey is not over just because one door has closed. Sex, do not tie your worth to an open path or a locked opportunity. Your identity does not come from what left, but from the one who never leaves. The door be closed, yes, but the presence of God is still open to you. And when you walk with God, you're never stranded, never abandoned, never forsaken. God does not desert His people in the wilderness. He delivers them through it. He doesn't leave them at dead ends. He parts seas. He doesn't stop at obstacles. He transforms them into testimonies, or people who understand the whole plan. God is looking for people who will trust Him even when the path is dark and the road is silent. You may not know what's next, but God does. You may not understand why things had to fall apart, but God knows what He's building in its place. The closed door you mourn today may be the very thing that saves your destiny tomorrow. And sometimes it's not just one door that shuts. It feels like all of them slam at once. The phone stops ringing. The phone stops, opportunities dry up. The support disappears. But let me tell you something. The phone stops when every earthly door closes. It's often because God is redirecting your gaze upward. He's teaching you not to lean on people, not to lean on systems, not to lean on your own strength, but to lean fully, wholly, and desperately on Him. There is a sacred power in surrender. There is a divine authority that flows into your life the moment you stop fighting for what God has already ended. When you release your grip on what you thought you needed, God places in your hands what you were truly made for. That's where the breakthrough comes. Not in striving, but in trusting. Not in chasing, but in submitting. Not in forcing doors open, but in waiting patiently for the one God will unlock with His own hand. Let me speak directly to the aching heart. God has not forgotten you. That door closed, yes, but not to punish you. It closed to protect your future. It closed because your value exceeds the thing you lost. It closed because your calling is higher than what you were settling for. You are about to compromise your soul for something smaller than your purpose. And God in His love said, no, not this, not now. And sometimes God's no is louder proof of His presence than His yes, because anyone can bless what is easy, but only a loving God dares to block what looks good but leads to ruin. And don't miss this. Every door God closes prepares you to handle the one He's about to open. Example, closed doors produce maturity. #Meta. They teach you patience. They force your faith to stretch beyond emotion and into conviction. They teach you that blessings are not always things you receive, but also things God removes. And when God removes something, it is always with the intention to replace it with something holier, higher, and more rooted in His will. They will say, God is not trying to break you. He's trying to build you. He's forming your character. He's strengthening your inner resolve, because when the right door opens, it will demand more from you than the last one ever did. So don't curse the silence. Don't despise the waiting room. This season of your life where nothing seems to be moving. One pause. That's where God is doing the deepest work. That's where He refines your motives. That's where He tests your foundation. That's where He purifies your heart until you want nothing more than Him. That's where. And once your heart is aligned, once your spirit is surrendered, God opens a door that no one saw coming. It will not be forced. It will not be manipulated. It will not be earned by connections or influence. It will be pure. It will be perfect. It will be God. You must begin to see God's hand not only in the open doors, but also in the closed ones, because both are part of the journey. Because the rejection and the reward, the breaking and the blessing, the silence and the shout. Don't just praise God for what He gives, learn to praise Him withholds. Because when God says no, He's often saying, you are meant for more. When God closes the door, He's not taking something from you, He is saving something for you. And what He is saving cannot be contaminated by your past, cannot be touched by your enemies, cannot be delayed by your circumstances, because it has been preserved in His will, protected by His power, and prepared by His promise. Let me tell you, there is a door coming that will answer every doubt you've had. There is a moment approaching that will silence every lie spoken over your life. There is a breakthrough that will make you forget the pain of the waiting. But you must believe it before you see it. You must walk as if it's already done. You must act like the promise is already fulfilled. Because God is not moved by desperation. He is moved by faith. And when He sees faith, He moves mountains. When He sees trust, He shifts seasons. When He sees surrender, He releases the greater thing He has prepared. So don't look to your past to determine what God can do in your future. That door was never your destination. It was just a passage. And when it shut, it signaled that your time there had expired. Stop trying to revive what God has called dead. Stop trying to go back to what God rescued you from. If it ended, it was meant to end. And no matter how much you loved it, no matter how much it once blessed you, God will never allow your destiny to be tied to something He has removed. That He will not let your future depend on your history. He will not allow your calling to be trapped behind a door that no longer leads to where He's taking you. When God shuts a door, He shuts it with purpose. Nothing in your life happens by chance. Nothing is random. God is not a God of disorder. He is a God of divine design. Every shift, every silence, every stop sign along your path is part of a holy blueprint. You may not see the pattern yet, but God has already drawn the masterpiece. You may be confused by the brushstrokes, but God sees the full canvas. He is painting your future with colors you've never seen before, shades of wisdom, hues of strength, and strokes of unseen glory that will one day cause your heart to tremble in awe. You must understand this. God is not just closing doors to protect you from what is outside. He's also preparing you from within. He's building endurance in your spirit. He's teaching you to lean not on your emotions, but on unwavering trust. He's training your heart to depend not on outcomes, but on His voice. Some doors must close so that your character can grow. Some doors must stay shut because if you entered too soon, you would not be ready to carry what God intends to place on your shoulders. And God in His infinite wisdom will never let a door open that will crush you under the weight of unpreparedness. Let me speak to the one who's been faithful and still facing closed doors. You've prayed, you've fasted, you've stayed obedient, and yet the answer seems delayed. But hear this, God is not ignoring your devotion. He is multiplying its effect in ways you cannot see. Your prayers are not wasted. Your tears have not evaporated into nothing. God has collected every one. And while you may see nothing happening on the surface, God is moving deep underground, strengthening your roots, solidifying your foundation, and storing up blessings that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. Sometimes God closes a door because He's protecting you from premature exposure. You think you're ready, but God knows what's coming on the other side. He sees the wolves, He sees the traps, He sees the deception behind the opportunity, and so He closes the door not to restrict you, but to refine you, not to withhold, but to prepare. And if you could see what He sees, you would fall to your knees in gratitude that He stopped you before you walked into ruin. God's mercy is often disguised as delay. His love is often cloaked in denial, but His guidance is perfect, and His wisdom is without flaw. You must train your heart to stop associating a closed door with failure. That's the language of man, not of God. In God's kingdom, a closed door is a sacred signal. It is God saying, "You've outgrown this," or perhaps, "This no longer serves the calling I have placed upon you." You see, we are often too sentimental about seasons that were only meant to be temporary. We try to stretch temporary assignments into permanent roles. But when God says it's over, you must be bold enough to walk away. Not in defeat, but in dignity. He transitions. Because God does not shrink your life. He shifts it toward expansion. And every time He takes something from your hand, it is because He is trying to place something far greater in its place. Stop asking for closed doors to reopen. If God locked it, let it stay locked. If God ended it, do not revive it. Because there is danger in returning to what God has already pulled you out of. There is destruction in reopening doors that were shut by divine hands. What He ends completely. And the moment you stop wrestling with His decision, you'll find peace in His direction. The quicker you surrender, the quicker you make room for what's coming next. You need to grasp this truth. God is never about going backward. He does not reverse your steps. He always leads you forward. Even when the journey feels like a desert, even when the path feels deserted, even when the silence feels overwhelming, that is where trust is born. That is where faith is forged stronger. It is in the hidden places, in the rooms where doors remain shut and the lights are dim, that God does His deepest work. Not on the peaks, but in the valleys. Not in the throne room, but in the prison cell. For it is in the dark that your vision grows clearer. It is in the quiet that your spirit becomes tuned to His whisper. And it is when you have been emptied of all else that God fills you completely with Himself. So I say to you, walk with boldness, not bitterness. Move forward with trust, not trembling. When you see a door close, don't panic. Praise. Don't collapse. Commit. Don't complain. Consecrate yourself before God. Reflect. Because the moment you align your heart with the truth of His sovereignty, the door ahead begins to form. God does not open doors for the casual, the double-minded, or the half-hearted. He opens them for the steadfast, for the surrendered, for the ones who have proven in the waiting that they will not bow to fear. They will not compromise their values. and they will not chase man's validation when they already have God's favor. And so every shut door is a call to rise higher, to see beyond human opportunity and step into divine orchestration. God will never lead you to less. He will never draw you into decrease. He is the giver of increase. He is the author of abundance. And even when it looks like subtraction, it is actually multiplication in disguise. What you lose now, you will gain later with divine interest. What you give up today, God will return in a form so perfect that you'll forget you ever felt the pain of letting go. The truth is this: God does not waste closed doors. Every one of them has purpose. Every one of them has a reason. You may not know it today, but one day you'll look back and say, "Thank God that door didn't open. Thank God He knew better than I did. Thank God He chose His will over my want." And in that moment, you'll understand that God was never trying to punish you. He was preparing you, positioning you, protecting you, loving you in the way only a perfect and all-knowing God can. So don't stop now. Don't settle in disappointment. Don't sit at the door and mourn until your faith grows cold. Stand up in the power of truth. Stand up and remember who walks with you. #Meta, sex, 0.6. The God who opens doors is the same God who closes them. #Meta, 0.6. And in both He is good. #Meta, sex, 0.6. In both He is present. #Meta, Senna. And both He is working all things together for a greater purpose. #Meta, sex, 0.8. Keep walking. #Meta, sex, 0.4. Keep trusting. #Meta, sex, 0.6. Because that next door, the greater one, is already being built. #Meta, sex, 0.6. And when it swings open, your soul will know this was worth every no, every wait, every tear, and every test. #Meta, sex, 1.0. There is something sacred about a door that God shuts. It marks the end of human striving and the beginning of divine instruction. It declares to the soul, you are not in control here. God is. And that is where real freedom begins. Not when you kick down doors by your own effort, not when you manipulate your way through opportunities, but finally fall on your face and surrender and say, God, wherever you lead, I will follow. Even if it's through pain, even if it's through silence, even if it's through loss. I trust you more than I trust myself. Because God never closes a door without purpose. It may disrupt your plans, but it never disrupts His. It may dismantle your expectations, but it never dismantles His promise. You may have built your entire life around a dream, around a relationship, around a goal, and when it collapsed, you thought everything was over. But it was never about the thing. It was about your heart. It was about your dependence. It was about what you were building your identity upon. And when God saw that the door was becoming your foundation instead of Him, He shut it to save you. That's not cruelty. That's divine mercy. And too often people try to force doors back open that God Himself has closed. They go back to places they've outgrown, hoping to find comfort and familiarity. They return to toxic connections, hoping for validation. But I'm here to tell you, what God closes, no human effort can reopen. And if you do manage to pry it open, what you walk into will not bless you. It will burden you. It will drain you. It will take you farther from your purpose and leave you emptier than you were before. Because if God is not in the door, there is no life on the other side of it. You will wander, you will struggle, and you will come to learn that not every opportunity is from God. Not every open door is divine. Some doors are traps. Some doors are distractions. And only by walking closely with God can you discern the difference. So when the door closes, don't grieve like one without hope. Stand with conviction and say, if God closed this, He is still writing something better, because He always is. He is the master of redemption. He is the author of restoration, the giver of increase. God is not subtracting from your life to leave you empty. He is clearing the way so that your soul can breathe again, so that your purpose can unfold without delay, so that your future is not contaminated by yesterday's attachments. Because what you think is a breaking, God calls a breakthrough. What you see as a rejection, God sees as redirection. And until you start seeing life through the lens of God's wisdom, you will keep mourning doors that were never meant to stay open. Let me speak this into your soul right now. Every closed door is an announcement from God that your growth requires separation. You cannot become who you are meant to be while clinging to what no longer fits your season. You cannot walk into spiritual maturity with carnal attachments. You cannot fly while dragging the weight of dead seasons. And so God begins the cutting. He begins the pruning. He not to punish, but to elevate. Because there are levels of your destiny that demand holiness. They demand clarity. They demand obedience. And God loves you too much to promote you prematurely. But make no mistake, when the door finally opens, it will be unmistakable. It won't look like anything you planned. It won't feel like anything you predicted. Because God doesn't recycle human strategies. He breathes life into divine appointments. You'll step into rooms you didn't lobby for. You'll receive calls you never applied for. You'll be handed opportunities that no one can explain except to say, this had to be God. That's what happens when you wait on Him. That's what happens when you trust through the drought. That's what happens when you stop chasing what's behind and start believing in what's ahead. But the preparation matters. The waiting season is not punishment, it's positioning. It's the place where God builds your foundation so strong that no storm can shake you. And hear me, if you skip the preparation, the blessing will crush you. If you rush the timing, the open door will expose you instead of promote you. Because knows when you're ready. Because He sees the impurities in your motives. Sex 0.6, He sees the pride hiding in your heart. He sees the ambition that's still rooted in fear. And so He waits. He waits sex 0.6. He waits until the fire has refined you. Waits until you've learned to worship without conditions. He waits until your faith is not tied to outcomes but to His presence alone. And when that moment comes, when the refining is complete, when the foundation is strong, when the heart is pure, God will open a door that no man, no system, no enemy can shut. And you won't have to force it. .com, Meta, pause. You won't have to beg for it. .com, sex. You won't have to chase it. .com, it will come with peace. .com, Meta, it will come with favor. .com, it will come with clarity. .com, and it will come because you waited for God, not because you manipulated your way in. .com, it will. God is looking for people who trust Him more than they trust their feelings. People who will praise Him for the closed doors as much as they praise Him for the open ones. People who will say, even if you don't give me what I want, I will still follow you. I will still worship you. I will still believe that your way is perfect. That kind of faith moves the heart of God. That kind of surrender releases doors you never even prayed for. Because when your heart is aligned with God's will, the doors He opens don't just bless you, they bless everyone connected to you. They bless don't give up. Don't lose hope. You're closer than you think. The silence is not absence, it's strategy. The delay is not denial, it's divine timing. And the door that's about to open will remind you that God never forgot, never failed, and never abandoned you. He was simply making sure that what he had for you would be received by the version of you that was truly ready. Keep walking, keep believing, keep praising, because God closes doors only when something greater is on the way. And now let me speak to the one who feels stuck in the hallway between the door that closed and the one that is yet to open. That you feel suspended, forgotten, caught in a strange space where nothing makes sense and everything seems delayed. But this space, this sacred hallway of waiting, is not a void. It is a furnace. It is a divine workshop where God shapes you into someone who can carry what is coming. It is not the enemy's playground. It is God's proving ground. You are not lost. You are being prepared. You are not forsaken. You are being fortified. What feels like silence is divine strategy. Feels like abandonment is a powerful arrangement by God to build your resilience, to mature your perspective, and to deepen your trust. You are imagine. You must remember this. #Meta, sex is 0.6. God is not rushing. His timeline is not tied to your panic. God doesn't bend under pressure. He is sovereign in stillness. He works in perfect precision. The door you want so badly may not open because it doesn't lead where your calling is headed. And instead of dragging you down a detour, God chooses to delay what you desire to secure what you need. His wisdom is beyond comprehension. What we call unanswered prayers are often answered differently, higher, richer than we had the faith to imagine. Sometimes the greatest test is not surviving what you've lost, but trusting God when He gives no explanation. You prayed, you fenomized, you fasted, you believed. You believed, the door still slammed shut. You sit there, God, why? But let me tell you something that will shake your soul free from despair. God is not obligated to explain Himself to prove that He is good. His goodness is not validated by the doors He opens or the blessings He gives. His who He is. His ways are higher than your thoughts. His decisions are wrapped in eternal vision. And when He closes a door, it's because He sees what's ahead and has already chosen something better for your life than what you were begging to keep. Some of the doors that God shuts are connected to comfort zones. We get attached to familiar places, familiar people, familiar systems, and we call it security. But God is not interested in making you comfortable. He is committed to making you powerful. And sometimes power requires discomfort. Sometimes it requires the removal of safety nets so you can learn to walk on faith alone. That's when you begin to experience God in ways you never imagined, not as a distant provider of blessings, but as a present sustainer of your soul. But He strips away the lesser so you can stand in the greater. It removes the noise so you can hear His whisper. He removes the distractions so you can walk in direction. He personally. Do not be surprised when the doors you prayed for yesterday are the ones God closes today. You may have prayed from a place of immaturity. You may have asked from a place of desperation. But God in His mercy does not give you what your emotions beg for. He gives you what your spirit needs. You are not being punished. Meta. You are being promoted. Meta. God does not close doors to reduce your life. He closes them to raise the standard of your future. What you think is falling apart is actually being divinely rebuilt. What you call loss is preparation for legacy. You think there are doors that must close because they do not have the capacity to contain what God has placed inside you. There are jobs, relationships, titles, even locations that once fit the old version of you, but cannot hold the weight of who you are becoming. And because God loves you, He will not allow you to shrink to stay in places you've outgrown. And He will shut the door before you forfeit your destiny for comfort. He will shut your plans before you compromise your purpose. He will shut the door. And in those moments when everything seems to shut down, when nothing responds, when all you hear is silence, God is the loudest. He speaks through the stillness. He trains your ears to hear Him not through outcomes, but through alignment. And you begin to see that success is not about how many doors open, but about how many you are willing to walk away from when God said, "This is no longer for you." He speaks. You begin to realize that spiritual maturity is measured not by how many blessings you collect, but by how many you can release in obedience to the one who gave them. Some doors close and we mourn. We sit outside them with our heads low, replaying memories, romanticizing the past. But let me remind you, nostalgia is not revelation. The past may feel safe, but it no longer holds your future. God is not calling you backward. God learns you. He's calling you forward. He's calling you to something new, something bold, something that cannot be contained within the walls of what was. And every time you surrender a closed door, you make space for divine power to break in with something unimaginable. You see, God operates on the level of eternity, not momentary emotion. What you thought you needed may have been a short-term comfort, but God is setting you up for long-term glory. The door may have given you a platform, but would it have preserved your soul? Shakter Meta. It may have increased your visibility, but would it have deepened your faith? God cares not just about where you go, but about who you become along the way. He shuts doors not just to protect your path, but to preserve your purity, your integrity, your peace. And I need you to grasp this. What is from God will not require you to compromise. It will not exhaust your spirit. It will not pull you away from your values. The right door will not create confusion. It will bring clarity. It will align with God's peace. It will come without striving. And when you walk through it, you'll know it wasn't your strength that made it happen. It was the sheer mercy of God. So when the next door opens, and it will, you must be ready. Ready to step into it with confidence, not hesitation. Ready to honor God with what's been placed in your hands. Ready to move. Not as one who barely survived, but as one who has been sanctified. Through every shut door, every lonely moment, every broken plan. You are not weak. You are not behind. You are being shaped into a vessel that can handle the weight of glory. Let every closed door be a reminder that God is still involved in the smallest details of your life. He is not far away. He is right there watching, guiding, and preparing. Trust Him, not only when things work out the way you planned, but especially when they don't. That's where real faith lives, in the unknowing, in the waiting, in the surrender. And when it's all said and done, when the new door finally swings wide, you will lift your hands and say, "God, thank you for the doors you didn't let me walk through. Thank you for the ones you shut without explanation. Thank you for holding me back until I was ready. Thank you for anywhere." Because it will be clear then, everything was orchestrated with wisdom, guided by love, and sealed by the power of God. So press forward. Let go of what closed, because what's ahead isn't just another chapter. It's the greater that God always promised, and it's waiting for your trust to unlock it. So now I say to you with unwavering conviction, stand firm, lift your head, and silence the voice of doubt. That closed door was not the end. That steps, it was the signal of a greater beginning. It was not rejection. It was redirection by the hand of God, who sees beyond what your eyes can reach. This is nothing. Do not sit in sorrow at the threshold of what's gone. Rise in faith and walk forward, because the door that God is opening is not just better, it is divine. It is exactly what you needed all along, though you could not see it through the fog of disappointment. Trust that God never shuts a door without preparing another. Believe that what He has for you is far beyond the limitations of what you lost. Let your heart be lifted by the truth that God's delays are never defeats. They are intentional alignments. Each rejection was a shield. Each ending was preparation. And each silence was a signal to listen more deeply. Now, with every step you take, move forward in the confidence that you are never alone. God goes before you. God surrounds you. Let this truth sink deep into your soul. #Meta. What God opens, no one can close. And what He closes, no one can open. He is not limited by human plans or earthly schedules. He is writing your story with purpose and precision. And when the new door opens, it will not be by chance nor by effort. It will be by divine appointment. If you like this, and when you step through, you will no longer be the same as the one who stood before the last door, but someone refined, strengthened, and filled with faith. Keep moving, keep trusting, because when God closes a door, He is always without fail preparing something greater. Because there comes a time in every life when the soul refuses to stay quiet, when the spirit trembles beneath the weight of expectation, and something within begins to whisper, God is about to move. That moment, dear friend, is not chance, is not imagination, it is not simply emotion. It is a divine stirring, a sacred signal that heaven itself is aligning in your favor. And if you're hearing this right now, if your heart is racing just a little quicker, understand this is not random. God designed this moment, this message, this very encounter for you. Because when God is about to move in your favor, it rarely arrives with loud applause. It doesn't always show up wrapped in joy. Sometimes it begins in stillness. Sometimes it begins with hardship. Sometimes it even comes hidden in adversity. But engrave this truth in your spirit. Just because it feels like everything is breaking doesn't mean it is. More often than not, it means everything is finally falling into place. When God gets ready to work in your favor, He starts in the unseen. He begins where the eyes can't see, but the heart can feel. He prepares the way before you ever walk it. Do you feel like you've been misunderstood lately? Is your circle getting smaller? Are people walking away? Are you surrounded by silence instead of support? I came to tell you that's a sign. When God is about to shift your life, He will first separate you. You're preaching. He will isolate you, not to punish you, but to prepare you. You can't carry everyone with you to the next level. You can't bring every voice into your breakthrough. The silence you feel right now is not abandonment, vine alignment. It is divide removes distractions before He delivers blessings. And maybe you've been facing intense resistance, trouble in your home, pressure on your job, confusion in your mind. It feels like you're under attack from every direction. But hear me, this resistance is not a sign that you're losing. It's a sign that you're getting close. The enemy does not fight people who are going nowhere. He fights those on the edge of destiny. That battle you're in is not meant to break you. It's meant to prove you. Double meta. God is allowing pressure because pressure reveals power. When the pressure increases, so does the evidence that God is about to act. Sometimes when God is about to move, He will frustrate every human plan you've made. You'll try one door, it slams shut. You'll attempt another, it locks. You'll put in the effort, and nothing works. And the more you try, the more resistance you feel. That's not failure. That's not rejection. That's God intervening was too small for what He's about to do. What you thought was your chasing doesn't match what He's preparing. God blocks what is beneath you to guide you to what is destined for you. I know someone listening right now is tired. You're worn out. You've prayed. You've waited. You've done all you know how to do and still nothing. You wonder if God has forgotten you. Let me tell you right now, with every ounce of power in my voice, God has not forgotten you. He is not ignoring you. Delayed is not denied. Hidden is not abandoned. When nothing seems to be happening, that is often when the most is. God works best in the background. When He reveals His hand, it will make up for every tear you cried, every night you stayed awake, every time you almost gave up, every time. Have you noticed lately that your desire to seek God has grown deeper? That your hunger for truth, for righteousness, for spiritual things has intensified? That's no accident. That's no emotional phase. That's the drawing of God. When He is about to elevate your life, He awakens your spirit. He pulls you closer. He calls you into deeper prayer, deeper reflection, deeper surrender. He pulls you. Why? Church, hear me today. Because the los plubever He is about to release requires a stronger foundation. Church, hear me today. He doesn't build skyscrapers on sand. So if you feel yourself being drawn into His presence more than ever before, rejoice. He recognizing you, strengthening you for what's coming. There's a holy discomfort that arises when God is shifting things. What you tell satisfy no longer does. What once entertained you now feels empty. There are a lot of what used to feel like home now feels like a cage. Hashtag meta. Virtues Secutive 0.6. That is the hand of God moving you. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex agency. He is unsettling your spirit not to destroy your peace, but to reassign your purpose. Hashtag meta. Pause. 0.6. He is making you uncomfortable where you are so that you will be prepared to go where He wants you to be. Hashtag meta. Pause. 0.8. When everything around you starts to feel foreign, and know this, your spirit has outgrown your current situation. And when your spirit outgrows your space, God is about to expand your territory. Maybe you've been waking up in the middle of the night, not from fear, but from a stirring. You don't even know why. You just can't sleep like you used to. Your thoughts are alive. Your heart is open. Your mind is turning. That's not insomnia. That's spiritual pregnancy. God is planting vision in your spirit. He's downloading insight, strategy, revelation. He's speaking in the stillness because noise can't birth what silence can. You're not crazy. You're not restless. You are being activated. And what God is whispering now, He will manifest soon. Soon. There is also a deep urge rising in some of you to release things, to walk away from toxic relationships, to stop holding on to grudges, to forgive what broke you. That desire is not weakness. It is evidence that God is working, because you can't carry bitterness into breakthrough. You can't carry dead weight into a living future. God will prompt you to release before He rewards. He will stir your spirit to let go so that you can receive. The blessing that's coming is too big to fit in a heart full of resentment. Purge the pain. Make room for the promise. And maybe most surprising of all, some of you are experiencing an unexplainable peace in the middle of the storm. Things are falling apart, and yet you are calm. The situation is chaotic, but your soul is still. Sex 0.6. That's not normal. That's supernatural. That is the favor of God beginning to surround you. That's what happens when He goes before you. That's the kind of peace that is proof of His plan. God gives you peace before He gives you provision because He wants you to trust the process. That the storm doesn't shake you anymore, you're ready for the harvest. That's what You see, the signs of God's favor are not always flashy. They are often quiet, personal, intimate. They speak to the soul, not the ego. They require spiritual eyes to discern and a surrendered heart to receive. But make no mistake, when God is about to work in your favor, the signs will come. They will call you higher. They will pull you deeper. They will stretch you wider. And they will always, always point you back to Him. When God begins to work in your favor, the natural realm cannot comprehend what's happening in the spiritual realm. That's why often those around you will question your faith, misunderstand your steps, and even mock your devotion. But understand this, when God marks you for favor, the opinions of man become irrelevant. The approval of people becomes unnecessary. You no longer live for applause, you live for alignment. You no longer strive to be seen by crowds, you strive to be seen by God. Because when God favors you, no human hand can hinder you, and no voice can silence what He has spoken over your life. Fallacy makers does not mean ease. Favor does not mean comfort. In fact, sometimes the ones most favored by God walk the hardest roads because favor brings responsibility. In fact, favor demands endurance. Favor requires obedience when it's inconvenient. And yet through every hardship, through every testing ground, God reveals more of Himself to you. In fact, He proves to you again and again that He is not just the God of your mountaintop, but the God who walks with you through the valley, the God who sustains you when you have nothing left, the God who whispers strength into your soul when you are too weak to speak. God's favor is not always recognized by the world because it doesn't look like material success. It doesn't always show up in wealth or status or fame. Second's 0.6. Sometimes favor looks like peace in the midst of pressure. Sometimes favor looks like joy that the world can't steal. Sometimes it's the ability to stand firm while everything around you shakes. It's the wisdom to discern what others are blind to. It's the strength to say no when everyone else says yes. That is the quiet power of God's presence working in your life. And do not be surprised when your favor invites jealousy. When God begins to lift you, others may try to pull you down. Not because of who you are, but because of what you carry. But don't you shrink. Don't you dim your light to make others comfortable. You were never meant to blend in. #meta. You were chosen to stand out. God didn't set you apart to be ordinary. God didn't set you apart to be a sign, a testimony, a vessel that reveals what divine favor looks like. You are not here by accident. You are here by assignment. You are here by There is a divine tension that comes when you are on the verge of a move of God. Your old ways no longer satisfy you, but the new has not fully manifested. It's the in-between, the holy waiting, the sacred stretch, and it is in this place that many give up. Not because God failed them, but because they misread the silence. Silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. Silence, when God is silent, He is strategizing. When He is quiet, He is crafting a breakthrough so profound that it will make up for every delay, every disappointment, every detour. Your pain is not pointless. Your tears have not gone unnoticed. Your tears, God has bottled everyone. He has counted every sacrifice. He has recorded every time you chose faith over fear, obedience over convenience. And now the season of reaping is coming. #meta, pause sex 0.6. The winds are shifting. #meta, pause sex 0.4. The ground is moving. #meta, pause sex 0.4. What you sow in secret, God will reward in the open. #meta, pause, sex 0.6. What you prayed for in silence, he will deliver with thunder. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.8. And when it comes, you will look back and say, it was worth it. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 1.0. Every trial, every tear, every long night, it was worth it. Hashtag Meta, generic 0.8. But God is not just preparing a blessing for you. He is preparing you for the blessing. He is molding your character, refining your heart, burning away the pride, the impatience, the fear, so that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't break you. Because what God is sending will be too heavy for shallow roots. He must first establish depth in your soul. That's why He took you the long way. That's why He didn't answer too quickly. That's why He removed certain people. Because He knew the size of the favor would require greater stability. Some of you are being stretched in ways you never imagined. You're being pushed to limits you didn't think you could survive. But let me declare this over you. The stretch is a setup. The pressure is not punishment, it's preparation. God stretches what He intends to expand. God stretches multiply. He prunes resist the stretching. Do not despise the discipline. For whom God favors, He also refines. And the reader the fire, the purer the vessel. And what you feel now is not death. It's divine transformation. You are not forgotten. You are invisible. Even if no one else sees your effort, God does. He sees the discipline you've maintained when no one applauded. He sees the integrity you've upheld when no one was watching. He sees the battles you fought in silence, and He will reward you in due time. The promise is not in vain. The word over your life will not return void. His timing may not match your expectations, but His plan will surpass your imagination. What is coming will silence every doubt and confirm every prophecy. God is about to surround you with peace that makes no sense. He is about to put favor on your name that cannot be explained. Doors will open that were once bolted shut. Opportunities will rise that you didn't chase. People will bless you who once ignored you. Everybody. Why? Sex 0.6. Because when God favors you, He changes the atmosphere around you. Sex 0.6. He shifts the hearts of those who hold influence. Sex 0.6. He opens ways where there were no paths. Secutive, second. Sex 0.6. This is not chance. Sex 0.6. This is divine orchestration. You sex 0.8. You see, there are blessings that come through labor. Sex 0.6. But there are also blessings that come through favor. Sex 0.8. And when God decides to move, no amount of opposition can stop Him. It doesn't matter who tries to block you, who talks about you, who doubts you. When God says it's your time, nothing can delay it. When God breathes on your name, it travels farther than you ever could. That's what happens when the Creator of all things begins to work in your favor. His hand opens what no man can shut. His voice silences every lie. But favor also comes with responsibility. You must steward it well. You must walk humbly. You must remember the pit from which you were pulled. Because God does not favor the proud. He favors the faithful. He favors the surrendered. So when the blessings come, don't let them distract you. Don't let them comfort become your God. Keep seeking. Keep praying. Keep fasting. Keep believing. Hashtag Meta. Because the favor that begins with God can only be sustained by God. Right now, someone listening to these words is standing at the edge of a divine turning point. You feel it. You sense it. The air around you is heavy with expectancy. You feel it. You may not have the full picture, but your spirit knows something is changing. Something is shifting. Don't ignore that sense. That is your signal. That is your confirmation. God is about to release favor that will make the barren places bloom. He is about to speak into your dry season and command life to return. He is about to turn the weeping of yesterday into the rejoicing of today. If you could see what He's preparing behind the curtain, you would stop worrying. Hadestach Meta, 1 positive, 0.6. If you could see how close your breakthrough is, you would stop doubting. Hadestach Meta, Sex, 0.8. Don't let the enemy steal this moment with fear. Hadestach Meta, Sex, 0.6. Don't let delay convince you to quit. Hadestach Meta, Sex, 0.6. The favor of God does not arrive early, but it always arrives on time. Hadestach Meta, Sex, 0.6. And when it comes, it will redeem the wasted years. Hadestach Meta, Sex, 0.8. It will restore what was stolen. Shit Meta. It will elevate you beyond what your qualifications, experience, or status could ever achieve. But you must stay ready, stay pure in heart, stay faithful in prayer, stay committed in obedience, because God is not looking for the most talented. He's looking for the most trusted. He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for surrender. Because the eyes of God are searching for those whose hearts are fully turned toward Him. And when He finds one, when He finds that kind of soul, there is no limit to what He will do in and through their life. So don't just look for signs. Become a sign. Become the kind of person whose life is a testimony that when God favors someone, everything changes. Don't just be the kind of vessel that makes others believe in what God can do. Let your story preach louder than any sermon. Let your endurance speak louder than your enemies. Let your faith shake the atmosphere, because you're not waiting for favor. You are walking in it. Your obedience is a step deeper into divine favor. Every step, and hear me, there will come a day when you will stand in the very place you once cried for. The very breakthrough you thought would never come will arrive, and it will be undeniable that it came from God, not from man, not from effort alone, but from divine favor. And in that moment, you will bow your head, lift your hands, and say, "Only God could have done this." That is the destiny you are walking toward. That is the future written by the hand of the Almighty. And it's closer than you think. There is a sacred stirring in the air when God is preparing to shift your life. His may not be able to explain it to others, but your spirit knows. You feel it in your bones. You feel it in your dreams. You feel it when you pray. You feel it when you sit in silence, and your heart begins to burn with a sense that something beyond you is happening around you. That, my friend, is the divine fingerprint of God pressing upon your destiny. It is the quiet thunder of purpose rising within you, and it cannot be ignored. When God is about to move in your favor, He doesn't consult your past. He ignites your future. He doesn't ask permission from your mistakes. He overrides them with mercy. He doesn't weigh the opinions of others. He operates from His own will. When God decides to bless you, it is final. When He chooses to elevate you, it is unstoppable. When He breathes on your life, nothing in heaven or on earth can block what is appointed. That's the power of divine favor. Now it's close. It is not earned by effort. It is appointed by purpose. Some of you have been asking, why is everything falling apart around me? But I want to ask you, have you considered that it's not falling apart, it's falling into order? That the collapse of the old is making space for the arrival of the new. that the shaking is not punishment, it is prophecy. God often has to break your rhythm in order to reveal His. He must disrupt your comfort to deliver your calling. If He left you where you were, you would miss where you're meant to go. So the turpit you feel, that's not the end, it's transition. If you can still, when the storm clouds gather, when friends scatter, when the path ahead grows unclear, many begin to doubt if God is still with them. But let me declare with conviction, God is most present in the unseen. He walks in the silence. He hides in the shadows. He speaks through stillness. And those who learn to recognize His whispers will walk in victories no one else can understand, because divine favor is not always loud. It is often quiet, subtle, gentle, but when it manifests, it will roar. God is not only positioning things around you, He is positioning things within you. That is why you're being awakened. That is why you're being convicted. That is why you no longer tolerate what you once allowed. That is not because you've become difficult. It's because you've become different. Shaddad Mehta. Growth doesn't always look like success. Sometimes it looks like separation. It looks like the end of old relationships. It looks like uncomfortable boundaries. It looks like walking alone. But do not fear the isolation. For in the solitude, God reveals strategy. In the quiet, He builds clarity. You are not being buried, you are being planted. For in that, and though the soil feels dark and heavy, and though the process feels slow and painful, remember this: the seed breaks before it blooms. The seed dies before it rises, and so must you. You must die to old thinking. You must release what once served you. You must surrender what you've outgrown, because God cannot pour new oil into an old vessel. He cannot place a new crown on an unsubmitted heart. He must first prepare you so that the blessing doesn't become a burden. There's a reason God hasn't allowed certain things to work out for you. It's not rejection, it's redirection. It's not failure, it's protection. It's not. God saw what you couldn't. He blocked what you didn't know would break you. He shut doors that looked good but would have drained your soul. And though it hurt in the moment, one day you will look back and thank Him for the disappointments, because what felt like a loss was really a rescue. What felt like delay, and now the shift is near. The signs are growing louder. The confirmation is multiplying. The burden in your spirit is evidence. Something is coming. God is building momentum behind the scenes. Me is being mentioned in places your feet have not yet walked. Your presence is being prepared for environments that your mind has not yet imagined. And while others see nothing changing, you know what's coming. Hashtag Mehta. Because favor always begins in the unseen. It is spiritual before it becomes visible. It is internal before it becomes external. This is not the time to grow weary. This is not the hour to faint. This is not the season to question what you know in your spirit. Now this is the time to anchor your faith deeper than ever before. This is the moment to rise early and chase after God with urgency. This is the moment to turn away from every distraction that dulls your heart to His movement. Because if the enemy cannot block your blessing, he will attempt to blind you from seeing it. He'll use busyness, bitterness, and boredom to weaken your discernment. But you must remain awake, remain watchful, remain rooted. Every setback has prepared the platform. Every scar has stretched your capacity. Every delay has deepened your hunger for God. And that hunger is the secret. God responds where He is desired. God speaks where He is sought. He releases favor where there is longing. He releases, and some of you are on the brink of receiving a measure of divine favor that will overwhelm you. It will draw tears from your eyes, not out of grief, but out of awe. Not from wounds, but from wonder. Because what is about to unfold is not something you worked for. It is something God Himself has written. But understand this without confusion. God is not releasing this to make life easy. He is releasing it to magnify His name. Your mission, your favor, it is not just about elevation. It is about revelation. It is about revelation. God is making you a living sign that He is still sovereign, still powerful, still faithful. He was using your life to awaken others, to stir the complacent, to shine light in dark places. So do not think that this favor is about luxury or applause. It is about impact. It's about obedience. It's about walking in authority while staying under submission. You were not chosen to impress people. You were chosen to reveal God. And that means walking differently, speaking differently, living differently. It means saying yes to God even when it costs you. It means sacrificing your will for His, because favor and obedience go hand in hand. It means you cannot ask for God's favor while rejecting His instruction. You cannot demand His blessing while ignoring His voice. The favor comes through surrender, through brokenness, through unwavering faith. And though the world may not see it yet, the heavens are already rejoicing. The angels have already been dispatched. The gates have already begun to open. The terrain has already been cleared. Meta, you're not waiting for favor. Meta, it's already in motion. Your obedience has triggered something in the Spirit. Your faithfulness has been noted. Your endurance has been honored. And now God is about to do what no one else could. He is about to place you in a position where only He gets the credit, only He gets the praise, only He gets the glory. Knowledgeist Metacode. This is more than a season. It's a divine shift. It's a divine shift, a holy interruption, a sacred turning point. And once it begins, it will not be stopped. Once God opens the door, it will swing so wide that even your enemies will have to watch in silence. This is more than once He places His hand on your life, no system, no structure, no opposition can reverse it. So stand tall, speak truth, walk boldly, because the signs are clear. The time is near. God is about to work in your favor in a way that will leave no doubt. He is the one who governs your life. When God begins to move in your favor, the shift may come so quietly, so subtly, that even those closest to you won't see it at first. The world often looks for loud entrances and dramatic changes, but God doesn't need to announce Himself with noise. His power is not proven by volume. It is proven by victory. And while others are waiting for outward signs, those who walk closely with God feel the change in the unseen. They sense the wind before it touches the trees. They feel the tremble before the ground moves. Because when you are tuned to God, you don't just see with your eyes, you perceive with your spirit. That's why you must learn to protect your spirit in this season. Sex, 0.6. When God is working, you cannot afford to be careless with your atmosphere. You cannot entertain everything and everyone. You cannot allow gossip to sit on your tongue or bitterness to rest in your heart. This is a sacred moment. God is not just changing your circumstances, He is changing you. He is molding your mindset. He is maturing your emotions. He is training your thoughts to rise above negativity and fear. Why? Metabris Sex 0.6. Because what He is preparing you to carry will demand more strength, more wisdom, and more discipline than anything you've known before. Some blessings are weighty. Some breakthroughs come with responsibility. Some victories require greater vision. That's why God is not just answering your prayers. He's shaping the person who prayed them. He's preparing you to be able to handle what you've been asking for. You prayed for overflow. You allow He's enlarging your vessel. You asked for promotion. Now He's building your character. You cried out for change. Now He's tearing down old mindsets. This punishment, this is preparation. God is refining your vessel because His blessing will not fit into the old version of you. There is a reason you've been uncomfortable lately. !Meta, pause. That restlessness in your soul isn't confusion, it's awakening. !Meta, pause. That tension in your life isn't chaos, it's stretching. !Meta, pause. You are being positioned for something that cannot be rushed. !Meta, you are being aligned for something eternal. And God will not allow you to settle where He only meant for you to pass through. At God, what you think is a setback is actually a station. At God will need... It's the place where God recalibrates your direction, refreshes your vision, and reignites your purpose. Do not compare your path to others. God's favor is not a competition. It is not given according to human timelines. Some people harvest quickly, others slowly. Some see doors open in youth, others in old age. But when God appoints a time, no delay is wasted and no season is meaningless. You are not behind. You are being divinely paced. And the favor God is preparing for you has been tailor-made for your life. What He's planning will not fit someone else's story. So stop looking to the left and to the right. Set your eyes forward. Stay in your lane. The road may be narrow, but it leads to divine fulfillment. You must understand favor comes with fire. Before the crown there is a furnace. Ship.meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. Before the open door there is a closed room. Ship.meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. God tests those He trusts. Ship.meta. Taka. Sex 0.8. He allows affliction not to harm you, but to reveal what cannot stay with you. Ship.meta. Pause. 0.6. You may lose some things in this fire, but you'll come out purer. Ship.meta. Pause. Secutive 0.6. You may walk alone for a season, but you'll emerge stronger. Ship.meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. The refining process removes what you've clung to so that you can cling only to God. Ship.meta. Pause. 0.8. And when you come through the other side, you'll realize it was never about the things. Shitmit. It was never about the people. It was always about the one who carried you through. Favor isn't for comfort. It's for impact. God blesses you so you can bless others. He lifts you so you can reach down and pull others up. He prospers you so that you can be a channel of His provision. Do not hoard what God gives. Do not hide what God reveals. This favor is not a trophy. It is a tool. Use it. You mean your influence to speak truth. Use your influence to serve others. Use your breakthrough to give others hope. Use your breakthrough that He can trust you to pour out what He pours in. The flow will never stop. And hear this. Your name is not forgotten in heaven. This breakthrough that is, while you've been toiling, crying, fasting, praying, God has been recording. Not a moment has passed unnoticed. Not a sigh has gone unheard. He sees the sacrifice. He honors the surrender. And He remembers every silent act of obedience you performed when no one was watching. That kind of faith moves heaven. That kind of consistency brings divine reward. You may not have the recognition of people, but you are known in the courts of heaven. Hashtag Sex 0.8, and that matters far more. Sometimes God delays a blessing not to hurt you, but to shield you. He is keeping you from something that would destroy you in disguise. You think you're ready, but He knows the weight you can carry. You think you can handle it, but He knows what's on the other side. And trust His no as much as you trust His yes. Trust His silence as much as you trust His voice. Because in every delay, there is mercy. In every unanswered prayer, there is wisdom. God sees the whole path while you only see the next step. Let Him lead. You may feel hidden right now, overlooked by people, bypassed by opportunity. But His list, hidden does not mean forgotten. Hidden does. God hides what He treasures. Sex, He conceals what is still being prepared. He covers what is not yet ready for release. And when the time comes, He will reveal you. He will announce you. He will raise you up in such a way that the very people who ignored you will have no choice but to witness your rise, not for your glory, but for His, not for your. So stay hidden if that's where He has placed you. Stay faithful in the shadows. Your moment is coming. God is the author of time. He is not late and He is not early. He is exact. And when the appointed hour comes, will explode into your life like a flood. It will overtake you. It will overwhelm you and overshadow every struggle you've endured. Sex 0.8. The tears you cried in private will be turned into laughter in public. One sex's 0.6. The burdens you carried in silence will be transformed into testimonies that break chains. The sex 0.6. The places of your deepest pain will become altars of your greatest praise. So open your heart wide, stretch your faith, enlarge your expectation, because what is coming is beyond what you have seen, beyond what you have dreamed, beyond what you have prayed for. This is not just restoration, it's recompense. This is not just healing, it's elevation. God is not only returning what you lost, He's adding what you never knew you needed. This Father, and when it comes, it will make sense. The pain will make sense. The process will make sense. The waiting implement, because it will all point back to God. The process will know that every storm was worth it. The process, every valley had purpose. Every night you endured was part of a master plan. You will left empty. You will not be left broken. You will not be left behind. You will not. The God who formed you, who called you, who watched over you, He is about to work in your favor. He is about to reveal what your faith has been carrying. And when it happens, every eye will see, every tongue will testify, and every heart will know this was the hand of God. Only God could have done this. And when you find yourself surrounded by silence, when the heavens seem quiet, and it feels as though God has withdrawn His hand, understand this deeply. That silence is not abandonment. That silence is not neglect. That silence is sacred preparation. God does His deepest work in the stillness. He molds you when no one is watching. He tests your heart when the crowd is gone. He sharpens your faith when all you have is your trust in Him. Just as the roots of a tree grow deeper during the drought, your soul is growing stronger in the waiting. When it feels like God is not speaking, He may be setting the stage for a miracle so big, so divine, that words would only limit it. God does not operate on your clock. His timing is never late, never early, but always perfect. When things are delayed, when the answer you've prayed for seems far off, remember this: God is not delaying to punish you, because He is delaying to position you. He is putting pieces in place. He is orchestrating a shift in the spiritual realm. While you see closed doors, God sees divine rerouting. You may feel denied, but God is declaring, not here, not yet, but better is coming. And when that moment arrives, when the heavens open and His plan begins to unfold, you will look back and realize why you had to wait. You will weep not in sorrow, but in awe. You can in awe of how precise, how powerful, and how personal God's hand truly is. Now hear this with all the authority of truth. The moment just before breakthrough is always the hardest. That's when doubt screams the loudest. That's when fear tries to invade your soul. That's when temptation arises to make you give up and walk away. But if you endure that final stretch, if you press into God's promises just a little longer, you will see what others don't. The shift, the breakthrough, the favor, the doors that no man can shut. God is testing your threshold, not to destroy you, but to strengthen you. So when His favor comes, you can carry it without it crushing you. Let me speak now to the soul who has been misjudged, mistreated, and misunderstood. Hashtag Meta. You, who have cried when no one saw, who have labored in silence, who have walked through fire without a cheer, know this: God sees. God remembers. God has recorded every tear, every sacrifice, every quiet act of faithfulness. You may not have applause on earth, but the heavens have taken notice. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Hashtag 0.6. And when God chooses to reward you, it will not be subtle. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. It will not be in secret. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. The same people who mocked your struggle will witness your elevation. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.8. The same mouths that doubted your destiny will speak of your favor. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. For when God lifts you up, no man, no demon, no circumstance can drag you down. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.0. Listen carefully. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex. God is not in the business of partial blessings. Hashtag Meta. Pause. Sex 0.8. When He moves completely. Hashmita. Sex 0.6. He doesn't bless one area and leave the rest barren. Hashmita. Sex 0.6. When He pours out His favor, He touches your health, your home, your relationships, your finances, your mind, your soul. Hashmita, sex 0, you must be ready. Hashmita, sex 0.6. You must be emptied of pride, stripped of idols, cleansed of fear. Hashmita, point. God will not pour His favor into a vessel that's already full of the world. You must be made empty to be filled with something divine. You must surrender the familiar to embrace the supernatural. When you let go of your limited vision, God will open your eyes to see what He sees. A future full of light, purpose, and victory. A future. There is another sign. Sex 0.6. So subtle yet so powerful. When everything around you begins to shift, people fall away, opportunities dry up. What once felt safe begins to feel shaky. Don't panic. Don't mourn the loss. That shaking is sacred. God is uprooting what's not meant to follow you into your next season. He's clearing your space. He's removing what no longer serves His purpose. Yes, it hurts. Yes, it feels lonely. And God strips away He is about to supply. When He removes it is only to replace with something stronger, pure and aligned with His will. Let the shaking come. Let the pruning happen. Because after the pruning comes the fruit. After the breaking comes the blessing. And to those who feel weak, who feel as if the battles have drained your strength, you are closer than you think. God often allows the strongest trials just before He releases the greatest breakthroughs. He does not allow the storm to destroy you, but to expose what He has already placed within you. The power to endure,
the strength to overcome, the fire to rise again. You are not weak because you feel pain. You are strong because you refuse to quit. And when you lean into God in that weakness, when you cry out in surrender, He does not scold. He steps in. He wraps you in His strength. He lifts you up on wings like eagles. And He whispers, "Now watch what I will do." Favor is not just open doors. Favor is divine protection in the midst of danger. Favor, when everyone else is falling and you are still standing, that is God's favor. When things should have broken you, but you remained whole, that is God. When attacks were formed and traps were set, yet somehow they failed, that is the unseen hand of God moving in your favor. Don't wait until the miracle shows up to recognize the movement of God. See it now. Feel it now. Acknowledge Him in the delay. Praise Him in the pressure, because the one who praises before the victory sees favor faster than the one who waits to understand. There is a shift coming, not doubter, not for the lazy, not for the prideful, but for the surrendered, for the faithful, for those who have kept walking even when the road vanished. God is about to cause rivers to flow in the desert places of your life. He is about to open up treasures hidden in darkness. The things you thought were lost, He is about to return them with increase. The relationships that crumbled, the dreams that died, the hope that faded, God is breathing new life. And this time, it will not be temporary. This time, what He gives, no one will take away. Because this time the foundation is faith. The source is God, and the timing is His. Stay alert, stay humble, stay aligned. The winds are shifting. The winds are changing. The favor of God is not coming, it is here. That sweat of God is not vague. They're loud. They are clear. They are divine. Watch. Pray. Pray. Obey. Because when God is about to work in your favor, nothing can stop it. Because when? Not the enemy, not your past, not your mistakes, not the opinions of others. The only thing that can stop it is your disbelief. So believe, not just with your mouth, but with your walk, with your choices, with your worship, with your unwavering trust that the God who created the heavens and the earth is now moving for you. And now, beloved, as we come to the close of this divine message, let the fire of truth settle deep into your spirit. Let the way of these words press upon your soul, not as a burden, but as a holy invitation. God is not far from you. God is not silent. God is not indifferent to your tears, your struggles, your questions, or your waiting. God is near. God is preparing something for you that your eyes have not seen, your ears have not heard, and your mind cannot yet comprehend. Meta, when the road is dark and lonely, do not assume it is the end. It may be the beginning. When people walk away, do not curse the silence. It may be the clearing God needs to speak. When your heart is broken, your dreams shattered, your strength spent, rejoice not in the pain, but in the promise. Because it is often in your weakest hour that God begins to demonstrate His greatest power. Do not let fear grip you. Do not let doubt take root. Do not let the voice of the world drown out the whisper of God. He is not a man that He should lie, nor does He make a promise He will not keep. If God said He will make a way, then the way is coming. If God declared you are chosen, then no rejection can unchoose you. If God spoke favor over your life, then no curse, no enemy, no failure can block what He has decreed. You must hold on.
not because you are strong, but because God is. You must keep praying, not because you feel holy, but because God is listening. You must keep walking, not because the path is clear, but because God is guiding. Every delay has a reason. Every detour is under His control. Every disappointment is a doorway. Every setback is a setup for something greater. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not finished. You are not. If everything else fades from your mind, let this remain. God is preparing to move on your behalf, not because you have been flawless, but because His plan is unshakable. Not because you deserved it, but because He already destined it. You are standing at the threshold of the holy. The breath of heaven's change is stirring. The time of hardship is about to turn into a time of transformation. And when God shifts things, nothing stays the same. So lift your eyes, beloved child. Brush off the weight of despair. Dry your tears. Fill your lungs with hope. Stand in confidence. A brand new page is being written. A fresh covering of anointing is pouring out. The very door you've been asking for is about to swing open. And God's favor is ready to overflow into your life beyond anything you could picture. Remain prepared. Remain steadfast. Remain near to God. For granted His hand moves in your favor, no power and no person can withstand it. This moving up, my friend, hear me right now, because what I'm about to tell you has the power to change your life. Your future, your peace, your success, and even your closeness with God hinge on this one truth. Your mind is a battlefield. The greatest war you will ever fight isn't with your enemies, not with those who've wronged you, not with the world outside, but with your own thoughts. Your mind is the gateway to your soul. Your mind is the gate, and if you don't take charge of your thoughts will take charge of you. Think when that happens, the enemy doesn't even need to strike from the outside, because the defeat has already begun within. I'm speaking with urgency because we are living in an age where the mind is under constant attack. From every screen, every voice, every circumstance, seeds of thought are being sown. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. Without realizing it, your thoughts are crafting your reality. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. You think a thought, and that thought turns into a feeling. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. That feeling grows into a decision. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. That decision hardens into a habit. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. And that habit becomes your life. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. But it all begins with a single thought. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. And if that thought was not from God, then where did it come from? Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. My friend, understand this. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Not every thought that enters your mind is yours. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. You must hear me loud and clear. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Just because a thought appears in your head doesn't mean it belongs to you. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Some thoughts are planted by doubt. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.4. Some are planted by fear. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.4. Some are sent by those who wish to see you fail. Hashtag Meta, 0.4. And some are even sent by unseen forces that want to destroy everything God is trying to build in your life. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. But here's the truth. Sex 0.6. God has given you the power to choose. You can't always control what thoughts come to your mind, but you can control what thoughts you allow to stay. Many people are prisoners not because they are behind bars, but because they are chained by their own minds. They wake up with worry. They go to bed with anxiety. They replay every failure, every insult, every mistake. They torment themselves with what-ifs and should-haves. But I tell you, God did not design your mind to be a dungeon of regret. God designed your mind to be a garden of faith. And you must learn to protect it with everything you have. And this, do you know why so many people can't move forward in life? Because they've allowed negative thoughts to dig deep roots in their mind. A single seed of self-doubt watered with fear can grow into a tree that blocks out the light of God's truth. And when the light is blocked, you begin to forget who you are. You begin to believe you are weak. You begin to believe that your situation is hopeless. You begin to believe that God has forgotten you. But let me tell you something. God has never forgotten you. God is not God who left your side. It is your thoughts that led you away from Him. When God created you, He placed within you a power so great that no force on earth can stop you when you align your thoughts with His will. They place within you. That is why the battle for your thoughts is so fierce, because your thoughts determine your direction. If the enemy can poison your thoughts, he can destroy your purpose. But if you can align your thoughts with God, there is no mountain you cannot climb, no obstacle you cannot overcome, no pain you cannot heal from, because God becomes your strength and your thoughts become your weapons. You must train your mind to reject what doesn't come from God. If a thought brings fear, it is not from God. If a thought brings confusion, it's not from God. If you feel worthless, unloved, forgotten, it is a lie, and you must cast it out like a disease. You must replace that lie with God's truth. God's truth says you are chosen. God's truth says you are strong. God's truth says you have a purpose, and your life is not an accident. You were created by design for a reason. And if God gave you life, He gave you the mind to protect it. Let me tell you something bold. You feed your mind becomes your reality. If you constantly feed it garbage, negativity, hopelessness, comparison, and lies, then your life will reflect exactly that. But if you feed your mind faith, strength, wisdom, gratitude, discipline, and the remembrance of God, then you will rise. You will walk through storms with peace. You will face your enemies with courage. You will rest at night knowing that the same God who brought you through yesterday will carry you through tomorrow. You've got to stop letting your thoughts run wild. A wild mind is a dangerous mind. A wild mind will have you fearing things that haven't even happened. A wild mind will have you building walls between you and the very people who love you. A wild mind will keep you stuck in the past, afraid of the future, and blind to the blessings in the present. But when you train your thoughts, when you discipline your mind, when you place God at the center of your thinking, everything changes. Discipline your mind like a soldier disciplines his weapon. Don't entertain every thought. Don't let your emotions run the show. Emotions come and go, but truth remains. God remains. God remains. And the truth is this: God remains. You are not your thoughts. You are what you choose to do with them. When a thought comes that does not align with what God has spoken over your life, cast it down immediately. Speak against it. Don't sit with it. Don't entertain it. Don't nurse it. Don't reject it with the authority God has placed inside of you. Some of you are waiting for your life to change. But God is waiting for your thinking to change. You want new blessings, but your mind is stuck in old patterns. You want peace, but your thoughts are full of war. You want strength, but your thoughts tell you you're weak. I'm here to tell you, you don't have to live like this. You can rise. You can break free. You can be renewed. Hashtag Sex 0.6. But the change doesn't start outside. Sex 0.6. It starts within. Sex 0.6. The moment you say no more, I will not allow my thoughts to rule me. I will not be a slave to fear. They will not be driven by what ifs. I will think with the mind God gave me. I will think thoughts of peace, strength, purpose, and power. This we have. I will fill my mind with truth. I will guard my thoughts like a fortress. I will not let doubt enter these gates ever again. That is the moment your life begins to shift. You have to be ruthless with your thoughts. Let me say that again. You have to be ruthless with your thoughts. You don't give fear a second to breathe. Don't give regret a seat at your table. Your mind is holy ground. Don't let it be trampled by lies. Guard it, strengthen it, train it. And how do you do that? By feeding it with what comes from God. Speak remembrance every morning. Speak gratitude every night. Speak when a negative thought enters your mind. Respond with faith. When your mind says you can't, answer back with God can. When your mind says you're not enough, respond with God is more than enough, and I am with him. My friend, there is no greater power than the mind that is fixed on God. A mind filled with God's remembrance is unshakable. It doesn't mean you won't face problems, but it means the problems won't face you the same way because you'll have the thoughts of a warrior. You'll have the mind of one who walks with God. And when your thoughts align with His truth, even in the darkest hour, you will feel peace. Even in chaos, you will remain calm. Even in loss, you will not lose your purpose because your mind will not be shaken by what is seen. It will be anchored in what is eternal. Some people will think you're strange. Some will not understand the peace you carry, the strength you walk in, the way you do not panic like everyone else. Hashtag it meta. That's okay. Hashtag it meta. Let them wonder, because what they don't know is that you are not controlled by circumstances. You are led by truth. You are not ruled by fear. You are rooted in faith. You are not a product of your environment. You are a product of your connection with God. And your thoughts are no longer random. Hashtag meta. They are intentional. They are shaped by divine wisdom, not by the noise of the world. Let me speak clearly to your heart. Now, controlling your thoughts is not just a mental practice. It is a spiritual discipline. It is an act of worship. It is an act of protection. It is an act of thought. It is an act of obedience. Because every time you choose to align your thoughts with what is right, noble, peaceful, and strong, you are honoring the one who created your mind in the first place. You are saying to God, I trust you with my thoughts. I will not let my mind wander into places you never called me to go. And let me tell you, the more you practice this, the stronger you will become. Just like muscles grow with repetition, your mind becomes stronger each time you choose right thinking over reckless thinking. Each time you reject a lie, you build a wall of protection. Each time you feed your mind with truth, you plant seeds that will grow into peace. And the more you do this, the more you will walk in clarity. You will make better decisions. You will speak with more confidence. You will attract peace instead of drama. You will feel lighter because your thoughts will no longer weigh you down. This is the life God wants for you. This is the life, not a life of torment, not a life of confusion, but a life of discipline, strength, peace, and clarity. And it starts by mastering the one thing you truly have power over: your thoughts. And I say to you now with every fiber of urgency in my soul, if you do not take dominion over your thoughts will take dominion over you. Your mind is not a playground. It is a battlefield. And you cannot afford to be casual on a battlefield. You must wake up every day with your mind armed, not just with knowledge, but with remembrance. Remembrance of God, remembrance of who you are and who He created you to be. Some of you listening have been walking around with thoughts that were never meant to live in your mind. You've been babysitting fears that are not from God. You've been hosting anxiety like it's a permanent guest. Hashtag it meta. You've positive memorizing of past mistakes to haunt your present peace. Hashtag it meta. The sex and the tragedy is not what happened to you. It's that you are allowed what happened to you to become your identity. But sometimes, loud and clear, God never defined you by your past. God defines you by your potential. He doesn't, Lee. And your potential cannot come alive until your thinking comes into alignment with His divine truth. You cannot rise while your thoughts remain low. You cannot expect a life of power while your mind is filled with weakness. You cannot walk in the strength of God while your thoughts kneel at the feet of fear. So it is time. It is time to evict every lie. Hashtag meta. Pause. Time to silence every voice in your mind that tells you that you are broken. Hashtag meta. Pause. That you are not enough. Hashtag meta. Pause. That you have nothing left to offer. Hashtag meta. Pause. Those voices are not from God. Hashtag meta. Pause. And anything that is not from God must go. Hashtag meta. Pause. Let me tell you something. Hashtag meta. Pause. Most people will never say there is a war going on inside you, and your mind is the throne. Hashtag meta. Whoever wins that war becomes the ruler of your life. If you let fear win, fear rules. If you let shame win, shame rules. But if you let God's truth win, then peace rules, strength rules, clarity rules, and your life begins to reflect the order and the power of God Himself. That is not wishful thinking. That is divine order. Let's go even deeper. Do you know what the real danger is? Sex, meta. The danger is not the storm outside your house. The real danger is when the storm gets inside your mind. That's when you start second-guessing everything. That's when you turn blessings into burdens and opportunities into threats. But if your mind is anchored in God, then even in the middle of the storm, you will be still. The storm, even when the waves crash, your thoughts will not be tossed around, because peace is not the absence of trouble. Peace is the presence of God in your thoughts, and that's what God wants from you. Not just for you to believe in Him in theory, but for your thoughts to become a temple where He dwells, a sanctuary of remembrance, a fortress of faith, a place where doubt cannot breathe and fear cannot take root. Because imagine a mind so full of God that there is no room left for insecurity. Imagine a mind so trained in discipline that negativity dies before it can take hold. That kind of mind is not just possible, it is your calling. But let me be clear, it doesn't happen by accident. You must be deliberate. You must be intentional. You must make your mind a sacred space. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Just as you clean your house, you must clean your thoughts. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Just as you lock your doors at night, you must lock out thoughts that come to rob you of your peace. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Some of you are too open with your mind. You let anyone speak into it. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. You watch anything. Shak Meta, Sex
0.4. You scroll endlessly. Shak Meta. Sex, 0.4.
And without knowing, you are letting your enemies decorate the walls of your thoughts. That's why your mind feels so cluttered. That's why peace feels so fodder. That's why focus has become a stranger. But today is the day you take it back. You take back the gate of your mind. You take back your right to decide what enters and what must be cast out. Not every thought deserves your attention. Not every voice deserves your agreement. And not every memory deserves a seat in your future. You must learn to evict what God never sent. There is something sacred about a mind filled with remembrance of God, because when your thoughts are anchored in Him, everything changes. Your decisions become wiser. Your relationships become clearer. Your reactions become calmer. Your dreams become bolder. Your self-worth no longer depends on opinions, but on divine truth. You are no longer moved by flattery or wounded by insults, because your thoughts are not built on sand. They abbreviated them. They are built on the unshakable foundation of your Creator's voice. You were never meant to live at the mercy of your emotions. You were never created to be led by impulse or paralyzed by fear. You were formed by God with intention, with excellence, and with power. That power begins with your thoughts. The same God who created the universe gave you the ability to shape your inner world by how you think. And when your thoughts become aligned with that divine wisdom, you no longer see life the same way. You don't just react, you respond. You don't just survive, you lead. You don't just dream, you build. Because now you are walking with a sound mind, a God-filled mind. Don't you know how valuable that is? A sound mind is not common. It is a gift. In a world filled with noise, distraction, and deception, a mind that remembers God is a rare treasure. It is a light in the darkness. It is peace in the middle of confusion. It is power that cannot be explained by this world. And if you have that mind, if you train that mind, no darkness can overpower you. But you must commit. You must make a choice. You must say, I will not be passive. I will no longer let my thoughts drift like a ship without an anchor. I will fight for clarity. I will fight for peace. I will fight for purity in my thinking, because I know that my destiny is tied to what I think. And I will no longer allow my thoughts to be poisoned by fear or tainted by the past. I will fill my mind with light. I will fill it with purpose. I will fill it with God. Every day your mind is either building your future or breaking it. And the most dangerous thing is when you don't even realize what you're letting in. That's why you must become conscious of what you're feeding your thoughts. If your mind, every word you read, every conversation you entertain, every image you see, they are either feeding your faith or starving it. And if something starves your faith, you must cut it off. Not tomorrow, today. If it clouds your thoughts, it is stealing from your destiny. If it weakens your confidence in God, it is too expensive to keep. You were not meant to think like everyone else. You were meant to rise above. You were meant to see with different eyes, to think with a different mind, to walk with a different energy. And that difference begins when God becomes the center of your thoughts. Not just sometimes, not just when things go wrong, but always, continually, consistently, even when life is good, even when everything feels right, still God remains your focus. Because let me tell you something, peace is not found when the storm ends. Peace is found when God becomes your atmosphere. When God is the air you think with, the space your thoughts breathe in, the foundation under every decision. That is when peace begins to reign. That is when strength begins to grow. That is when clarity becomes your portion and confusion dies. So everything in me, I urge, begin today. Sex, point 6, train your thoughts, examine your thinking, Coffee cleans your mental habits, and submit your mind back to the one who created it. He knows what you need. He knows what you're capable of. And He will strengthen you as you discipline your thoughts to reflect His greatness. The sexed world may be filled with chaos, but you will walk in order. Thank you as it's... The world may panic, but your thoughts will rest in power. Metta. Others may fall into despair, but you will rise with quiet confidence because you know who holds your mind. And when God holds your mind, there is no force in existence that can shake you from your purpose. So, and now hear this deeply, my friend, not with your ears, but with your spirit. Your thoughts are sacred territory. The mind is not a place for confusion, corruption, or compromise. It is a field planted by the hands of God, intended to bear fruit that honors His name. But the question is, who is tending that field? Who is watering it? What kind of seeds are being sown each day through the words you hear, the voices you allow, the things you absorb in silence? We live in a generation that glorifies noise, constant input, endless opinions, flashing lights, and digital distractions. Hashtag Metta. People scroll their lives away, filling their minds with voices that do not care for their soul. And yet they wonder why their peace has vanished. They wonder why they feel empty when the screen turns off. They wonder why, despite everything they chase, nothing satisfies. What can you walk in peace if your thoughts are being shaped by what does not honor God? Let me say it plainly. What you allow to enter your mind has the power to shape your destiny. Hashtag Metta. A distracted mind becomes a directionless life. A distracted mind becomes a poisoned heart. You cannot keep feeding your soul things that drain your spirit and expect to walk in the power God created you to carry. You must be bold enough to say, no, I choose what enters my mind. I choose to guard the gates of my thoughts like a warrior protecting a king's palace. Because your thoughts are the royal court where decisions are made. And the king you serve deserves a clean temple. Let me go further. You don't just need to control your thoughts during your hardest days. You must be most watchful in the easy days when everything feels calm. When life flows smoothly, when prayers seem answered with ease. That is the season when your mind is at its weakest. That's the time when you are tempted to lower your guard. The time when pride slips in and whispers, "This was your doing." That is when self-dependence tries to replace dependence on God. The instant you let your thoughts forget the true source of your strength, the descent begins. Understand this. The enemy does not only come through storms and crises. He enters through comfort, through complacency, through the haze of distraction. He does not always need to destroy. Sometimes, all he seeks is to reroute you, and he accomplishes it with a single thought. The enemy, one stray thought, one seed of laziness, one whisper saying you've done enough, one subtle echo reminding you that you're different. Before long, gratitude turns to entitlement. Surrender shifts to self-praise. And when the mind wanders, the soul soon follows. The tax. But those who walk with God must be vigilant in thought every day, every hour, even in silence, especially in silence. Because your real life is not what you show the world. It's what happens in the theater of your mind when no one is watching. The true you is not in your appearance, your reputation, or your achievements. The true you is found in your thought life. The true you is found in your... If God were to display every thought you've entertained this week, would it reflect peace? Would it reflect worship? Would it reflect a heart that longs to please God? Even in private, it's not enough to say you love God. Your thoughts must love Him too. Your thoughts must inner dialogue, must honor Him. Your imagination must reflect purity, hope, discipline, and purpose. And you cannot fake that. You cannot manipulate your way into a sound mind. You must cultivate it daily, deliberately, prayerfully, like a fire that must be kept burning. Your thoughts must be kept lit with the flame of God's remembrance. The moment you let it die, darkness creeps in. And let me tell you something powerful. What you meditate on is what multiplies in your life. If you meditate on pain, pain will grow. If you meditate on fear, fear will expand. If you meditate on what you lack, you will begin to feel empty even when you are surrounded by blessings. But if you meditate on the greatness of God, peace will multiply, clarity will expand, strength will grow, and even in hardship, your soul will stand firm. Some of you need to declare war on your thought life today. You've been too tolerant, too permissive, too gentle with things that are silently stealing your power. You've allowed your mind to become a storage room for negativity, for opinions that were never God's, for comparisons that suffocate your uniqueness. But it ends now. You are not a servant to random thoughts. You are not at the mercy of your memories. You are not a slave to the patterns of the past. You are free to choose. And when you choose God, you choose clarity. You choose strength. You choose discipline. There is power in the disciplined mind. Not the mind that tries to control every outcome, but the mind that surrenders to the one who controls all things. That is, the mind that says, even when I don't understand, I will not be shaken. Even when I don't see the way, I will not be afraid, because my thoughts are grounded in trust, not in circumstance. And that kind of mind is unstoppable. That kind of mind walks into storms without trembling. That kind of mind faces betrayal without breaking. That kind of mind walks away from temptation without regret. That kind of mind chooses silence over gossip, purpose over distraction, and peace over chaos. Because it is trained, it is submitted. It is filled not with the noise of the world, but with the stillness of God. But hear me, a God-filled mind is not born, it is built. It is built through daily remembrance, built through choosing stillness over noise, built through refusing to think thoughts that go against the very character of the one who made you. You must become the gatekeeper of your own mind. You must stand guard at the entrance of your thoughts, asking every idea, every emotion, every whisper, "Are you from God?" And if the answer is no, do not let it enter. You are not weak. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.6. You are not too broken. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.4. You are not too far gone. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.4. If your mind has been a battlefield of torment, it can become a fortress of peace. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.8. If your thoughts have been wild and scattered, they can be tamed by the hand of God. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.8. But you must decide. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.6. You must stop waiting for change to fall from the sky and start building the mental life that aligns with your highest calling. Hashtag Meta, because at the end of it all, you will not be judged for what passed through your mind, but for what you allowed to stay. You will not be held accountable for every thought that knocked at your door, but for which ones you invited in. So let this be your declaration. Me turn it is, no more vacancy for fear, no room for bitterness, no place for shame. My mind is sacred ground, and only the truth of God will be allowed to stay. And when you live like that, when you think like that, when you breathe like that, then even when the world around you is falling apart, your mind will be still. Your thoughts will remain steadfast. And your life will become a vessel not of chaos, but of power, clarity, peace, and unwavering faith in the one who gave you that mind to begin with. Because when your thoughts belong to God, your life will no longer be tossed by the waves. It will be carried by the wind of divine purpose. There comes a time in every person's life when they must confront the hidden thoughts that have quietly shaped every decision, every response, every belief. You see, it is not what happens around you that defines you. It is what happens within you. A storm outside may rage with thunder and chaos, but it is the storm within your own mind that determines whether you stand or fall. And that storm, yes, that invisible silent force, must be brought under the authority of God. Let me speak to your soul now, not with soft words, but with fire. You were never created to be ruled by emotions, enslaved by fear, or deceived by whispers of doubt. You were created to think with purpose. You were created to reason with truth. You were created to imagine in righteousness. Your thoughts were never meant to be random winds. You were called to harness them like sails that carry you in the direction of divine purpose. And yet, how many of us walk around with minds that are cluttered, confused, and condemned? Thoughts that replay the same hurt over and over like a broken record. Thoughts that anticipate the worst instead of expecting the best. Thoughts that keep bringing up what should have been forgotten. Let me tell you, when you allow your mind to become a graveyard of past wounds, you bury your future under the weight of what no longer belongs. God did not bring you this far for you to be trapped by thoughts you never invited. And even if you did invite them, today you have the power to dismiss them. Thoughts of envy, release them. Thoughts of vengeance, bury them. Thoughts that scream, "You are not enough," silence them with the echo of truth. God has given you everything you need for the season you're in. Now listen to me clearly. One of the greatest signs of spiritual maturity is not how loud you pray or how many words you know. It's how well you manage your thoughts when no one is watching. That's the true test. Sex 0.6. That's the battlefield of integrity. Sex 0.8. Can you guide your thinking when the lights are off? Sex 0.6. When no one is applauding, when life doesn't make sense. Sex 0.6. When your plans fall apart? Sex 0.6. Because those quiet hours of mental discipline are where God watches to see who is ready for more. True. 8. And you, yes, you are being called to more. Hashtag more. But more doesn't start in your hands. It starts in your mind. A bigger assignment requires a stronger mind. A new thought pattern. You cannot carry the weight of a great calling with the thoughts of a weak spirit. You must be transformed from the inside out. Thank you. You must unlearn what this world has taught you about fear, about failure, about worth. Shipped. And you must learn to think as one who belongs to God, who is led by God, and who is answerable to God alone. You've got to stop renting out your mind to opinions that were never appointed by the Creator. What someone said about you in anger, that's not truth. What your past tried to convince you of, that's not your identity. What failure told you about your future, that's not your prophecy. The voice, the only voice that deserves authority in your thinking is the voice of God, because He alone knows the full picture of who you are. But let's take it deeper. Your thoughts are not only shaping your own life, they are influencing everyone around you. Hashtag meta. Pause. The way you think affects the way you speak, and the way you speak affects what you build. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. A negative mind produces toxic words. Hashtag meta. Sex. Point 6. A fearful mind projects insecurity. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 6. But a mind filled with God breathes life into every room it enters. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. Your children are learning from your thoughts, even if they never hear them. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. Your spouse, your friends, your co-workers, they feel what your mind carries. Hashtag meta. And when your thoughts are rooted in God, you don't just bless yourself, you bless the atmosphere around you. Hashtag meta. That's why you must protect your inner life more than your outer image. Don't be more concerned with how you look than how you think. The real work is invisible. The real transformation happens in silence, in solitude, in surrender. And let me tell you, surrendering your thoughts to God is not weakness. It's the greatest strength you can ever walk in. Because a surrendered mind is a dangerous mind. Dangerous to darkness, dangerous to fear, dangerous to every lie that tried to write your story. And make no mistake, your mind is writing your story every day. Your thoughts are the ink. Your choices are the pen. Your future is the page. What are you writing? Shash Meta, Sex, 0.6. What kind of legacy are you shaping with your thoughts? Shash Meta, Sex 0.8. Are you building a narrative of defeat or of discipline, of excuses or of excellence, of doubt or of destiny? Shash Meta, 0.8. Because every chapter of your life begins with the silent dialogue happening in your head. Shash Meta, Sex 0.8. Now I know some of you have been thinking the wrong thoughts for so long, you're wondering, can I ever be free? Hashtag meta, and the answer is yes. Freedom begins the moment you stop agreeing with lies. You don't need a new life, you need a new mindset. You don't need the world to change, you need your focus to shift. Start speaking to your thoughts, challenge them, examine them. You ask, does this thought lead me closer to God's purpose or further away? Does it lift me or limit me? And if it doesn't serve the truth, throw it out. You don't owe any loyalty to a lie. You are not at the mercy of your upbringing. You are not chained to generational thinking. You are not destined to repeat the same patterns. You are a thinker, crafted by God. And with His guidance, you can renew your mind. You can break the cycle. You can rewire the way you see, the way you feel, the way you respond. And when your mind is renewed, your life will be restored. But listen, repetition. But can't think one good thought and expect transformation. You must train your thoughts daily. You feed your mind truth the way you feed your body food. You don't eat once a week and expect to live. You eat daily. So feed your mind daily. Strengthen it in the morning with gratitude. Guard it in the afternoon with focus. Purge it at night with reflection. The mind that is constantly returning to God will not drift into destruction. Don't just let your thoughts pass through. Interrogate them, discipline them, speak to them, and yes, even dismiss them when they do not honor the God who formed your spirit from the dust and breathed into you purpose before you were even known by this world. That's who you are. That's who your mind belongs to. And no lie, no fear, no shadow can claim what was created by the light. So I challenge you now. Elevate your thinking. Raise the standard. Rise above the noise. Remove every thought that keeps you small. Because God didn't make you to live in cycles of confusion. He made you to walk in clarity, in strength, in courage, in excellence. But it all starts here, in the unseen sacred ground of your thoughts. When you change what you allow yourself to think, you change who you allow yourself to become. And when your thoughts are surrendered to God, there is no limit to the life you will live, the battles you will win, and the peace that will overflow in everything you do. Your mind, once the battlefield, can become the sanctuary, not through force, but through faith, not through striving, but through surrender, not through fear, but through the quiet, unshakable remembrance of the one who holds your every thought in his hand. So walk forward now, not in confusion, but in clarity, not in hesitation, but in boldness, not in weakness, but with a renewed mind anchored in truth, filled with God, and focused on everything you are destined to become. So when the fire of faith begins to burn within you, it touches even the deepest corners of your thoughts. And I tell you today, if your thoughts are not under the rule of God, your life never will be. You can fast until your body grows weak. You can pray until your knees are sore. But if your mind remains unchecked, the enemy will find his way through the cracks. For the battlefield of your soul is not fought in your hands. It is fought in your head. It is in that secret place where no one but God can hear your silent battles that the greatest victories or defeats occur. And that is where you must rise up and say, enough is enough, and will not be ruled by fear. I will not be driven by lust. I will not be chained by bitterness. I will not be tormented by shame. My mind belongs to God. The one who learns to submit every thought to God becomes unstoppable. Not because they are strong, but because they walk with the one who cannot be shaken. Do you understand the power of one thought submitted to God? It's like placing a tiny seed in the soil of the Almighty's will. One righteous thought can grow into a destiny. One disciplined mind can break generational curses. One faithful decision can shift the course of a family, a city, even a nation. That's why the enemy fights you in your thoughts. Because he knows if you ever become disciplined in your thinking, your life will become a weapon of divine purpose. When your thoughts are full of chaos, you must call upon God with urgency, not casually, not passively, but like a warrior in battle. You must rise early and speak to your mind. You must rise. Today, I command my thoughts to align with the will of God. I reject every lie. I silence every voice that is not from Him. I take back what fear has stolen. I recover what doubt has broken. I think what God says I can think. I think what God says I can think. I think with anxiety knocks. Even when depression whispers your name, you think, because you are not who your thoughts say you are. You are who God says you are. And God does not speak in confusion. God does not speak in hopelessness. God does not speak in despair. God speaks life. God speaks peace. God speaks strength. And when He speaks, everything else must bow. Some of you are living under mental torment because you have allowed too many voices into your mind. You scroll endlessly. You compare constantly. You listen gossip. You digest negativity. And then you wonder why you have no clarity, no focus, no peace. Friend, the mind cannot thrive on poison. You cannot feed yourself fear and expect to walk in courage. You cannot feast on filth and expect to walk in purity. You must protect your mental gates with the intensity of a guard protecting a king. You can see your eyes, your ears, your conversations, they are all doors. Be watchful over them. Guard them with prayer. Guard them with intention, because once a thought enters, it desires to take root. And once it takes root, it bears fruit. So ask yourself, what fruit is your mind producing today? Is your mind producing patience or panic? Is it bearing faith or fear? Is it yielding love or hatred? These are the indicators of who sits on the throne of your thoughts. And if it is not God, then it is time to evict every other voice. Don't delay it. Don't excuse it. Don't say, well, this is just how I've always thought. Number. If it doesn't honor God, it doesn't belong. Your mind must become a sacred place, a temple where the voice of God echoes louder than every doubt, louder than every trauma, louder than every past mistake. You cannot change your past, but by God you can redeem your mind today. There is nothing more dangerous than a believer who knows how to master their thoughts, because such a person does not react to life, they respond to God. When bad news comes, their mind doesn't spiral into panic, it runs to prayer. When a fate or rent arises, they do not stew in bitterness, they lift it to the throne and let God handle it. When temptation lingers, they do not feed it. They flee and fill their minds with what is pure. That kind of discipline doesn't happen overnight. It happens when you make a covenant with your mind. When you say, my thoughts are not for sale. My mind is not an open market. I belong to God, and so does every part of me, even the parts no one can see. And I say this with love, but with truth. You cannot claim to walk with God while entertaining thoughts that oppose Him. Light and darkness cannot dwell in the same space. You must choose this day whom your mind will serve. Will it serve the fears of your upbringing? Will it serve the traumas of your past? Will it serve the lies of culture? Or will it serve the truth of the one who formed you in your mother's womb and calls you his own? You must train your thoughts to move in rhythm with God. That takes time. It takes prayer. It takes silence. Sometimes it takes fasting. It takes cutting off distractions. It takes replacing music that stirs your flesh with words that stir your soul. It takes meditating on God's power, not your problem. That is how you become strong, not by denying your thoughts, but by disciplining them, by placing them under divine authority. Every time fear comes, you declare, this fear will not dictate my day. Every time anger rises, you say, this emotion will not control my actions. Every time discouragement lingers, you proclaim, this heaviness will not determine my future. You say steps, you pray, and you push your mind back into divine order. This is not mental games. This is spiritual warfare. And the mind is the front line. But I am here to tell you that God has not left you defenseless. You have been given strength from above. You have been given wisdom beyond your years. You have been given a shield of protection if you will only rise up and claim it. Don't wait for someone else to fight your mental battles. Stand up and say, God, I take authority over my thoughts and I align them with your truth. No more torment, no more chaos, no more double-mindedness. My mind is yours, celebrity, because when your thoughts become obedient to God,
your life becomes a vessel of peace. Your decisions become clearer. Your relationships become healthier. Your purpose becomes brighter. And you begin to move not like someone who is guessing, but like someone who is guided. That is the power of a renewed mind. That is the result of choosing every day, every hour, every moment to surrender your thoughts to the one who knows all, sees all, and holds your life in his hands. Keep your heart soft, but your mind sharp. Be gentle in spirit, but fierce in focus. Love others, but never let their opinions override the voice of God in your mind. You cannot control every situation, but by God's help, you can control how you think about it. And when your thinking changes, your life will follow. So fix your thoughts where your hope comes from. If you speak to your mind like a commander speaks to soldiers, you can be. Tell it to stand in alignment with truth, meta, sex. Remind it daily that it belongs to the one who created you. Keep God at the center, and your thoughts will begin to reflect His glory. And once your thoughts are right with God, everything else will fall into place. This, my beloved brothers and sisters, if there is one truth that must remain etched into the very fiber of your soul, it is this: your thoughts are the gateway to your destiny. As a man thinks, so he becomes. The battles you face outwardly are often the result of the wars you've ignored inwardly. But today, I declare with unwavering boldness, you do not have to be a prisoner of your thoughts. You do not have to live under the tyranny of worry, fear, lust, bitterness, or despair. For God, the Almighty, the one who formed you in the womb and breathed life into your spirit, has given you the divine authority to take control of your thoughts. This is not just psychology. It is spiritual warfare. And you are not alone in this battle. God is with you, guiding you, strengthening you, lifting you when you fall, and correcting you when you go astray. When your mind is filled with confusion, turn your focus to God. When fear comes creeping in like a shadow in the night, remind yourself that God is your light and salvation. Whom shall you fear? When the voices in your head scream defeat, shout back with the truth that God is your victory. When temptations rise like waves, plant your feet on the rock of God's guidance and say, I will not be moved. Do not wait for your thoughts to change on their own. Speak life into your mind. Speak light into your darkness. Speak order into your chaos. Speak truth over the lies. Because your thoughts align with the will of God, nothing can stand against you, not even yourself. It's not Let God be the filter of your thoughts. Let God be the standard of your thinking. Let every idea, every plan, every desire pass through the fire of His truth. If it cannot withstand the heat of God's holiness, then it has no place in your mind. Because your mind is not a garbage bin for the world's poison. Because it is the sanctuary where God's wisdom must dwell. So that you may have struggled in the past. You may have failed again and again, but today is a new day. God's mercy is new this very morning. You can begin again. You can rise again. You can reclaim the authority over your thoughts. Not because you are strong, but because God is stronger. Not because you are perfect, but because God is perfectly faithful. Not go now and guard your mind as if it were a fortress. Let it be filled with the remembrance of God. Let it overflow with gratitude. Let it carry patience. Let it practice discipline. And above all else, let it be rooted in faith. Let faith to mountains, shatter chains, and silence every lie of the enemy. Forgetter, it'll shape your thoughts into a dwelling place for truth. Shape them into a weapon of righteousness. Shape them into a testimony that glorifies God. For when your thoughts align with truth, your life will walk in the same direction. Your thoughts are stand unshaken. That step forward in strength.
remembering you are not defined by what you feel. You are not bound by what you fear. You are exactly what God has spoken over you, and He calls you victorious. He calls you sound in mind. He calls you able to rise above. So take command of your thoughts, take command of your life, and surrender it all into God's hands. There comes a point in every life, a crossroads marked by divine tension, when the soul feels pressed, the hands hold nothing, and the heart quietly asks, is this really all there is? It is in that very space, in the stretch between barely enough and not enough, that God reveals His strength. You were never designed just to make it through. You were not placed here simply to scrape by. God did not breathe purpose into you only to watch you stumble through scarcity and limitation. No, the one who created the heavens and the earth is the one who created you. And when He steps in, He doesn't bring leftovers. He brings overflow. He brings abundance. He brings more than enough. If you have ever felt like life handed you crumbs while others dined in plenty, if you've walked through seasons where prayers met silence and dreams were delayed, let this truth settle in your spirit today. God is not finished. Your struggle is not the final chapter. What looks like barely enough right now is only the setup for something miraculous. Hashtag it's meta, for God delights in taking what looks like nothing and turning it into everything. Hashtag He specializes in lifting the low, filling the empty, strengthening the weak, and multiplying the small. Your season of not enough is not a curse. It is the soil in which God plants the seeds of more than enough. Some of you have lived your whole life in survival mode. You were taught to settle. You were taught to believe that lack is your lot, that nothing good ever lasts, that blessings are for others. But let me tell you, God does not call you according to human limitation. God does not consult your bank account, your background, your status, or your circumstance before He blesses. When God decides to shift your life, no power in hell can stop it. When God declares increase, favor, and breakthrough over you, it does not matter who overlooked you, who betrayed you, who doubted you, or who left you. When God speaks abundance, the doors begin to open. The opportunities appear. The right people show up. The crooked places straighten. The impossible becomes possible. You see, we serve a God who can take your barely getting by and breathe upon it until it turns into pressed down, shaken together, and running over. We serve a God who can take your last and multiply it into overflow. But here, this God is not moved by need. But here's one of the day you got some this of this company. But here's the God He called sex by faith. You may be surrounded by lack, but it is your faith that pulls you out. God honors faith. Faith is the currency of the invisible. Shattered meta, sex 0.6. Faith dares to believe while there's still no sign. Shattered meta, sex 0.6. Faith shouts, "Thank you, God," before the blessing even comes. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. And when God sees faith, He responds. He releases provision, not just for today, but for tomorrow and beyond. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. Not just enough to survive, but enough to bless others. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. That's the kind of God we serve. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. Some of you have been living in the shadows, surviving off emotional scraps, begging for love, attention, validation from people, from the world, from places that never had what you needed in the first place. Hashtag meta. But God did not call you to beg. God did not design you to shrink. You were not born to beg for crumbs. You were born to walk in abundance. You were born to walk tall, not with arrogance, but with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing who your source is. Not your job, not your friends, not your spouse, not the economy. God is your source. And God is your source. Lack has no power over you. Let me speak this into your soul. God will take you from barely enough to more than enough, from weary to overflowing, from insufficient to abundant. But don't miss the process. Before abundance, there's always a test. Before the more, there's always the less. Before the overflow, there is often a season of dryness. Why? Because God prepares the vessel before He pours out the oil. God tests the heart before He releases the treasure. The pressure you feel is not punishment, it is preparation. But the delays you faced are not denials, they are divine protection. God has been preparing you behind the scenes so that when the blessing comes, you will be ready to carry it. So many people want God's abundance but reject the discipline. They want the overflow but resist the pruning. But God will not give you what you're not prepared to handle. You must learn to steward the little. You must honor the small. You must be faithful in the valley before He entrusts you with the mountaintop. Do not despise your season of just enough. Do not curse your season of barely, because it is in the barely that God teaches you trust. It is in the barely that you learn to lean on Him. It is in the quiet places of lack that your roots grow deep and unshakable. And when your character is ready, God begins to open the floodgates. Suddenly used to be hard becomes easy. What used to be scarce becomes plenty. You begin to see doors you didn't knock on open. You begin to receive favor you didn't earn. You begin to walk in rooms you weren't invited into, because when God promotes, no man can demote. You begin to when God blesses, no man can block. Hashtag meta. And when God moves, it is undeniable, unstoppable, and unforgettable. Now listen to me closely. Abundance is not always about money. You can have a full bank account and an empty heart. You can have riches but no peace, fame but no joy. But when God gives you more than enough, it touches every area of your life. God gives peace that silences storms. God gives joy that defies sorrow. God gives wisdom that confuses the proud. He fills your cup until it spills into others. That is the overflow. That is the more than enough. But here's the key. You must position yourself to receive. God doesn't pour into closed hands. He pours into open hearts. He pours into open hearts. He pours into open hearts. He pours into surrendered souls. He pours into surrendered souls. He pours into surrendered souls. Some of you are blocking your own line open because you won't let go of the familiar. He pours into what's safe, and God is calling you into the unknown. He's calling you out of the boat. He's calling you to walk by faith and not by sight. But you can't step into overflow while you're chained to fear. It's once you cannot embrace the new while holding on to the old. Let go of the mindset of lack. Let go of the voice that tells you you'll never have enough, never be enough, never do enough. That voice is a lie. God does not speak in defeat. God does not whisper failure into your ear. God calls you beloved. God calls you chosen. God calls you anointed. God calls you, and when God calls you blessed, even in the desert, water will find you. Even in the famine, provision will seek you out. Even when all odds are stacked against you, God will make a way. Do you remember the stories of old? When the hungry were fed with a handful, when the desperate were delivered with a shout, when the forgotten were raised to royalty. Those weren't fairy tales. Those were testimonies, proof that when God shows up, what you thought was the end becomes a new beginning. God doesn't need a lot to do a lot. He just needs your trust. He just needs your hairs. He just needs a heart that says, God, I don't know how, but I believe you will. And He will. He will multiply your strength. He will increase your influence. He will expand your territory. He will open up the heavens and pour out blessings you don't have room to contain. But you must stay faithful. Do not lose heart in the waiting. Do not give up when it gets hard. The enemy wants to wear you down right before your breakthrough. He wants you to walk away when you're inches from the blessing. Don't you dare walk away. Don't you dare quit now. #Meta. If you only knew what was waiting on the other side of your obedience, you would praise God even in the dark. #Meta. You would worship Him even while it's dry. #Meta. Because soon, very soon, the rain is coming. #Meta. The harvest is near. The more than enough is on its way. You will not live in the land of not enough. #Meta. You are not called to wander forever in the desert of almost. God has a promised land for you, a place of peace, power, purpose, and provision, a place where your needs are met, your soul is satisfied, and your life overflows into others. And that place begins with faith. It begins with surrender. It begins with a cry that says, God, I trust you even when I can't see it. I believe you even when I don't feel it. I know you're moving even when I don't understand it. I know you're moving. Faith moves mountains. That kind of faith unlocks abundance. That kind of faith pulls down blessings from heaven. That kind of faith turns barely enough into more than enough. And when it happens, when the blessing arrives, when the increase comes, when the doors open, remember who did it. Don't give credit to luck, timing, or coincidence. 0.6. Give glory to God, for it was God who sustained you in the dry seasons. It was God who whispered peace to your anxious soul. It was God who made a way when there was no way. It was God who took your not enough and turned it into more than enough. And He is not finished. What you've seen is only the beginning. God does not run out. God does not raise His love, His mercy, His provision. He is infinite. He is generous. He is overflowing. And when you walk with Him, you walk in abundance. Not because of who you are, but because of who He is. Not because you're perfect, but because He is faithful. Not because you deserve it, but because He is full of compassion. And now I tell you this, with the weight of fire in my bones. When God decides to elevate you, nothing, absolutely nothing, can keep you down. Not the opinions of people, not the failures of your past, not the systems of this world. When God declares abundance over your life, the chains begin to fall. Limitations start to crumble. It's if the labels placed upon you by others, unworthy, incapable, insignificant, are burned away by the truth of what God calls you, destined, chosen, favored, not because you earned it, but because God in His mercy lifts the lowly and honors the faithful. You see, the journey from barely enough to more than enough is not just about what's in your hands. It's about what's in your heart. God is not only changing your situation, He's transforming your capacity. When God prepares to pour more into your life, He begins by stretching your spirit. He calls you to rise above small thinking, to break free from the scarcity mindset, to stop measuring your future by the limits of your past. For what God has planned for you cannot fit into the container of your old thinking. The old mindset must break. The old habits must go. The old fear must die, because God is making room for something greater. And hear this, Shept Meta, Sex Point 6. Sometimes God will allow the resources to dry up, not to harm you, but to push you to discover Him as your true source. Sex Point 6. Sometimes the doors will close, the friendships will fade, the platforms will shrink, so that you stop relying on the creation and start relying on the Creator. God removes your crutches so that you can learn to walk by faith. He takes away the familiar to reveal Himself as the unfailing. He strips away the illusion of control so you can surrender to His perfect plan. That's where the miracle begins. Not in your strength, but in your surrender. Not in your ability, but in your availability. Don't you understand? God does not bless you according to what you lack. He blesses you according to His power, and His power has no end. What seems impossible to man is nothing to God. He spoke galaxies into being. He told the oceans where to stop. He numbers every hair on your head and every beat of your heart. And yet He cares enough to know your struggles, your silent prayers, your weary nights. God sees the place where you've been pressing on, giving your all, and still feeling like it's not enough. Laurie is saying to you now, I am enough for you. Trust and watch what I will do. First, some of you have been counting yourself out because of your background. Maybe you were born into poverty. Maybe you've been rejected, abandoned, or forgotten. Maybe you don't have the connections, or the education, or the support system others have. But let me tell you, when God favors you, none of that matters. Favor bypasses credentials. Favor overrides protocol. Favor takes the least likely and makes them the most impactful. When God chooses to bless you, He doesn't need permission from anyone. He doesn't need the approval of man. All He needs is your willingness to believe. There is something powerful about a soul that believes God in the dark. A soul that says, even if I see no evidence, I still believe. That kind of faith moves heaven. That kind of trust causes the earth to yield what was once withheld. That kind of hope carries the fragrance of victory. You may not feel it yet. You may not see it yet. You may not see it, you choose to believe God. You become a magnet for the miraculous. You begin to walk in a different rhythm. You begin to attract what your spirit is aligned with. Peace, strength, favor, and yes, abundance. But remember, with more comes responsibility. God does not bless you to make you comfortable. He blesses you to make you impactful. He blesses you then enough is not just for you to store, it's for you to pour. What then you believe? God is calling you to be a conduit, not a container. A vessel, not a vault. Your increase is meant to uplift others. Your secrecy, verflow, is meant to quench the thirst of the dry around you. God is raising up people in this generation who don't chase blessings just to be blessed, but who desire to be a blessing. Your increase, people who understand that the true measure of abundance is not how much you have, but how much you give. You see, God's definition of abundance is different from the world's. The world says, take more, hoard more, climb higher. But God says, give more, love more, serve deeper. The world says, protect your image. God says, reflect my light. The world says, be great. But God says, be faithful, and I will make you great. And when you live according to God's definition of abundance, you begin to overflow in every direction, not just in finances, but in peace, in wisdom, in purpose, in resilience, in joy that the world cannot take away. And let me tell you, there's a peace that comes when you know God is your provider. There's a rest in your spirit when you understand that what God has for you cannot be stopped by economy, by politics, or by opposition. There's a boldness that rises in your soul when you know that your provision is not dependent on man, but on the one who never fails. God will open doors no man can shut. God will cause your name to be spoken in rooms you've never stepped into. God will orchestrate divine appointments that change the trajectory of your life. But you must stay in alignment. You cannot expect overflow while living in disobedience. You cannot walk in blessing while walking away from the one who gives it. God is not obligated to bless rebellion. He blesses obedience. He blesses humility. He blesses those who walk upright, even when it's hard. So if you're in a season of barely, ask yourself this: am I aligned with the will of God? Because sometimes it's not a matter of timing, it's a matter of positioning. And when you're in the right position, heaven responds. And I declare this over you today: you are coming out of this season of just enough. The struggle is not your destiny. The delay is not your definition. God is preparing a table before you. God is setting up a shift so drastic it will silence the mouths of every doubter. The ones who laughed will stand in awe. The walked away will wonder. The ones who counted you out will have no choice but to witness what God is doing in your life. Don't be afraid of increase. Don't sabotage what God wants to give you because of a mindset stuck in survival. Begin to speak abundance. Begin to expect favor. Begin to walk like the child of the Most High that you are, not with arrogance, but with assurance, not with pride, but with peace. Because when God says more than enough, He means more. More than what you can imagine, more than what you thought you deserved, more than what you believed possible. And let me say this: more than enough is not a future fantasy. It is a present reality for those who believe. Right now, as you hear these words, God is already working behind the scenes. He's already aligning situations, shifting people, breaking barriers, and clearing the path. You don't have to see it to believe it. You just have to believe it to see it. Faith opens the gates. Gratitude unlocks the flow. Praise accelerates the process. So open your mouth, lift your head, let your soul magnify God even in the waiting. Declare His goodness before the harvest. Thank Him for the breakthrough before the chains fall. That's how you live in the rhythm of more than enough. Not by waiting for evidence, but by trusting the promise. God is not a God of maybe. He is a God of certainty. He does not tease with false hope. What He discovers blessing, it is sealed. When He ordains increase, it cannot be reversed, and you are standing at the edge of it. Yes, you. Not someone else. Not someday. Now, here. If you can believe, if you can obey, if you can trust, then what was once a dream will become your daily reality. Not just enough for you, but more than enough for generations to come. There is a divine pattern that cannot be ignored. Every time God prepares to release more than enough, He first calls His servant into separation. Look throughout history and you'll see it. God removes the distractions before He brings the increase. He clears the room before He fills it. He cuts away the unnecessary before He reveals the extraordinary. And I tell you today, if you feel like you've been stripped of comfort, disconnected from people, isolated in the quiet, do not despise it. God is consecrating you. And
God is sanctifying the space around you so He can dwell there in fullness. Because when God enters a life with abundance, He does not share the throne. He must be first. He must be honored, and He must be trusted above all else. Some of you are holding on to the very things that are blocking your blessing. You're clutching relationships God has told you to release. You're defending habits that are poisoning your spirit. You're chasing approval from voices that do not speak for God. And here's the truth: God will not elevate what competes with Him. He will not bless what leads you away from Him. More than enough is not about having more of the world. More than enough, it's about having more of God's presence, more of His peace, more of His power flowing through every fiber of your life. If you truly desire the overflow, then you must clear the altar of your heart and make room for God alone. If there is a posture required for increase, it is not pride, it is not striving, it is surrender. It is not the weak surrender that collapses under pressure, but the sacred surrender that declares, God, take control. Here are my plans, my fears, my desires. Replace them with yours. This is the surrender that releases the supernatural. Because the moment you stop forcing things in your own strength and begin trusting God's timing, you enter divine alignment. And in that alignment, everything begins to flow. So never underestimate what God can accomplish in the waiting. You may think you are stuck in delay, but God is never late. He is intentional. He is flawless in His precision. What you call a setback, God calls preparation. While you wait, He is working. While you pray, He is positioning. While you endure, He is equipping. The ground is being broken. The rain is being readied. The harvest is already taking root beneath the surface. Just because you don't see the fruit doesn't mean the seed has died. If God declared it, He will fulfill it. Not a single word from Him returns empty. Not a single promise fails. If I write to heaven and earth may pass away, but the word of God will stand. And let me speak this into the depths of your spirit. God's more than enough does not look like the world's version of success. In the form of luxury or applause, sometimes it comes in peace so unshakable it confuses the enemy. Sometimes it comes in clarity so strong you walk through doors others fear to knock on. Sometimes it shows up in favor so divine that people will wonder how you got where you are, and you will know it was God. Always God. It wasn't the hustle. It wasn't the connection. It wasn't the strategy. It was the unseen hand of God directing your steps, honoring your obedience, and fulfilling His word. That's why you must resist the temptation to compare. What God is doing in your life is tailor-made. It's not a copy. It's not a replica. It's a unique assignment. And when God blesses you, it will not look like what others have because you are not called to be who others are. Stop measuring your miracle by someone else's manifestation. What they call abundance may be your beginning. What you call small may be the seed of something eternal. God's timing is unique. His plan is custom built. His blessings are designed for those who trust Him fully, not those who follow trends. Don't be distracted by what seems delayed. Don't be discouraged by what appears denied. There are things God is protecting you from that you cannot even see.
There are doors that remain closed because what's behind them would have destroyed your purpose. There are people who walked away because their presence would have polluted your promise. And there are battles you never had to fight because God fought them in silence. Never confuse God's protection for rejection. He sees what you cannot. And what feels like loss is often the clearing of the land for the foundation of your increase. You must understand this when God prepares to elevate you. He often allows the pressure to intensify because increase requires strength. Overflow demands character. Greater calling brings heavier responsibility. If God still, and so the fire comes not to destroy you, but to refine you. The storm rages, not to drown you, but to teach you how to walk on what should have taken you under. God is forming something in you that your future will depend on. And what you gain in the fire will be the very thing that sustains you in the overflow. Do not curse the process. Embrace it. Thank God for it. Thank Joyce in it. Rejoice because God is building you into someone who can carry the weight of blessing without collapsing. He is preparing you to be trusted with influence, trusted with increase, trusted with wisdom, trusted with favor. And when God trusts you, He releases what no man can manufacture. He brings opportunities that no marketing can buy. He releases provision that no effort can earn. That is the realm of more than enough. The tension, and let me remind you, God is not only the God of sudden miracles. He is the God of consistent faithfulness. He is with you in the midnight hour and the early dawn. He is in the silence and in the celebration. He is present when you feel surrounded, and He is nearest when you feel forgotten. You are never alone. You are never abandoned. Even in your lowest moment, God is working. Even in your deepest pain, He is present. And what you survive today will be the very thing that proves His power tomorrow. More than enough is not just a phrase. It is a lifestyle rooted in unshakable trust. It is the posture of one who believes that if God fed you yesterday, He will feed you today. If God protected you in the past, He will guard you in the future. If God opened one door, He will open another. If God started a work in you, He will finish it fully, completely, abundantly. Do not be deceived by the silence. God is speaking, not always in thunder, not always in signs, but in the quiet stirring of your spirit, in the still small voice that says, I am not done with you yet. Some of you have mistaken the absence of noise for the absence of God. But hear me now. God works in silence before He moves in power. He shapes destiny in the shadows. He crafts greatness in hidden places. When you think nothing is happening, that's often when God is building the foundation of everything. The roots grow before the tree is seen. The promise matures in secret. And when God finally reveals what He has prepared, it will not be something small. It will be something that could only have come from His hand. This is why you cannot let your emotions dictate your faith. Feelings fluctuate, circumstances shift, but God remains. And His word is not bound by your reality. It defines your reality. What you see around you may look like limitation, but God sees opportunity. You may see a closed door, but God sees a greater one being opened. God sees the tests, the trials, the disappointments. They are not there to destroy you, they are there to train you, because those who walk in the abundance of God must be anchored in humility, forged in obedience, and tested in trust. Abundance consecutive without discipline leads to ruin, but abundance with surrender leads to purpose fulfilled. Such as, God is not raising up people who are just hungry for more. He is raising up people who are ready for more. And to be ready, you must be willing to go through the refining fire. You must be willing to release what is good to receive what is greater. You must be willing to step into the unfamiliar with nothing but trust in God's voice. And that's how the overflow comes. Not through convenience, but through covenant. God honors those who walk in covenant with Him, those who obey even when it costs, who worship even when it hurts, who follow even when the road is unclear. And let me speak this truth with fire in my spirit. God's more than enough is not just for comfort, it's for commissioning. He blesses to send, He fills to pour, He empowers to uplift others. If your for abundance ends with yourself, it is too small. God's plan for your life includes you, but it is not limited to you. He wants to bless your household, your community, your generation through you. That's why He takes time to prepare you. That's why He prunes. That's why He delays. So that when the blessing arrives, it doesn't just fill your life, it overflows into others. There are people waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are souls who will find hope because you didn't quit. There are destinies connected to your faithfulness. So don't hold back. Don't shrink. Church, don't apologize for the favor God places on your life. You were not made to blend in. You are called to light of God. And when you walk boldly in the path God has laid before you, you become a living testimony. Proof that God still lifts, still provides, still multiplies. And understand this, abundance is not measured in what you gather, but in what you carry. Thanks, you carry resilience that no storm could steal. You carry peace that passes understanding. You carry wisdom that cannot be learned from books. You carry favor that cannot be explained by logic. And all of it comes from God. That wealth, that is your treasure. Not things that rust and fade, but the power of a life fully yielded to the Creator of all things. If you are still walking through struggle, don't despair. Struggle does not disqualify you from abundance. It prepares you for it. Every tear you've cried, every night you stayed awake wondering if it was worth it. Every prayer you whispered in exhaustion, God heard it all, and not one moment was wasted. God bottles every tear, notes every sacrifice, and honors every step of faith. Just what you've endured in private, God will reward in public. What was sown in pain will be reaped in joy. The drought you've endured is breaking, and the rain of restoration is coming. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. Merciful, faithful, generous beyond measure. But listen closely. You must not only prepare for the blessing, you must protect it. When God begins to pour into your life, the enemy will take notice. The higher the calling, the greater the warfare. That is why your character must match your calling. Your discipline must guard your destiny. Your prayer must protect your purpose. God will not give you more than you can manage. So ask yourself today, am I ready to carry what I've been asking for? Am I ready to steward the increase with integrity? Am I willing to remain humble when the spotlight shines and obedient when the path grows unclear? Because the true sign of a person walking in more than enough is not extravagance, it's reverence. Reverence for the one who gave it. Reverence that shows up in gratitude, in generosity, in holiness. God doesn't want to just increase your income. He wants to expand your heart. He doesn't just want to give you more, He wants to shape you into someone who lives to honor Him with every gift received. So if the door hasn't opened yet, keep knocking, but knock with praise. If the harvest hasn't arrived yet, keep planting, but plant with purpose. If the breakthrough hasn't manifested yet, keep walking, but walk with worship, because God is not far from you. He is near, closer than your breath. He is watching, waiting for the moment when your faith aligns with His timing. And in that divine moment, what was delayed will be delivered. What was held back will be released. What was invisible will become undeniable. And when it happens, when the more than enough floods your life, stay anchored. Do not forget the one who brought you through. Don't become intoxicated with the gift and forget the giver. Because it is easy to praise in lack, but harder to stay humble in abundance. Yet the soul that remembers God in both seasons, scarcity and surplus, is the soul that will never lack again. For to such a heart God gives not just blessings, but legacy. Not just favor, but impact. Not just provision, but generational purpose. And now I speak to the one who has felt forgotten, the one who has been overlooked, underappreciated, and pushed to the margins. Let me tell you this with unwavering certainty. God has not forgotten you. God has not turned His face from you. The delay was never a denial. It was a divine absence. It was strategy. God hides those He is preparing. God shields what He is shaping. While others may run ahead with temporary recognition, God has been molding you for something greater, something that does not fade, something eternal. And when the time is right, when your heart is mature and your spirit refined, God will lift you in a way no one can ignore. God, it will be clear to all, this was not man's doing, this was God. There is a reason you had to go through what you went through. There is a reason certain doors stayed shut, why some people couldn't stay, why certain plans crumbled in your hands. God was stripping you of everything that would have sabotaged the season of overflow. He was removing the idols, humbling your ambitions, and teaching you to depend on Him alone. You thought the pain was punishment, but it was actually protection. You thought the waiting was wasting your time, but God was using that time to grow your endurance, expand your faith, and build your inner strength. And now you are not the same. You do not beg for crumbs. You wait for the banquet. You do not bow to fear. You rise in faith. You are no longer swayed by public opinion because you have been anchored by God's truth. That is what the wilderness produced. That is what the struggle refined. And now you are ready to receive what eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and minds cannot imagine, but what God has prepared for those who trust Him completely. This is what Listen, God never calls you to something small. Every calling that comes from Him carries a weight, a responsibility, a holy demand. But with that calling comes divine provision. If God assigns it, He will supply it. If He speaks it, He will sustain it. God is not limited by the conditions around you. He is only waiting for the posture within you. Will you trust Him when you can't trace Him? Will you praise Him before the promise shows up? Will you declare abundance while you're still standing in the desert? Because that is the faith that moves the hand of God. That is the faith that unlocks the more. You must believe before you receive. You must act before you see. The world waits for proof, but those who walk with God move by conviction. They don't need confirmation from people when they've received revelation from God. Sex meta. They don't need applause when they have assurance, because once God has spoken, that is enough. Once God has declared increase, there is no power in the universe that can reverse it. And yes, the path will not always be clear. The provision will not always come the way you expect. But God's ways are higher than yours. From something, His thoughts are beyond comprehension. Matters, and often, what looks like a detour is actually the direct route to destiny. What seems like a dead end is only a door waiting to be unlocked by obedience. God works in ways that defy logic because He is not trying to impress your mind. He is trying to elevate your faith. Now let me speak this with boldness. Hashtag meta. Into every dry season, God is about to pour. Not drop by drop, not portion by portion, but in overflow, in waves, and sudden and undeniable increase. In the areas you thought were finished, He is breathing life again. In the places you busy hope, He has buried hope. He is planting new vision. In the loss where there was loss, there will be restoration. Where there was confusion, there will be clarity. Where there was weakness, strength is rising. God is not just restoring you, He is raising you. He is easier. He is exalting you not for your own glory, but to display His power through your life. And when that increase comes, do not fear it. Do not reject it because of false humility. Do not downplay it because of insecurity. Receive it with reverence. Receive it knowing you were not the source. You were the vessel. You were not the miracle worker. Fuck it. You were the miracle carrier, and through you, others will taste the goodness of God. Through you, dry lands will flourish. Through you, broken people will believe again. That is the purpose of more than enough. Not to hoard, but to heal. Not to inflate your pride, but to expand God's glory. Then, and if you're still in the waiting, if you're still in the pressing, hold fast. Do not measure God's faithfulness by your current situation. He does not operate on your schedule. He governs time itself. He is never early, but He is never late. And when the appointed time comes, what has been held back will be released all at once. And you will look back and say, it was worth every tear. It was worth every silent night. It was worth every time I chose to believe when nothing made sense. So prepare yourself. Stretch your faith. Expand your vision. Widen your expectation, because God is not sending a trickle. God is releasing a flood of favor, a flood of opportunity, a flood of revelation. But only those who are ready will receive it. Only those who have been faithful in the famine will know how to steward the feast. Only those who stayed pure in obscurity will shine with integrity and visibility. God is setting the stage. He is aligning the pieces. He is orchestrating connections, relationships, and resources you haven't even imagined. God, the things you are chasing will begin to chase you. The doors you knocked on with tears will open of their own accord, and the blessings you prayed for in one season will overflow in the next. Not because you changed, but because you remained. Not because you worked harder, but because you trusted deeper. Not because you were perfect, but because you stayed close to the one who is. And when it happens, when you find yourself walking in the more than enough, do not forget where it came from. Fall to your knees and give thanks to the one who sustained you, provided for you, carried you, and crowned you. For everything you have, everything you are, and everything you will become, let it all point back to God. For He alone is worthy. He alone is the giver of increase. He and raises them to places they never thought they would stand. So do not doubt, do not settle, do not shrink, walk boldly, stand firmly, live expectantly, because the God who brought you this far is not finished. He is taking you, yes, even now, from barely enough to more than enough. And no one, no voice, no opposition, no fear can stop what He has begun. See, so now, as you stand on the edge of everything God has prepared for you, I urge you, don't look back. Don't retreat into old mindsets. Don't cling to what is fading. Lift your head, steady your heart, and take the step. God didn't bring you this far to leave you empty-handed. He didn't allow the struggle just to let you survive. He allowed it so that you would thrive. You didn't stumble onto this moment by coincidence. Sex 0.6. These words are not reaching you by accident. This is your season. This is your divine invitation. God is moving you from just scraping by to walking in overflow. So step forward with expectation in your spirit. Declare your words with authority. Live each day with intention. Never forget, your true source is not your paycheck, not your savings, not your network. Your source is God alone. Seems He sustained you in the wilderness, and He will prepare a feast for you in the land of promise. And when the overflow arrives, let your life itself be the altar of worship. Fill your days with praise. Keep your hands open in generosity, and anchor your heart in gratitude. Because the highest form of honor is to remember the giver behind the gift. May your soul never shrink back from the fullness of God's promise. May your heart trust His timing completely. And may your very life declare that it is God, only God, who lifts the faithful from not enough into more than enough. When the storm rages and the winds of life roar against your soul, when every effort you've made collapses beneath you, and your prayers seem to bounce off the ceiling, falling back into your lap like broken pieces of hope, hold on. Do not let go. Do not turn away. Do not surrender, because in the very moment the world declares it's finished, God is only beginning. What people call impossible, God names as His opportunity. What the world dismisses as hopeless, God transforms into a stage for His glory. You may not see it yet, but God will accomplish the impossible on your behalf. Just hold on. There is a power beyond human grasp, a force that can move the unmovable, shatter the unbreakable, and open doors no hand can touch. That power belongs to God. When life's weight presses heavily on your shoulders, when tears fall silently on your pillow in the dark and no one notices your pain, God notices, God hears, God knows, and God acts in His timing, not yours. He is not confined by logic, science, or statistics. He doesn't bow to human reasoning. He doesn't ask permission from the laws of nature. When God moves, everything else must bow. Some of you have been waiting a long time. You've been praying, fasting, crying out, and wondering if God has forgotten you. But God, let me tell you, today with fire in my bones, God has not forgotten you. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. The silence of God does not mean the absence of God. Sometimes he is working in the background, rearranging things you don't see, removing people who were pretending to be for you, and preparing the very blessing that will leave you breathless. Hold on. Hold on when you don't feel it. Hold on when the walls close in. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.4. Hold on when people walk away. Hashtag meta, pause, Tovariev, sectors, 0.4. Because just beyond that breaking point is the breakthrough. Hashtag meta, nuanced, pause, sex, 0.6. Just beyond the darkest night is the sunrise. Hashtag meta, pause, to do, 6. God will do the impossible. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.8. But he needs you to endure just a little longer. Hashtag meta, pause, sex. The reason the pressure has been intense is because the promise is massive. Hashtag meta, pause, sex. The reason the attacks have been relentless is because the blessing is historic. Scott is not playing games with your destiny. Every delay has been divine. Every rejection has been protection. Every heartbreak was part of the holy setup. God is weaving every disappointment into a design you cannot yet comprehend. If he showed you everything all at once, it would overwhelm you. So he leads you step by step, pain by pain, prayer by prayer. What you think is a breakdown is really a build-up. God is about to do the impossible, but he's shaping you first to be able to handle it. You've cried long enough. You've struggled in silence while others have flourished in the spotlight. But don't envy what others have. You don't know the cost of their applause. You don't know the emptiness behind their smiles. God is doing something deeper with you. Shex 0.6. He is digging a well in you that won't dry up. The fire you've been walking through is refining you, not destroying you. It's burning off the fear, the doubt, the insecurity. And when the fire lifts, you'll come out not bitter but better. You'll rise not weak but wise. You'll stand not broken but blessed. God doesn't need a majority vote to bless you. He doesn't need a committee to agree. He doesn't need the economy to shift or the people around you to change. He is God by himself. And when he says it's time, nothing can stand in the way. The very thing they said would never happen, the very miracle they mocked you for believing in. Hashtag meta, that's the thing God is going to bring to pass. Not to prove them wrong, but to prove that he is still the God of wonders. He is still the God who parts seas, shuts lions' mouths, rains manna from heaven, and speaks to dry bones until they live again. You may say, but I'm too old, or I've missed my chance, or I'm too broken. Nonsense. Age means nothing to God. Hashtag meta, 0.6. Regret is no match for his redemption. Hashtag meta, 0.6. Scars don't disqualify you. Hashtag meta, 0.4. They prepare you. Hashtag meta, 0.4. God can take your worst mistake and use it as the foundation for your greatest miracle. Hashtag meta. Stop disqualifying yourself from what God has already qualified you for. Hashtag meta. Sex 0.6. He knew your flaws when he formed you. Hashtag meta. He knew your failures before you made them. Hashtag meta. Stop. And yet he still placed greatness inside you. That dream, that desire, that whisper in the depths of your soul, it wasn't random. God put it there. God put it there, he will bring it to pass. You're not too late. God put it there. You're right on time for a God-sized turnaround. It's not over just because it looks over. God put it there. God doesn't need perfect circumstances. He creates them. He speaks into nothing and produces everything. He breathes into dust and brings forth life.
And if He did it before, He can do it again for you. Not just for the stories in ancient books, but for your life, your home, your future. But you must hold on. For when your mind tells you to give up, talk back with faith. When fear whispers that it's useless, respond with courage. When doubt tells you to stop believing, fight back with fire. God responds to faith, not fear. He honors persistence, not passivity. He rewards those who seek Him, even in the dark, even when it hurts. Even when there are no answers, hold on, because your persistence is birthing power. #Meta. Some of the greatest breakthroughs happen just after the point of exhaustion. When you feel like you have nothing left to give, that's often the moment when God steps in. Because it's not about your strength, it's about His. It's not your ability that brings the miracle. It's your willingness to believe when everything says you shouldn't. That kind of faith moves the heart of God. That kind of faith opens floodgates. That kind of faith brings water from a rock and bread from the sky. You were never meant to live a mediocre, barely getting by life. You were born with purpose. You were designed for something eternal. And the obstacles you face are not random. They are strategic. The enemy doesn't attack empty vessels. Because uncertainties catch those who carry something valuable. You are pressure because you carry power. You've been tested because you carry truth. But tests precede triumph. Pain preceded purpose. Night precedes dawn. And if you'll hold on just a little longer, God will reveal why the battle had to be so fierce. There is a timing to everything. And just because it hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean it won't. God is never late. He is never early. He is always exact. Like a master conductor, He orchestrates every note, every pause, every crescendo. Your delay is not denial, it is preparation. If God gave it to you too soon, it would crush you. Sex 0.6. But when the timing is right, what once looked like impossibility will suddenly feel inevitable, not because of you, but because of Him. Sex 0, lift, wipe your tears. Straighten your back. Straighten yours, not the end of your story. This is not the chapter you die in. This is the moment you rise. This is the moment you trust, not in what you see, but in who you believe. Not, God is not finished. He is just getting started. And if you can hold on, just hold on, He will blow your mind with what He is about to do. This is the people who walked away, necessary. The doors that closed, protection. The setbacks that nearly broke you, preparation. Everything the enemy used to try and break you, God will use to bless you. What was meant to harm you, God will use to lift you. What was meant to destroy you, God will use to define you. This is not a motivational cliche. This is divine truth. Hold on. Hold on. When the silence stretches longer than expected, trust that God is still speaking, just in a different language. Sometimes He speaks through the ache. Sometimes He speaks through the delay, but He always speaks with purpose. He is not punishing you, He is preparing you. From the idea, He is arranging something greater than you. You prayed for deliverance, but God is giving you dominion. You asked for relief, but God is building resilience. You want it out, but God wants you to overcome. And when it happens, and it will, you won't even be able to explain how it came together. You will open you didn't knock on. Resources will show up you didn't ask for. People will come into your life with exactly what you needed. You won't, not because of luck, not because of chance, because of God. Fact, because you dared to hold on.
because you refused to quit when quitting seemed easier, because you trusted when everything said not to. You were not created to live in fear. You were not formed to dwell in defeat. You were not crafted by the Creator to bow to circumstances. You were born to overcome, born to rise, born to walk through fire and come out unburned, not by your strength, but by God's. The impossible is where God does His best work. He waits until the odds are so stacked against you that no one can get the glory but Him. He waits, so don't despise your impossibility. Celebrate it. It is the stage for your greatest miracle. It is the soil for your greatest growth. It is the moment when God steps in and shows the world that He is still in control. So you may feel like you've been buried. Meta, sex 0.6. But you haven't been buried. Meta, secrecy 0.4. You've been planted. Meta, one sex 0.6. And in the right season, you will break through the soil and grow into something unimaginable. Meta, 0.8. The tears you've cried have watered the soil. Meta, 6. The pain you've endured has fertilized it. Meta, disruptions. And now, all that remains is the timing of God. Meta, sex 8. Hold on. Meta, 6. Not because everything makes sense, but because God is trustworthy. Meta, sex. Hold on, not because you see the outcome, but because you know the one who holds the outcome. Hold on, because the same power that holds the stars in the sky is working behind the scenes of your life. You've come too far to give up now. You've prayed too long. You've fought too hard. You've believed too far. You've believed too deeply. Don't start the blessing because of temporary discomfort. Don't forfeit the future because of present pain. Your breakthrough is closer than you think. Your miracle is nearer than it feels. God has not brought you this far to leave you. He has not stirred your heart to abandon you. He will finish what He started. The impossible is not the end. It is the invasion. It's the place where logic fails, but faith rises. It's the moment when human strength collapses and divine strength begins. Hold on. Not passively, not quietly, but fiercely. With all the faith you have left, with all the strength you can muster, cling to the promise. Grab hold of your faith. Anchor yourself in the truth that God cannot lie. If He said it, it will come to pass. No force can stop it. No person can delay it. No demon can destroy it. For first, there is something sacred about reaching the end of yourself. Something holy about standing at the edge of the cliff with no more strategies, no more strength, no more answers, only God. That's where the divine takes over. That's where God shows you who He truly is. Not in theory, not in ritual, but in reality. When your plans fail and your hands are empty, you are finally ready to receive what only God can give. And what He gives is not second-hand hope or temporary relief. What He gives is supernatural, unstoppable, undeniable intervention. You see, what you call impossible is only impossible to the human mind. God doesn't see barriers. He sees building blocks. He doesn't see chaos. Unlied, He sees construction. Every closed door, every detour, every dead end is not a punishment. It is a redirection. towards something better, something higher, something you couldn't even imagine when you were praying for less. You asked for a way out, but God is crafting a way through. You asked for a lighter load, but God is giving you stronger shoulders. You asked for peace, but God is shaping you into a person who carries peace no matter the storm. You are not being ignored. You are being fortified. God is not withholding. He is working. And His work is never rushed, never sloppy, never accidental. He knows the pressure required to purify gold. He knows the breaking point of your heart and the turning point of your situation. He sees the tears that no one else notices, the prayers that never made it past your lips, the weariness in your soul that you try to hide behind smiles. God sees all of it, and He is not silent in your suffering. He is present. He is active. He is preparing something no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has conceived. But you must not quit. You must not let weariness convince you that God has walked away. No, this is the time to dig your feet into the soil of belief and say, even if I don't see it yet, I trust what God is doing. This is because real faith doesn't depend on visible evidence. It rests on invisible truth. Faith is not the absence of struggle. Faith is the ability to stand tall in the storm, knowing that the same God who calms the sea is walking beside you in the rain. Faith doesn't panic in the silence. It trusts that the composer is building toward the crescendo. You may feel small, you may feel outnumbered, but God doesn't work through majority rule. He works through surrendered hearts. He doesn't need the crowd to validate you. He needs your devotion. Because one person fully yielded to God can shift the atmosphere of an entire household. One soul anchored in faith can change the destiny of generations. You are not waiting in vain. #sex 0.6. You are being positioned. #meta. Pause at sex 0.6. You are being aligned. #meta. Pause. Characterization. Surrounded. Your future is not falling apart. #meta. Pause. Sex 0.6. It is falling into place by the hand of the one who never fails. #meta. Pause. Sex 0.8. Stop measuring your potential by your circumstances. #meta. Pause. 0. The power of God based on the size of your problem. #meta. Pause. 0 does not compete with impossibility. #meta. Pause. Sex it. He does not look at your life and scratch his head. He doesn't consult with fear. He doesn't waver in uncertainty. He speaks and universes form. He commands and the mountains tremble. That same voice is speaking over your life even now, declaring, "Be still. I am working. I will make a way." Don't be deceived by the delay. Delay is not denial. Delay is often divine protection, keeping you from rushing into something that would have buried you. Sex 0.8. God delays not because He is indifferent, but because He is intentional. His ways are higher, His timing is perfect, and His promises are sealed. You might not understand it now, but one day you'll look back and thank Him for not answering every prayer exactly how you. And when you ask, and when that moment comes, when the impossible bends to the will of God, when the thing you thought would never happen suddenly happens, you will not say, "Look what I've done," and you will say, "Only God." You will weep not because you were forgotten, but because you were remembered in ways far greater than you imagine. You'll realize that the waiting was never wasted. It was in the waiting that you were transformed. It was in the silence that you developed sensitivity. It was in the wilderness that your faith grew roots. It verity you're in is not your final destination. It is the ground God is using to cultivate your next elevation. The elevation requires excavation. You can start seeing that He digs deep before He builds high. He breaks the soil before He plants the seed. Don't resent the breaking. Don't run from the process. God is not harming you. He is shaping you. Every no, every pause, every lonely moment is part of a larger plan. Trust it. There's a fire in your spirit that hasn't died. And that's no accident. That's God preserving the spark for the day of ignition. He hasn't let it go out because there's still purpose in you. There's still impact waiting. There's still a calling on your life that cannot be erased by time, mistakes, or rejection. People may have walked away, but God never did. People may have doubted you, but God never did. Hold on to that. You can sex 0.6. Stand on that. Let that be your anchor when everything else shakes. There is a reason the opposition intensified just when you decided to fully trust God. That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. When you're close to your breakthrough, resistance will rise. But that resistance is not greater than God's persistence. He will not let go of you. He will not abandon what He has begun. He will finish it, even if it looks nothing like what you expected. God is not the author of confusion, but sometimes He allows confusion to reveal your convictions. Will you still believe when the answers don't come? Sex, 0.6. Will you still pray when the doors don't open? Sex, 0.6. Will you still stand when the world sits in doubt? Sex, 0.6. That is where true faith is forged, in the unseen, in the unknown, in the uncomfortable. That is where you move from religion to revelation. And once you taste that revelation, once you know deep in your bones that God is real, active, and able, nothing can shake you. Not the news, #meta, not the critics, #meta, not the setbacks, because you too much. #meta, you've seen too much. You've been carried through too much to ever doubt again. That kind of knowing can't be learned. That kind of lived are living through it right now. And you too, the burden you carry right now may feel unbearable. The voices around you may tell you it's time to let go, to settle, to walk away. But hear this with every ounce of clarity in your soul. God did not bring you this far to abandon you in the wilderness. This is not the end of your journey. This is the proving ground of your faith. This is where you declare, not with words alone, but with every breath in your body, I will wait on the Lord. I will place my trust in Him. I will not be moved by what I see, because my foundation is in what I know. God is able. When everything around you seems to oppose the promise, that is when you must remember who spoke the promise. God does not speak empty words. He does not stir your spirit without purpose. If there is a fire within you, a whisper declaring there is more, it is because God has placed something inside you that no circumstance can silence. You may feel surrounded by impossibility, but you are also covered by divinity. When the pressure rises, it is a sign that something sacred is about to emerge. Remain in position. Remain in prayer. Remain in the presence of the one who sees what no one else can. The world may measure progress by speed and visibility, but God measures it by depth and transformation. You may feel like you're stuck, but what if this stillness is actually God's hand shielding you? What if the delay is not punishment but protection? What if your current obscurity is the cocoon from which greatness will emerge? Do not despise these days of preparation,
because do not rush out of the season God is using to mold you. What He is shaping in you now will be the very foundation you'll need when elevation comes. God does not waste pain. Every tear has been noted. Tumors ensia ace.o. Every silent prayer has echoed into the chambers of eternity. And when the time is right, when your spirit has been refined, when your heart has been strengthened, God will release what has been held back. Not because you earned it, but because He promised it. And God keeps His promises. Not only one word from His mouth returns empty. When He says He will do it, He will do it. Even if every voice around you says it's impossible, there is power in believing. When believing no longer makes sense, that kind of faith rattles the gates of resistance. It shakes the atmosphere. It becomes a magnet for the miraculous. When others see ruins, you see a foundation. When others walk away in fear, you stand firm in faith. This kind of faith confuses the world, but it moves the hand of God, because it says, I don't rely on my feelings. I don't walk by sight. I am anchored in the character of God, and He is faithful. It's not about having all the answers. It's about trusting the one who holds them. Sometimes the greatest strength is found in quiet surrender, not to defeat, but to God's will. When you surrender your need for control, you open the door for God to work in ways far beyond your imagination. Let go of your timeline. Release your expectations and allow God to exceed them. He will, if you allow Him room. And don't be fooled. Waiting is not weakness. Waiting is warfare. It is one of the most powerful declarations of trust a soul can offer. It says, even if it takes longer than I thought, even if others receive before me, I will not be moved. I will not envy. I will not fear. I will not doubt. I know God is working, and I will wait until He reveals what He's been preparing. That is strength. That is power. That is how the impossible is conquered, not with striving, but with surrendered persistence. Sometimes God hides His greatest work in plain sight. While you're watching the mountain, He's moving the valley. While you're watching the crowd, He's developing your character. The stage you're asking for may not be ready, not because you're not capable, but because God is refining something even greater in you. The future He has designed for you is not small. It requires a version of you that is forged in discipline, anchored in humility, and clothed in unwavering faith. And yes, the enemy would love nothing more than to convince you that your wait is worthless, that your obedience is optional, that your faith is foolish. But do not give him that power. He is loud, but he is a liar. He is aggressive, but he is defeated. He thrives on distraction and discouragement, but he has no authority where God has spoken purpose. Resist the urge to give up. Reject the temptation to compare. Your story is being written by the author who has never made a mistake. Let every obstacle be a reminder that God is getting ready to show you what He can do. Let every delay become an altar where you lay down your fears and pick up your faith. Let every setback turn into a stepping stone, because when God moves, He doesn't just restore what was lost, He multiplies. He doesn't just fix what was broken, He makes it new. He doesn't just open doors, He creates doors where there were none. And when you finally walk through, you'll look back not with bitterness, but with awe. You'll see how every detour was direction. Shicks, how every heartbreak was healing in disguise, how every no was making space for the right yes. God does not waste the journey. Even the painful parts are used for your good. You were created for more than just surviving. You were formed by the very hands of the Almighty.
And there is something divine encoded in your very breath. Do not settle. Do not shrink. Church, hear me. Do not lower your standard to match the comfort of those who fear risk. God made you to rise. God rising often begins in silence, in obscurity, in surrender. The seed dies in the soil before it sprouts in the sun. So embrace the hidden place. Let it be the place where your roots grow deep, so that when your harvest comes, nothing will be able to shake you. God sees what others overlook. He honors what others dismiss. He elevates what the world discredits. The very thing they laughed at in your life, He will use it to lift you. The place they ridiculed you, He will make it the place of your recognition. The place they ridiculed, not for your pride, but for His glory. He stripped so that others may see your life and know it was never by your strength. It was never about your resources. It was God and God alone. And that's the point of the impossible, to bring you to the end of yourself so that the beginning of God can be revealed, to strip away every idol of self-reliance and awaken a desperate dependence on the only one who never fails. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. #Meta. You are not being left behind. You are being led forward, one silent miracle at a time. So speak to your fear and tell it you don't belong here. Speak to your doubt and tell it you don't define me. Speak to your weariness and tell it you won't stop me. Speak to the God you serve is not intimidated by the size of your mountain. He created the mountain. He controls the wind. He commands the stars. And He knows you by name. The impossible is not your enemy. It is your invitation, your stage, your proving ground. And if you will simply trust, simply hold on, you will see what others only dream of. Not because you're lucky, not because you're special, not because you believed in the face of contradiction, because you held on when it made no sense, because you refused to quit. The night is almost over. 17. The dawn is approaching, and when it breaks, you will not rise in your old identity. You will rise in your divine purpose, and all the world will see the impossible made possible by the one who never lies, never sleeps, never leaves, and never fails. When you feel forgotten by the world, overlooked by the crowd, and dismissed by those you once trusted, remember, God has not forgotten you. The approval of people is fleeting, but the favor of God is eternal. Securing do not need to be seen by everyone. You only need to be chosen by the one who sees everything. And God sees you. He sees your quiet faith. Number one, He sees the strength it takes to keep moving forward. When everything in your life says to turn back, He sees your endurance in the dark and your integrity when no one is watching. And what God sees, He rewards. Not always immediately, but always perfectly. There is a divine rhythm to your life, one that does not follow the pace of this world. God is not in a hurry because He is not uncertain. He is not rushed because He is not restrained. He moves when it is right, not when it is convenient. He moves, it's not with noise or confusion. He moves, it's with clarity and precision. Your responsibility is not to figure everything out, but to stay aligned with His will. So trust that what He started in your life, He will complete. Not halfway, not almost, but fully let go of the urge to predict the path. You may not know how He will do it, but you can rest assured that He will. God doesn't need your blueprint. God works from His own. He doesn't need your understanding. He requires your obedience. And sometimes obedience looks like waiting when you want to run, staying when you want to flee, still believing when you want to doubt. That kind of obedience breaks barriers. It creates openings in realms you cannot see. It moves things in the heavens before anything moves on earth. And while you're waiting, something powerful is happening inside you. Your faith is maturing. Your faith is sharpening. Your endurance is deepening. Every season of silence is producing strength. Every unanswered question is building trust. This is not the silence of abandonment. This is the silence of preparation. It is in the quiet place that God whispers destiny. It is in the hidden place that He deposits vision. What He is growing inside you cannot be rushed, because what He is preparing for you cannot be small. You are not born just to exist, to struggle, and to fade away. You were formed by God on purpose, for purpose, with purpose. There is a divine assignment on your life, and the trials you've endured are evidence of that calling. The weight of the warfare is confirmation of the weight of your anointing. The magnitude of the pressure is confirmation of the magnitude of your impact. God does not allow pain without purpose. He does not allow warfare without a weapon being formed in you. Sex. You are being armed in the Spirit to carry what others could not. You are being refined to walk where others gave up. Do not let the pace of others discourage your progress. Your path is not theirs. Your takes them a moment may take you years. Not because you're weak, but because what you carry requires depth, endurance, and divine discipline. God is building something in you that cannot be taken lightly. Some doors require more than talent to open. They require transformation. Some victories require more than energy. They require elevation. They will not promote you to a place where your character cannot sustain you. So let Him continue His work. Let Him shape you in the dark. Let Him mold you in the mystery. You are in the hands of the Master Architect, and He does not make mistakes. Every broken piece, every scared hope, every shattered hope, every painful memory, He is using all of it to build something beautiful. What you thought was the end was only a turn in the journey. What you called failure, God is calling foundation. The storm you went through wasn't sent to destroy you. The storm you went through, it was sent to cleanse you, to redirect you, to make you ready. And when God is ready to reveal what He has built in secret, no force in hell and no opinion of man will be able to stop it. When it is time, God will do in moments what you couldn't do in decades. When doors will swing open, connections will align, connections will flow, and you'll know it wasn't by chance, it was by God, not because you manipulated or strategized, but because you trusted and surrendered. God honors the humble. He exalts the surrendered. The market will reward the faithful. Do not underestimate what God is doing just because you don't see the full picture. He often hides His greatest works until the appointed time. The seed remains underground long before it sprouts. The roots grow down before the fruit grows up. You see, as stillness is really set up. What you feel as emptiness is preparation for overflow. If God is allowing space, it is because something massive is being formed in that space. And yes, there will be days when you are tempted to believe the lie that says nothing will change. There will be moments when discouragement knocks louder than hope. But you must answer with faith. You must remind yourself that God's word is not fragile. His promises do not expire. His plan for your life does not waver in the face of adversity. It grows stronger. It deepens. It becomes more refined. God is not looking for perfection. He is looking for persistence. He is not asking you to be flawless. He is asking you to be faithful. Show up when it's hard. Believe when it's painful. Believe when it's silent. Trust when it's confusing. Those are the moments that shift destinies. Those are the moments that shake the spiritual realm. The impossible is not meant to break you. It is meant to elevate your view of God. It is meant to anchor you in the truth that you serve the one who specializes in making a way where there is no way. Your hope is not in your strength, your wisdom, or your resources. Your hope is in God alone. Your hope, the one who formed the heavens, who rules without rival, who sustains the universe and still knows the number of hairs on your head. If he can orchestrate galaxies, he can handle your situation. If he can order the sunrise, he can guide your next step. If he can give breath to lifeless clay, he can restore your broken spirit. So rise not in arrogance, but in assurance. Rise in the confidence that comes from knowing God is not finished. Rise with the kind of strength that confuses the enemy. Rise with a heart full of fire and a mind anchored in truth. Because no matter what you face, no matter how impossible it seems, the same God who opened the sea, who shook the earth, who sent provision through ravens and streams, is the same God who walks beside you today. Because hold your head high, not because life is easy, but because your God is mighty. #Meta. Walk forward, not because the road is clear, but because your steps are ordered. Speak hope, not because you see the finish line, but because you trust the one who does. Let your life become a declaration of defiance against fear and doubt. Let your faith be louder than your circumstance. Let your trust in God echo through every valley and every mountain, because He will do what He said. He will fulfill what He promised. He will complete what He began. And when He does, it will be greater than you imagine, deeper than you prayed for, and more glorious than you ever dreamed. Just hold on. You must understand, when God chooses to move on your behalf, He doesn't consult your past, your mistakes, or your limitations. God is not bound by what disqualifies you in the eyes of others. He is not swayed by the opinions of those who don't see your value. What discredits you before men does not diminish you before God. When God declares a thing over your life, it stands. It is settled in the unseen long before it manifests in the seen. God, you may still feel the weight of delay, the sting of rejection, or the silence of unanswered questions. But none of these are signs of defeat. They are signs of preparation. They are signs that God is building something too powerful to be rushed. The fire that's surrounding you isn't meant to destroy. It's meant to refine. It's the winds that are pushing against you aren't signs that you're in the wrong place. Meta, they're evidence that you're in the middle of a shift. Meta, they're evidence God never sends storms without purpose. Sometimes He uses the shaking to remove what you thought you needed. Sometimes He allows the crushing to release what He planted in you. And sometimes He allows everything around you to fall apart, not to punish you, but to prove that your foundation was never in things or people, but in Him alone. Don't be afraid of the process. Curse the season of isolation. God often hides those He intends to use greatly. Obscurity is not a curse, it's a covering. While others may chase platforms, God is building a palace of strength within your soul. While others may seek applause, God is anchoring your identity in something far more eternal. He is building substance over style, depth over display. And when it is time, what He has prepared in secret will be undeniable in the open.
but you must endure the hidden place with faith, with integrity, and with unwavering trust in His timing. There are seasons when God will strip everything away, not because He is cruel, but because He is clearing the clutter so you can finally hear Him clearly. We fill our lives with distractions, noise, and dependencies, and then we wonder why we feel lost, confused, or anxious. Sometimes God has to take away the temporary comforts so we can run back to the eternal source. And when we do, we rediscover a power that was never meant to be found in circumstances, but only in God Himself. What you're facing right now, this impossibility, this burden, this crossroad, it's not a punishment. It is an altar. It is a place where your dependence on God is being tested, not to break you, but to build you. It's easy to praise God when things are going right, but true strength is found when you lift your head and declare His greatness while you're still surrounded by the unknown. That kind of faith moves mountains. That kind of trust activates divine intervention. Don't underestimate what happens when you stay faithful in the unseen. Every morning you choose to rise in hope, heaven records it. Every morning, every tear you cry in the quiet hours, God counts them. Every time you worship through pain, believe through disappointment, or give thanks in uncertainty, you are sowing seeds into a future only God can water. And in His appointed time, those seeds will break through the ground and bloom into blessings you never saw coming. You may not feel qualified. You may feel like you're too broken, too late, or too far gone. But God specializes in taking what the world throws away and raising it up as a testimony. The cracks in your life are not flaws. The cracks, they're the very places His light will shine through. The pain you've endured is not your end. It is the beginning of a deeper calling. Then God does not use the strong as the world sees strength. He uses the surrendered. He uses the ones who, despite the wounds and the weariness, still whisper, "Here I am." If you knew what God was about to release into your life, you wouldn't doubt another day. If you could see the favor being prepared, the people being aligned, the opportunities being formed, the protection that's already in motion, you would be speechless in awe of His sovereignty. But this journey requires trust, not previews. It requires belief, not full understanding. It requires you walk by trust, not by certainty. And with each step, even the smallest one, you are moving closer to the fulfillment of everything God has spoken over you. There will be times when your surroundings contradict your spirit, but they're times. Your eyes will see delay, but your spirit will feel destiny. Your ears will hear doubt, but your heart will echo hope. And in those moments, you must choose what voice you follow. Will you be guided by fear, or will you stand on the truth that God cannot lie? Will you surrender to what you feel, or will you be anchored in what you know, that God is faithful, that He is near, that He is mighty to save? So, your ears will stop looking at your life through the lens of limitation. Start seeing it through the eyes of God's promise. You were not made to be average. You were not created to simply exist. You carry purpose. You carry power. You carry a calling that cannot be muted by delay, failure, or opposition. And the very fact that you're still breathing means God is not finished with you. Your story is still being written. The ink has not dried. The final chapter is not yet read. Don't close the book just because this page is hard. Let the challenges sharpen your focus. Let the pain deepen your compassion. Let the struggle awaken your strength, because what you conquer now will become the wisdom you give to others. Because what you survive now
will become the map you hand to someone else in the storm. You are not just being blessed. You are being built to bless. You are not just being healed. You are being prepared to help heal. Every trial is a tool. Every fire is a forge. Every delay is a divine setup. This makes the church stand tall, brush away the weight of doubt, quiet the whispers of fear, and rise with a holy fire burning in your spirit. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.8, not because the journey is without obstacles, but because the one beside you is greater than anything ahead. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 1.0, you are never alone. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.6, you are not left to the mercy of chaos. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.6, you are upheld, directed, and empowered by the hand of the Almighty. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.8. The very power that set the stars in place is now moving in your life. Let your story echo that power. Let your perseverance testify to it. Let your faith shift the atmosphere. For the day is coming sooner than you imagine, when the breakthrough you've been clinging to will suddenly appear. And in that moment, you will see that every second of waiting carried purpose. Every silence was woven with holy preparation. Every closed door was guiding you to a greater yes. God will move in the impossible. He will carve the path. He will keep His promise. So hold fast. So God is preparing to uncover your enemies right before your eyes. You might not see it yet. You might not requirements it right now. But there is a movement stirring in the unseen realm. A holy unveiling is on its way. The same people who smiled at you, the ones who applauded when you stumbled, those who wore the mask of friendship while digging pits behind your back. God is about to expose them, environmentally valued, not hidden, but in full view. Not quietly, but openly. For too long, you've walked among those who longed for your downfall, yet pretended loyalty. But hear this, when God moves, no lie will stand, no deceit will endure, and no enemy will remain concealed. God has not been blind to what they did to you. He has not been deaf to the words whispered behind closed doors. He has not every whisper in the dark, every plan to sabotage your peace, every trap they set in secret. God recorded it all. The Creator of the heavens and the earth does not sleep, does not forget, and does not ignore. He sees every tear you cried in silence. He knows how you bit your tongue when the betrayal burned through your soul. He watched you endure storms you didn't deserve, battles you didn't start, and wounds that came from those you trusted most. But now is the moment when God will rise. Now is the season where truth will roar like thunder, and every hidden thing will be brought to light. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to prove your innocence or explain your pain. God is your defender. God is your witness. And when God speaks on your behalf, no accusation can stand. When He lifts His hand, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. He opens His mouth. Every tongue that rose against you in judgment shall fall. God is about to expose every plot. He is about to unravel every scheme. He is about to strip the enemy of their mask and show the world who they truly are. The same mouths that gossiped about you will be silenced. The same hands that tried to block your blessings will be powerless to stop what God is doing. The same hearts that hated your progress will be forced to witness your rise. God prepares a table not in secret places, but in the presence of your enemies. The same hand, and when that table is prepared, when the oil is poured out, when the favor rains down, your enemies will not be able to deny it. They will see it, they will hear of it, and they will be witnesses to the glory of God in your life. There's a divine reason why some people stayed in your life. Not because God wanted them close, but because He wanted them to witness what He's about to do through you. They're there. He kept them in the room so they could watch the miracle. He let them stay near so their mouths would be shut by His power, not by your words. You thought their presence was a mistake, but God was positioning you. You thought their betrayal was a setback, but it was set up. God uses even the wicked for His purpose. He lets the enemy speak so His justice will be louder. He lets them rise so their fall will reveal His might. Don't be afraid of who is against you. Don't tremble because of the crowd that walks against your peace. God is outnumbered. He doesn't need majority opinion to declare your victory. All it takes is one word from God to reverse every lie. One moment of His truth will shake the foundations of every false accusation. One act of His judgment will silence every voice that rose to destroy you. From just the same people who mocked your silence will tremble at God's response. The same ones who mistook your quietness for weakness will witness the strength of your defender. The fire you walked through, God allowed it not to destroy you, but to refine you. The betrayal you endured, God permitted it not to break you, but to bless you. The loneliness you experienced, the business, it was never abandonment, it was separation for elevation. God pulled you away for unclean, what was untrue, and what was ungodly. And now He's preparing to lift you up, not in secret corners, but in full view. And when He does, your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge the hand of God on your life. They tried to bury your name, but they didn't know that you were a seed. And now, by God's power, you are rising, stronger, wiser, sharper. You are not who they left behind. You are not who they lied about. You are not the broken soul they thought they had defeated. You are a living testimony that God raises the lowly and brings down the proud. You are a walking sign that those who plot against the righteous will fall into their own traps, sexy, and you are about to stand on ground your enemies thought they destroyed. You don't have to scream. You don't have to curse. You don't have to waste time trying to explain yourself to people who already made up their minds. Let God speak for you. Let God show them what they couldn't see. Let Him reveal the purity of your heart and the power of His protection. Because when God exposes, it's not for shame, it's for justice. And His justice is perfect. His timing is precise. He may not come when you want Him, but when He arrives, He comes with fire. Some of you have been waiting years for vindication. Years of being misunderstood. Years of watching others paint your name with lies. Years of silent suffering. But I came to tell you, your wait is not in vain. The time is near when the truth will speak. The time is near when every hidden motive will be laid bare. The time is near when God will make it known who was real and who was faking it. He will do it in such a way that you won't have to lift a single finger. #Meta. He will cause the truth to scream so loud your enemies will not be able to deny it. And when God does it, He will do it in a way that humbles the proud. He will do it in a way that causes the arrogant to bow their heads in shame. He will do it in those who once thought they held power over you will realize they were never in control. Those who tried to manipulate and destroy, you will see the hand of God intervene. God will remove the veil, and all will see clearly. The ones who falsely accused you will face their own words. The ones who ganged up against you will scatter, not by your doing, but by God's justice. Do not seek revenge, that is not your assignment. Your assignment is to remain faithful. Your assignment is to keep walking in obedience. Your assignment is to trust that God's eyes are on every injustice. He is not slow. He is not silent. He is waiting for the appointed time, because when He moves, it will be undeniable. This. He does not just expose for exposure's sake. He exposes to exalt the one who remained faithful in the fire. He exposes to uplift the one who chose silence over slander, purity over pettiness, and faith over frustration. There are people right now watching your life like a show. They are hoping you fail. They are expecting your downfall. But what they don't realize is that the more they watch, the more they will witness God's favor. They will see doors open that no man can shut. They will see promotions, opportunities, and miracles unfold. Not because you fought for them, but because God honored your character. And that is what He is about to reveal. Your character in contrast to their deception. Your patience, their plotting. Your sincerity against their schemes. And in that contrast, the truth will be blinding. God is separating the wheat from the tears. He is pulling back the curtain and showing the difference between those who are His and those who only pretend. And if you've been suffering silently, if you've been walking through betrayal and smiling through pain, know this: God kept you hidden for a reason. He was preserving you, not punishing you. He was covering you, not ignoring you. And now, as He removes the mask from your enemies, He will also uncover your destiny. Their exposure will be your elevation. Their fall will be your rising. You will not have to beg anyone to believe you. You will not have to convince anyone of your worth. When God exposes, He also exalts. And He will lift you above the noise, above the lies, above the accusations, not because you're perfect, but because you trusted Him when it hurt. You remained loyal when others betrayed. You stayed humble when you could have retaliated. And for that, God is about to reward you, not just privately, but publicly. They thought they buried you with their lies, but they didn't know that God was planting you for a greater purpose. Hashtag Meta, point 6. They laughed at your silence. Hash Meta, point 6. They mistook your patience for weakness. Hash Meta. They gathered in secret rooms, made alliances, and drew up plans, but not one of them included the one who holds the final say. Hash Meta. And now they will learn what it means when God defends His servant. Hash Meta. The storm you walk through was never meant to destroy you. Hash Meta. It was meant to position you so that when God exposes your enemies, no one will be able to deny that it was His hand that lifted you. God allowed the betrayal, not because He abandoned you, but because He wanted to reveal what you could not see on your own. Sometimes God will let the enemy speak just long enough to build a case against themselves. He will let them dig the pit so deep they fall in it without your help. Hashtag Meta. That's why you didn't need to respond. That's why you didn't need to argue. That's why your silence was more powerful than any retaliation, because God was watching. And when God is watching, nothing is wasted. Your tears were not wasted. Your pain was not wasted. Your loneliness was not wasted. It all became evidence in the courtroom of heaven. You see, when God begins to expose, He doesn't just remove the veil. He shatters it. He reveals not only what was said, but why it was said. He exposes not just what they did, but the darkness that was in their heart when they did it. And when God reveals truth, He does so with clarity, with justice, and with timing that makes the proud tremble. Some of you have been sitting at tables you didn't know were poisoned. Hashtag meta, pause, #sex, 0.6. Some of you have been calling enemies your friends simply because they wore the right words, but had the wrong spirit. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.6. But God is about to cleanse your space. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.6. He's about to reveal the wolves that wore the skin of sheep. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.6. And when He does, you will not be left in confusion. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.6. You will see it for what it is. Hashtag meta, pause, 0.4. And you will give glory to God for saving you just in time. Hashtag meta, pause, 0.6. This is not just about revenge. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.6. This is about God's righteousness being revealed. Hashtag meta, pause, unequivocal sex, 0.6. This is about justice rolling down like mighty waters. Hashtag meta, pause, sex, 0.8. Because the same God who sees in secret is the God who rewards in public. Hashtag meta, pause, tablespoon, 0.8. The same God who kept you in the fire is the God who is about to bring you out with power. And those who watched, those who whispered, those who tried to stain your name, they will have no choice but to watch what happens when God justifies His servant. You won't have to prove your innocence. God will do it. You won't have to clear your name. God will write it in favor before their very eyes. Some of you are in a season where everything seems quiet, too quiet. It feels like nothing is moving. No one is speaking up for you, and you're surrounded by silence. But don't confuse God's silence with absence. God works in silence. God exposes in His own time. And while your enemies think they've won, while they celebrate too soon, God is preparing a divine interruption. The trap they set for you is the one they'll fall into. The words they use to break you will become the very chains that bind their own pride. Does not forget the oppressed. God does not forsake the innocent. And when He acts, He does so with authority that shakes the earth and silences the arrogant. Stay in position. Sex 0.6. Don't shift your values trying to match their venom. Don't lower your standards just to get even. Your power is not in retaliation. It's in your connection with God. Your strength is not in shouting back. It's in trusting that God will lift you when the time is right. And that time is coming. The tables are about to turn. The light is about to expose the shadows. The truth is about to speak so loud it will drown every lie that was ever spoken against you. You may not have the platform they had. Past mark meta sex 0.6. You may not have the influence or the audience. But when God is for you, you don't need applause to be affirmed. You don't need validation from people to know who you are. And the same mouths that lied about you will be forced to speak the truth. The same people who walked away will look back and wonder how you made it. And it was God, not your strength, not your strategies, not your charm, but the favor of God that covered you while they tried to bury you. God is peeling back the layers. He's cleaning your circle. He's removing the ones who came with words but no loyalty, presence but no purity. He strips and revealing the real. And you must be ready not just for the exposure of your enemies, but for the repositioning of your destiny. Because when the false is removed, the true begins to rise. The distractions that were sent to delay, you will no longer have access. The voices that tried to confuse, you will no longer have reach. God is making space. God is making room. He's pruning, not punishing. He's refining, not rejecting. And when it's over, you'll be surrounded not by enemies, but by divine alignment.
Do not be discouraged if the crowd gets smaller. Do not be surprised if familiar faces turn unfamiliar. Sometimes the greatest revelation comes when God clears out what you were never meant to carry into your next season. And the exposure you feared, it's necessary, because what God is preparing you for cannot be built on lies. What God is calling you into cannot be tainted by deception. So He will cleanse the ground before He builds the platform. He will expose the fake before He establishes the real. Let them talk. Let them conspire. Let them gather. But they will fall, not because of you, but because they oppose the purpose of the Almighty God. And when you rise, you will rise with peace, not bitterness. You will reconcile with joy, not revenge. You will rise with a testimony that echoes through every room they tried to lock you out of. Because when God does it, it's undeniable, it's unstoppable, and it's final. This moment is bigger than you. It's about showing the world that God will never allow His faithful to be devoured. He will let the snake slither, but only long enough for the trap to snap shut. But He will let the storm rage, but only so He can calm it in front of those who doubted your survival. He will let the arrows fly, but not one will land where He has covered. Because those who walk with God never walk alone. And when the enemy thinks he's hidden, God opens the heavens and reveals it all. You must understand, when God begins to move, He does so with a purpose that no human hand can hinder. For His justice is not delayed. His timing is not rushed. It's perfect. Many times God allows things to unfold in silence so that when He acts, His power is undeniable. There are moments when it looks like the wicked are winning, when it seems like deception is thriving and truth is forgotten. But those moments are not evidence of God's absence. They are proof of His patience, and that patience is never passive. God is allowing the enemy to build the very platform that He will use to bring about their downfall. He is letting them stack their lies so high so that when truth comes crashing through, it will be like thunder upon dry ground, loud, sudden, and unforgettable. God is not intimidated by darkness. He does not retreat in the face of evil. Instead, He waits until the darkness is fully exposed so that His light will shine even brighter. And in that moment, your enemies, those who plotted, those who smiled in your presence but cursed your name in your absence, will find themselves trembling in confusion. Not because of your retaliation, but because of God's revelation. God will reveal their intentions. He will expose their hearts, and He will do it in such a way that their own words will turn against them. They will try to explain. They will try to run. God's truth will chase them down and silence every argument. Do not lose hope when it seems like wickedness is flourishing. Even in the ancient times, the people of God cried out, "Why do the evil prosper?" But God always answers in due season. The wicked may rise, but they will not remain. The deceiver may speak, but his voice will not endure. God brings low those who lift themselves in arrogance, and He exalts those who humble themselves before Him. That is the law of His justice. And if you have remained faithful, if you have walked with integrity even when no one applauded you, if you have chosen to stay silent when slander surrounded you, God has not forgotten you. In fact, He has been preparing a divine vindication that will cause every eye to see and every tongue to pause. You are not forgotten in the shadows. You are not hidden from God's sight. Sometimes God hides you to protect you. Hashtag, sometimes He places you in isolation so He can strengthen your spirit and prepare your platform. Exposure is not always about your enemies being revealed. Sometimes it's also about your purpose being unlocked. The list of as God removes those who were never for you, He is also opening space for those who are divinely assigned to walk with you. You don't need a crowd, you need a calling. And when the wrong people exit, the right path becomes clear. Be patient. Stay the course. The pain of betrayal is real. Yes, reward of endurance is greater. There is no betrayal God cannot heal. There is no slander He cannot reverse. Meta. And there is no weapon formed against you that can succeed when your faith is in the one who created all things. Your enemies may gather, but their unity will collapse under the weight of divine justice. They may shout your name with disgrace today, but soon they will be speechless as God raises you up. They also have not to boast, not to return evil, but to testify that God still reigns over every word, every wound, and every wicked plot. Do not envy their success. Do not covet their popularity. God is not impressed with appearances. He weighs the heart. And when He exposes, it's not with malice, it's precision. It's every lie will be dissected. Every motive will be uncovered. Every fake alliance will be severed. Meta 2, sex. And when the dust settles, what will remain is what was real from the beginning. Your trust in God, your obedience, your perseverance. The rest will be swept away like chaff in the wind. You must remain rooted. The storms may shake the leaves, but those who are planted in faith will not be moved. The storms may... When others panic, you will stand. Ship Meta. When others scatter, you will be planted, because your strength is not in what people say, it's in who God is. He is your shield. He is your refuge. He is your righteous judge. And when He speaks, every lie bows to truth. Sometimes God will allow false people to stay in your life, not to harm you, but to fulfill His plan. He allowed them to speak so He could prove them wrong. He allowed them to rise so their fall would bring Him glory. The ones who wanted your position will be humbled. The ones who tried to shame you will see your elevation. Because God does not build on broken foundations. Hashtag Meta. He tears down the false so He can establish the true. Hashtag Meta. And when He starts building, not even hell itself can stop the structure. Let your heart stay pure. He let their evil poison your spirit. Don't let bitterness take root. That's what the enemy wants, to provoke you into reacting in the flesh. But your victory is in restraint. Shekt Meta, your power is in stillness. Because when you do nothing and God does everything, the result is undeniable. He will cause your light to shine so brightly that even your enemies will be forced to see it. They won't be able to deny that the hand of God is on you. They may not admit it with their mouths, but their silence will speak volumes. This exposure is not about destruction. It's about distinction. God is making it clear who belongs to Him and who was merely pretending. He is drawing a line between the righteous and the wicked, the sincere and the scheming. And when that line is drawn, you will be found on the side of favor. Not because you were perfect, but because you trusted. Not because you never cried, but because you never cursed Him in your pain. Not because you were never attacked, but because you refused to fight your battles alone. And know this, When the season of exposure arrives, it may be uncomfortable. It may hurt to see the truth. But healing only comes when the wound is fully revealed.
God does not bring things to light to shame you. He uncovers to cleanse. He reveals to make pure. And after what is uncovered comes restoration. After truth is revealed comes your rising. After the unveiling comes the blessing. This is not the finale of your story. This is the moment of your emergence. What was intended to harm you, God is about to transform for your good. Those who schemed against you will become the very steps that lift you higher. Walk with courage. Stand with confidence. The one who called you remains faithful. The one who sees what is hidden will set everything right. Let the noise rage. Let the rumors run. Let the critics assemble. For when God moves, every sound will fall silent. Every rumor will be overturned. And every critic will be left in confusion. For times this is the hour where truth rises. Shiktamin, this is the moment where the faithful are revealed. This is the season where God exposes the hidden and elevates the humble. And when it happens, remember this. It was never about revenge. It was never about being right in the eyes of people. It was always about the glory of God. He alone takes credit. He alone gets the honor, and He alone has the power to take what was meant to destroy you and turn it into the foundation for your next victory. Because you see, when God decides to act, there is no force in the heavens or the earth that can delay Him. His arm is never too short to save, and His timing is never too late. What may feel like delay to you is divine preparation. What may look like silence is God arranging every detail to bring forth the truth in a way that shakes the foundation of lies. He does not rush. He does not rush. For when God moves, He does so with power, with perfection, and with purpose. And when He exposes, He leaves no stone unturned, not to shame you, but to lift you, not to crush your enemies, but to remind them that mocking the obedient never ends well. There is a moment in the life of every person chosen by God when separation becomes necessary. God separates to sanctify. God separates. He removes so He can reveal. And often He'll allow you to walk through betrayal so that you can see the hearts of those you thought were for you. This is not cruelty. This is clarity. God is not exposing your enemies to hurt you. He is doing it to cleanse your path. Because where He's taking you, deception cannot follow. Because where He's positioning you, hidden enemies cannot sit. And when He begins to elevate you, He will do it in a way that reveals to everyone watching that it was not man, not luck, not influence, but God alone who brought you out of the shadows and into the light. Don't mistake comfort for favor. Some people are around you not because they care for you, but because they are comfortable hiding in your light. #Meta. And the moment you grow, the moment you break forward, the moment you begin to shine brighter than what they can handle, that's when the jealousy shows. That's when the envy begins to leak out. But here is where God intervenes, that He will not let you be surrounded by secret poison. The chance that He will not let the impure sit at your table forever. Sex, 0.6. He will allow time to pass, but when the hour strikes, truth will thunder, and your enemies will be revealed, not by your hand, but by His divine exposure. Sex, 0.8. God is righteous. He is just, and His justice is not like the justice of man. Man may ignore truth for convenience. People may turn blind eyes to preserve relationships, but God will never forsake truth. And when He acts, He tears through pretense like a storm tears through a quiet night. Sex, 0.8. That's why some of you have felt uneasy lately. That's why some relationships feel strained. That's why your spirit can no longer find rest around certain people. That's not paranoia. It's discernment. God is pulling back the veil, and your soul is catching a glimpse before your eyes can see it. Ignore the warning signs. Don't silence the whisper of discernment, because what your heart feels, God is about to reveal. Your journey has not been in vain. Your struggles were not wasted. God uses every battle to build the blueprint of your testimony. The enemy thought he could use people to sabotage you. He thought lies could destroy your calling. But he forgot one thing. When God places His hand on someone, no slander can erase that mark. You are not defined by their opinions. You are not limited by their schemes. You are called, and those who are truly called are preserved by the hand of God, even in the midst of fire. There is a sacred power in being silent while others speak lies. There is a holy strength in refusing to fight back when you are falsely accused. It takes more faith to trust in God's justice than to lash out with your own. But God sees that restraint. He sees the way you've endured humiliation with dignity. He sees how you've kept your hands clean while others tried to soil your name. And He is not unjust to forget it. He is not blind to your quiet suffering. In fact, your silence has been your loudest praise. Your endurance has been your greatest offering. And for that, God is getting ready to reward you in a way that will leave no room for doubt. The season is shifting. What was hidden is about to come to light. God is flipping the script. God is flipping. The same stage where they tried to disgrace you will become the platform where God displays your restoration. The same people who tried to silence you will be present when your name is spoken with honor. And God will do it so clearly, so powerfully, so openly, that there will be no question. This was not the work of man, but the work of God. And when it happens, when the veil is torn and the truth stands alone in its brilliance, do not gloat. Do not let pride sneak in where humility should dwell. For the same God who exposes is the God who expects holiness from the one He vindicates. Your rise is not for revenge, it is for testimony. Validate your victory is not for personal gain, it is for the glory of the one who brought you through every fire. So walk humbly. Honor God in your elevation, the same way you honored Him in your trial. Remember, the exposure of your enemies is only part of the process. The greater miracle is what God does in you through that exposure. He doesn't just remove them. He doesn't just refines you. He strengthens your discernment. He sharpens your wisdom. He deepens your intimacy with Him. Because the higher He takes you, the more you must rely on His guidance. The more visibility He gives you, the more responsibility He places on your shoulders. So allow the pain to make you wiser. Let the betrayal teach you who to trust. Let the storm make you still. You may not understand why it had to happen this way. You may wonder why God didn't stop the lies before they spread. Why He didn't remove the enemies before they attacked. But what you call delay, God calls demonstration. He let them speak so He could silence them with truth. He let them gather so He could scatter them with one word. He let the trap be set so that when it failed, the world would see that no weapon formed against you can prosper. Not when you walk under His covering, His command, His protection. So stand still, watch, wait. Your vindication is on the horizon. Your name is about to be spoken with honor again. Not because people changed their minds, but because God changed the atmosphere. He's about to announce you. He's about to silence the lies. Meta sex. And those who mocked you in the night will watch your breakthrough in the daylight. Their confusion will be your clarity. Their plotting will become your promotion. And the rejection will become the reason God lifts you up higher than you ever imagined. You. Because when God exposes, He doesn't do it halfway. He lays every secret bare. He removes every mask. He untangles every web. And in the place of deception, He plants truth that cannot be uprooted. In the place of betrayal, He places favor that cannot be stolen. And in the place of disgrace, He clothes you with honor that no man can take away. For that, so let them speak, let them whisper, let them slot, let them plot, for God hears every word. He sees every motive, and He is about to act not for your ego, but for His glory, not to settle your score, but to establish His truth. And when it happens, every eye will see, every ear will hear, and every mouth will be silenced. For this is not just your vindication, for this is God's declaration that no lie, no enemy, no shadow can prevail where His truth and power reign. God is the knower of every whispered word, the witness to every secret deed, and the ultimate judge of every heart. His knowledge encompasses the plots formed in darkness, the lies spread in silence, and the deceit hidden behind smiles. You may walk into a room and not know who truly stands with you, but God knows. God discerns the thoughts of the proud before they even speak. He sees beyond the surface. A stand because His vision is perfect, He will not allow deception to reign forever. He may permit it for a time to test your heart, to build your strength, and to prepare the moment. But He will not allow the liar to triumph over the faithful. You have been quiet for long enough, not because you were weak, but because you were wise. You didn't retaliate because you trusted in God's justice. You didn't fight fire with fire because you knew vengeance belongs only to Him. And because you chose the higher road, God is now stepping into your situation with power. He is rising in your defense, not with noise, but with unshakable authority. The very ground where your name was trampled is about to become the place where your name is restored. And no one will be able to deny that it was God who turned the story around. Some of the people who wronged you knew exactly what they were doing. They were deliberate. They were cruel. They were cruel. They were calculating. They tested your patience. They provoked your spirit. They tried to make you break just to prove to others that you are not who you claim to be. But here is the truth. You didn't break. You bent, but you didn't fall. You wept, but you didn't curse. You trembled, but you never left the presence of God. And now, because of your endurance, because of your faith, because you held on to what was right, even when it cost you everything, God is about to raise you up and show the world what happens. When someone trusts Him in the fire, God is not unjust. He has seen it all. The conversations behind your back, the schemes that tried to push you out, the slander that made others question your character, but instead of responding in anger, you brought your pain to God. Instead of defending yourself, you let God defend you. And now the same people who once said, "Where is your God?" will have no words when they see what God is about to do in your life. For the hand of God will speak louder than any voice, and His truth will silence every lie. And when He exposes, He doesn't just point out the wrong, He reveals the truth with such clarity that even those who once doubted you will be moved to remorse. He makes it so plain, so undeniable, that those who sat in judgment will lower their heads in shame. The same ones who believe the lies will see the real you, the one God always saw, and they will know they were wrong. At this local, you are not because you shouted, not because you argued, but because God made it plain in His own perfect time. Some of you were wondering why the attack came from those closest to you, why the betrayal didn't come from strangers, but from those you once held in your heart. Let me tell you, it had to be close so that the lesson would go deep. It had to hurt so that the healing would be real. God allowed it to come through familiar hands, so that when He raises you up, you'll never place your trust in man again. You'll place it in Him alone. He's teaching you that not all who are with you are for you, and not every smiling face is filled with good intentions. But even through that pain, He is not punishing you. He is purifying you. He is cutting away the counterfeit connections. He is burning away the false alliances. This message, He is removing the people who were only there for the image, the attention, the control, because the next season of your life cannot be contaminated by hidden snakes. And in this next season, your circle will shrink, but your strength will grow. Your influence will rise, but your dependence will be on God alone. You won't need to chase after clarity. God will bring it to your doorstep. For you won't need to knock down any doors. God will open the ones that matter and close the ones that were never meant for you. You've been walking through a season of confusion, not because you were doing something wrong, but because you were surrounded by people who didn't deserve access to your promise. God had to allow the discomfort to protect your destiny. He had to let the betrayal push you closer to Him. And now, because you've remained under His covering, because you've humbled yourself and refused to compromise, He is about to honor you in the presence of those who dishonored you. The most powerful part of exposure is not what is revealed about your enemies. It's what is revealed about you. It's what God is showing the world, that you didn't lose your way. You didn't let bitterness take over. You didn't allow vengeance to poison your purpose. And now He is showing that what you carried in secret, patience, strength, integrity, is about to be displayed in public. You are being revealed as someone who belongs to God, not just by your words, but by your endurance. You are still, this exposure is holy. Sex, it is sacred. It is not for revenge. It is for the glory of God. It is not a performance. It is a divine unveiling. And those who once overlooked you will see clearly. Those who once dismissed you will wonder how they missed the hand of God on your life. The tables are turning. Negative meta. The truth is rising, and God is the one orchestrating it all. So don't be surprised when those who betrayed you begin to fall under the weight of their own deceit. Don't be shocked when the very systems that tried to suppress you begin to crumble. It is not your doing, it is the justice of God. So stay low before God, keep your heart pure, keep your motives clean. Don't rejoice in the downfall of others. Give thanks, but give thanks that God is not mocked. Give thanks that He vindicates those who trust Him. Give thanks that while people may fail you, God never will. Because in the end, it is not about who lied, who left, or who laughed. It is about who stood, who waited, and who trusted in the name of the one who holds all truth in His grasp. God is not finished yet. He is still working. He is still speaking. And His next move in your life will cause even the most skeptical heart to pause. They will say, surely God was with this one all along. And you will know every tear had purpose. Every delay had design. Every betrayal had divine meaning. Because the exposure of your enemies was never the end. It was just the beginning of your rise. Hashtag Sex 0.8. And now God is saying, stand firm. Hashtag 0.4. Be still. 0.6. Watch what I will do. I have seen the darkness, and I will bring the light. I have heard the lies, and I will declare the truth. I have watched the schemes, and I will destroy them. For I am your defender, your witness, your righteous judge. And I will not let the wicked triumph over the faithful. This is your season of divine exposure. And when it unfolds, the only name that will deserve the glory is the name of God, the Most High, the All-Knowing, the Most Just. Let every heart that trusted in Him be strengthened. Let every spirit that waited on Him be lifted. Because when God moves, He leaves no doubt. And now, as you stand at the edge of this divine turning point, take a deep breath and remember, God has seen it all. Not one lie escaped His hearing. Not one act of betrayal slipped past His vision. Not one moment of your quiet suffering went unnoticed. And now the time has come. The season of silence is ending. The season of revelation is here. The voices that once rose against you will fall quiet. The voices that once worked against you will grow still, because God Himself is about to speak. You will nothing for yourself. God will be your defense. You will not need to prove your worth. God will establish you in the presence of all who doubted. The very people who tried to silence your name will one day witness a rise they never imagined. Not because you fought with your own strength, but because you trusted the one who fights on your behalf. When He uncovers, nothing will remain hidden. When vindicates, the victory will be absolute. When He lifts you up, no power on earth will be able to pull you down. So move forward in peace. Keep your heart at rest, for God has already gone before you. So His justice cannot fail, His wisdom holds no flaw, and His timing is always divine. This moment is not only your vindication, it is the glory of God being revealed through your life. Let every hardship you endured become a testimony. Let every tear you shed turn into a seed of triumph. And when the truth is fully unveiled, let the only name exalted be the name of God alone, the defender of the innocent, the exposer of the wicked, and the restorer of all who wait upon Him. This moment is stand still and witness the salvation of God. It is on its way, and no one will be able to stop it. They will never find peace after betraying you. Shet Meta. Oh, how the soul trembles when the blade of betrayal cuts so deep. Yet deeper still than the wound is the silence that lingers after. You trusted them. You opened your heart wide. You stood with them when everyone else had turned away. But now, only a scar remains where loyalty once lived. Hear me closely today. When someone betrays a heart that was pure, they do not leave untouched. They may act, they may laugh, they may even post pictures to paint a life of joy. But inside, the storm of unrest rages louder than they will ever confess. Because when you wrong someone who walks in God's light, you invite a holy disturbance into your own spirit. God saw what was done in the shadows. God heard the words you never heard. God noticed the scheme before you even noticed the shift in their eyes. And when someone dares to touch what belongs to Him, when they tear at a soul covered in prayer, they do not step into peace. They step into spiritual battle. That which they can run to new friends, new distractions, even to temporary pleasures, but they can never outrun the eyes of the Almighty. God will not let His chosen ones be trampled without consequence. That betrayal has a cost.
not just in broken trust, but in lost peace. Because peace is not something man can manufacture. It is a gift only God can give. And here is the mystery. Met attorney where they thought hurting you would strengthen them. They thought by removing you they would rise. But God does not bless elevation built on deception. God does not honor relationships born of betrayal. What they built with manipulation, He will bring down with justice. What they'd gain by hurting you, they will lose by divine design. And you must not waste your tears on whether they feel guilty. You must not wonder if they are sleeping well at night, because God has a way of turning pillows into stones when the conscience is corrupted. Their laughter is hollow. Their joy is borrowed. Their peace is shattered because there is no refuge for the one who sins against the innocent without repentance. Some of you watching this right now, you've been walking with the age of being wronged. You've been trying to heal while pretending it didn't matter. But hear this, colonizations, God kept the record. And not to destroy them with your hands, but to defend you with His own. God saw you cry in the night when no one else knew the depth of your pain. God heard the scream inside your soul when you had to smile around people who didn't know the betrayal you had endured. And while you were silent, God was not. While you were trying to move on, God was preparing something greater for you. Because those who carry pain with dignity will be honored by God in ways the world cannot understand. The first one, there is no peace for the one who betrays a pure soul. No matter how much they fake it, their spirit is restless. Because peace is a fruit of righteousness, and betrayal severs the root of that righteousness. Their hands may be busy, their mouths may speak confidently, but deep within they are haunted by the echo of their actions. Every time they see someone who reminds them of you, their heart will twitch. Hashtag it meta, pause, sex 0.6. Every time they try to connect with someone new, they will remember the bond they broke. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. Because God designed memory to be a mirror. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. And in that mirror they will see their guilt again and again. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. And until they bow to God in repentance, that mirror will never crack. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. It will show them what they tried to bury. Hashtag meta, pause, sex 0.6. God doesn't forget the faithful. Hashtag meta, God doesn't overlook the wounded. Hashtag meta, God doesn't sit idle while the betrayed sit in silence. You see, the world may celebrate the loud and the proud, but God walks with the quiet and the crushed. And when someone betrays a person who was loyal, who prayed, who gave, who stood by them with a heart rooted in God's love, they are not just betraying a human. They are offending the order of heaven. And heaven always responds, not with revenge, but with divine justice. Not with bitterness, but with exposure. Sooner or later, what they did to you will speak louder than their lies. Sooner or later, God will let the truth rise from the soil they buried it in. Hashtag Medit, you don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to gather an army of people to believe your side. God fights for courtroom when God fights time. And God's hands reveals all things. And time in God's takes can never hide forever, because betrayal doesn't just break hearts. It breaks spiritual alignment. And when a person steps out of alignment with God by harming someone he protected, they step into a space where confusion reigns.
That's why things don't work for them anymore. That's why they keep trying to build but end up in ruins. That's why relationships fail. Money slips away. Past vanishes. That's why because they broke a covenant. And God is not mocked. Let me tell you something. Your pain has power. When given to God, your suffering becomes a seed. And every seed planted in tears will reap a harvest in joy. Don't despise your brokenness. Don't be ashamed of your scars. Those scars are evidence that you survived what was meant to destroy you. They can speak. And while they walk around with fake smiles, you are walking with divine oil. Hashtag Meta. God is restoring what you lost. God is multiplying your peace. God is raising you in silence while your enemies wonder why they feel so empty. Because you chose peace over revenge. Because you chose over how gossip. You chose gossip. You chose God over vengeance. And that choice brings blessings that no betrayal can block. God. Yes, they will feel the weight of what they've done. Not because you wish it upon them, but because God does not allow sin to go unnoticed. The state of He is merciful, yes, but He is also just. And justice requires truth. Truth requires exposure. And exposure brings consequences. Their mind is not settled. Their nights are not peaceful. They're sick. Their joy is not genuine. Hashtag Meta. Because you cannot harm a heart aligned with God and expect to dance in the garden of peace. Hashtag Meta. You can't take advantage of a prayerful soul and expect your plans to flourish. Hashtag Meta. God interrupts the journey of the wicked when they harm the righteous. And you, child of God, are the righteous, not because you are perfect, but because your trust was placed in Him. They thought you were weak, but your silence was strength. They mistook your kindness for naivety. Meta, sex, but your restraint was wisdom. They believed they got away with it, but God was watching. And when God watches, He also weighs. And when He weighs, He judges. And when He judges, He repays. And don't doubt the process. Don't let the slowness of justice confuse you. God doesn't operate on man's calendar. He allows the betrayer to walk a little further so that their fall is seen by all. Not to humiliate, but to demonstrate that no one can outsmart the King of Heaven. No one can escape the gaze of the one who sits high and looks low. And you, yes, you who were betrayed, you are being restored right now, in silence, in stillness, in secret. God is healing places in you that you didn't even know were broken. God is repairing trust, not so you trust them again, but so you can live again without fear. God is putting joy back where sorrow lived. He's seeking laughter where grief had its grip, because the pain they caused is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of a new one. A story where God gets the glory for lifting you above the storm. A story where the people who counted you out will have to watch God count you in. They thought they buried you. They thought they buried you, but God was planting you. They thought they ruined your peace, but God was teaching you how to carry peace that can't be stolen. They thought they won, but the great only one who wins is the one who walks with God. You see, betrayal doesn't break the blessed, but it only prepares them for more. Hashtag Meta. The more pain you endured, the more God is about to release. Hashtag Meta. With the weight of their choices, you will rise with the wings of your calling. Hashtag Meta. Because the one who is wrong becomes the one God vindicates. Hashtag Meta. And vindication is coming not in whispers, but in undeniable divine manifestation. You, however, are not bound by what they did. Sex 0.6. You are free. Free to rise. Free to walk forward. Free to love again without fear. Free to build a life soaked in peace, guarded by grace and covered in favor. Because God is with you. God is for you.
God is restoring everything they tried to take. And not only is He restoring, it will be better than before. They can't find peace because peace is with you. They can't rest because you were their peace and they broke it. But you, child of God, are rising. Keep walking, keep trusting, keep holding your peace because God is fighting for you. And let me tell you, there is something sacred about being wronged when your heart was right. There is something holy about suffering quietly under the weight of injustice. When your soul was clean and your hands were pure, you didn't respond with vengeance. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't repay evil with evil. You took your pain to God. You placed your brokenness on the altar of faith. And that, beloved, is what heaven responds to. God never ignores the cries of the betrayed. And when you suffer in silence, but trust in God's justice, you are drawing the very power of heaven into your situation. Their betrayal didn't break you. It revealed them. It pulled the mask off. It uncovered what was hiding beneath smiles and shallow praise. And while they walked away thinking they won, they didn't know they were walking into the wilderness of unrest. They want because no one who harms a sincere heart escapes the consequences of their own choices. God does not need to punish through lightning and thunder. God punishes by removing peace. And when God removes peace from a person's life, everything else begins to unravel. They can't carbonate. They can't concentrate. They can't connect. They can't be still. They are. Why? Sex, point 6. Because betrayal opens a spiritual door. And once that door is open, only God can close it. And only after repentance, you who were betrayed, God did not allow it to destroy you. He allowed it to position you. There is a lesson in the pain. There is promotion in the loss. There is glory in what seemed like defeat. Because God does not build His strongest warriors in comfort. He builds them in conflict. He builds them are not weak because you were betrayed. You are strong because you endured it and kept your integrity intact. You are chosen not because you were perfect, but because you never let the betrayal make you bitter. You didn't let the lie make you a liar. You didn't let the hate turn you into someone you were never meant to be. #@MetaSex 0.6. And because of that, God is elevating you, not in secret, but in plain sight. #Meta606. The more they try to forget what they did to you, the louder it echoes in their soul. #MetaSex 0.6. Because when you betray a person whose life is anchored in God, you do not just betray a friend. #MetaSex 0.6. You violate a covenant. #MetaSockets Centage. A covenant that was built not on convenience, but on spiritual alignment. God doesn't allow those covenants to be broken without consequence. The moment they chose to betray, they chose unrest. They may laugh in public, but in private they wrestle. They may post pictures of peace, but behind the scenes they're tormented by guilt and confusion. And this is not something you caused. #Meta. This is something God allows, because guilt is the tool God uses to invite people back to truth. And until they face that guilt, they will never know peace again. You need to understand this. God doesn't need your enemies to confess to you. God doesn't need them to apologize before He lifts you. God doesn't need them to fix what they broke.
before He blesses you beyond what they touched. Because when God blesses you after betrayal, it is a declaration that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. It is a testimony that their betrayal couldn't block your destiny. It is a test. And when they see you standing taller, speaking clearer, walking in deeper favor, they will realize they didn't stop anything. Hashtag at Meta, sex 0.6. They only revealed everything. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. You don't have to shout about the betrayal. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. You don't have to make announcements. Hashtag Meta 0.6. Let God be your announcement. Hashtag Meta sex 0.6. Let your healing be your answer. Hashtag Meta sex 0.6. Let your growth be your vindication. Hashtag Meta sex 0.8. Because every time you smile in peace, you're defeating the enemy without lifting a hand. Every time you walk in confidence, you're reminding the spiritual realm that God's favor is not dependent on man's loyalty. Every time you praise despite the pain, you are pulling down blessings that no one can reverse. You are proof that what the enemy meant for evil, God can turn for good. And to the one who still feels heavy with the betrayal, hear me now. Don't allow what they did to harden your heart. The enemy wants you bitter. He wants you closed. He wants you to stop trusting, stop loving, stop believing in goodness. But God is calling you to rise above that. God is saying, what I have for you is still on the way. No betrayal can cancel what I've decreed. Don't lose your softness because of their hardness. Don't lose your light because they chose darkness. You keep walking in faith because faith is your weapon and God is your shield. And when you pray, pray not just for your healing, but for their conviction. Not because you want them punished, but because you want them awakened. Awakened. Because only when the betrayer returns to truth can they ever begin to find peace again. And if they don't, if they continue to justify their deception, if they keep walking in pride and denial, then know this: God will continue to block their peace. He will frustrate their plans. He will turn their victories into vapor, because you cannot build joy on the foundation of someone else's pain. You cannot construct peace with the bricks of betrayal. The most dangerous place to be is outside of God's favor. And that's exactly where betrayal places a person. They step out of alignment. They lose the covering. And in that spiritual exposure, everything becomes fragile. Friendships fail. Plans collapse. Plans collapse. Doors that once opened suddenly shut because the betrayal didn't just sever the relationship, it severed their access to divine order. Until they return to humility, until they face the weight of what they've done, they will live with noise in their soul. And with noise is the sound of God knocking. That noise is the sound of conviction, refusing to sleep. But God is quieting your spirit. You're not tormented. You're not bitter. You're not walking around trying to prove your worth. God is doing that for you. Behind closed doors, in silent moments, God is whispering comfort into your wounds. He's pouring oil where it hurts. He's giving you wisdom you didn't have before. But He's opening doors betrayal tried to shut. And those doors, they are only for you. They are not for the one who betrayed. Because God doesn't reward disloyalty. He rewards endurance. He rewards those who stayed faithful even while walking through fire. And let this be a reminder: what was meant to harm you is being turned into holy ground. The very situation that hurt you is the one God is using to build your character, strengthen your discernment, and anchor your soul even deeper in Him. So you're not just healing, you're becoming stronger, wiser, softer, more powerful, more discerning. And all of it is preparation for what's coming. Because God will not let this betrayal define you. He will let it refine you. He will use it to raise you. Formatted. They can't find peace after betraying you, because peace does not visit those who trample on trust without remorse. You see, trust is sacred in the eyes of God. It's not a light thing. It's not something to be played with or discarded. When someone places their trust in another, it is a divine exchange, a spiritual bond. And when that trust is broken, not by mistake, but by deliberate betrayal, God does not stay silent. God steps in. God deals not with the surface, but with the soul. The betrayer may appear calm to the world, but inside their soul is in turmoil, because God has disturbed the waters of their peace. They carry a heaviness they can't explain. They walk with a shadow they can't outrun. They look for rest and distraction and noise in new faces, but rest eludes them because God has not permitted them to be free. Why? Sex 0.6. Because the one they hurt was not walking alone. Sex 0.6. The one they abandoned was not standing without covering. Sex 0.6. That soul they shattered was wrapped in the favor of God. And sex 0.8. And God says, touch not what I have blessed. That comes do no harm to those I have set apart. Do not give unto worth. And when they crossed that line, they didn't just sin against man, they offended the holiness of God's divine order. Let me speak this with clarity. God protects the heart that walks uprightly. And when someone defiles that heart with treachery, they reap storms instead of serenity. God is not passive about betrayal. He does not look the other way when a loyal heart is wounded by someone who had every chance to do right. God delays sometimes. Sex 0.4. Yes, but that delay is never denial. But delay is the testing of your character and the exposure of theirs. God allows space not to forget what was done, but to give room for repentance. But if repentance does not come, God deals with the betrayer in ways that no man can. You need to understand betrayal breaks more than a bond. It invites spiritual consequences. It opens the door for confusion, for sorrow, for unexplainable discomfort. That's why they can't settle. That's why relationships after you fail. That's why opportunities slip through their fingers, because they carry unrepented sin that they've refused to face. And until they humble themselves before God, they will continue to feel as if something is missing. Because something is missing. The peace that comes from alignment with God is gone. And without that peace, even success feels empty. Even joy feels forced. Even sleep becomes restless. But hear this, you who were betrayed. As a platform, God is using your pain as a God is turning your heartache into holy authority. You are not just a survivor of betrayal. You are being raised as a witness of God's justice. When others see what you've endured and how you carry it with grace, they'll know that God lives in you. Not because you shouted or fought back, but because you kept walking
when you had every reason to fall. You kept loving when you had every reason to hate. You kept believing even when everything around you was shaking. That is strength, church power. That is the result of trusting God when it hurts the most. The betrayer cannot sleep, not because you cursed them, but because God removed His covering from their life. And once that covering is lifted, everything changes. Where there was once clarity, now there's confusion. Where there was once favor, now there's frustration. That's what betrayal does. It burns bridges not just between people, but between the betrayer and God. Because God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, that he shall reap. If they sow betrayal, they will reap sorrow. If then they will harvest disappointment. And it will not end until they return to God with honesty in their heart. You don't need to trace their downfall. You don't need to measure their regret. Leave to God what only He can handle. Your task is to focus on healing, to focus on growth, because while they sink beneath the weight of their choices, you are being lifted by God's own hand. What they intended for harm is becoming the very foundation beneath your feet. You say this exact. The pain they inflicted is now giving birth to new strength, new discernment, and new purpose within you. They took something away, yes, but they also stirred something awake inside of you. And that awakening cannot be stopped. For when you endure betrayal and keep your faith unbroken, God begins to raise you up in ways no hand can hold back. Hear this truth. They will never find another you. They will never be able, no matter where they go, no matter who they meet, they will always remember the light you carried. And that memory will follow them, not to glorify you, but to convict them. Because when someone walks away from a connection that God ordained, they walk into a desert of spiritual isolation. They may be surrounded by people, but their soul is alone. They may gain applause, but they've lost the presence of God that once visited them through you. And unless they face that loss with humility, the peace they long for will remain a distant dream. God will keep building you while they keep breaking down. God will keep speaking to your soul while their spirit remains silent. You see, the reward of integrity is divine favor, and favor is better than revenge. Favor betrayal tries to pull you down. Favor opens doors no enemy can shut. Favor surrounds you like a shield, and no matter what they try to do to replicate your peace, they can't access it, because your peace wasn't man-made. Your peace was placed by God, and God is not done with you, not even close. What you went through was not your end. It was your awakening. Your awakening. You are now more aware. Hashtag it meta, Hawthorne. Sex 0.4. You see clearer. Hashtag meta, humidity, arts pause. Sex 0.4. You love deeper, but with wisdom. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You trust, but with discernment. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. That betrayal sharpened your spirit. Hashtag meta, pause. And what was meant to destroy you has made you spiritually dangerous. Hashtag meta, teled sex 0.8. Dangerous to the enemy. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. Because you know what it means to be crushed and still walk upright. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You know what it means to lose and still give thanks. Hashtag meta, pause. Sex 0.6. You know what it means to be betrayed and still hold your peace. One sequel, 0.6. That kind of soul cannot be shaken. So while they try to rebuild without repentance, you build with God's blueprint. While they wrestle with the weight of regret, you soar with the wings of resilience. Don't ever think they got away with it. Justice, no one escapes God's justice. Justice is just. It may not come in the form of disaster, but it will come in the absence of divine peace. And that kind of torment is more haunting than anything else. Because when God withholds peace, the soul becomes its own prison. So I say to you again, don't chase explanations. Don't seek apologies. Don't beg for clarity. Give it all to God. Your vindication is in His hands, and He is faithful. Sex. He will not let you suffer without reward. He will not let you weep without reaping. He will not let the one who caused your pain walk away untouched by consequence. Their torment is silent, but it is real. Their regret is loud in the quietest moments. And until they bow before God with true remorse, that unrest will shadow every step they take. But you walk in confidence. Walk in the knowledge that God has seen your tears and heard your cries. Walk in assurance that your peace is being protected by the one who reigns above all. And know this, the peace that God gives you now is not fragile. It is not dependent on people behaving right. It is rooted in your relationship with Him. Sex and no betrayal, no matter how deep, can remove what God has secured in your spirit. They may have wounded your heart, but they couldn't touch your purpose. They may have lied on your name, but they couldn't erase your anointing. And as they wrestle with what they lost, you will continue to rise in what you've gained: wisdom, strength, peace, and a deeper walk with the only one who never betrays, God. And I declare to you today with unshakable boldness, when a person betrays a heart that was shaped by God, when they turn their back on someone who walked in humility, who extended grace, who honored them with loyalty, they do not simply walk away. They walk into the courtroom of the Almighty, and God does not dismiss such cases lightly. God deals with betrayal, not with human emotion, but with divine authority. He measures it. He judges it. He acts on it, not to satisfy your anger, but to uphold the order of justice and righteousness in the world He created. There are spiritual consequences that ripple through time when a heart is pierced unjustly. Betrayal is not just an act against another person. It is an offense against the principle of trust that God Himself designed. And God, who sees into every hidden corner, does not allow such offenses to fade quietly. He may be silent for a season, but His silence is never consent. His patience is not approval, is space. It is space. Space for repentance. Space for awakening. Space for the betrayer to recognize the weight of their actions. But if that space is ignored, it transforms into judgment. If that time is wasted, it turns into torment, because peace cannot exist where God has not allowed it to settle. And many walk today with smiles on their faces, but war in their hearts. They've betrayed someone pure, and are now hunted by a guilt they cannot name. They try to fill their days with noise, with distractions, with accomplishments, but none of it satisfies. None of it silences the restless soul, because God has blocked the flow of peace until they turn from their deceit and face the truth. God will not allow them to rest in comfort while the one they wronged was left bleeding. That is not the way of the Almighty. God lifts the oppressed and humbles the arrogant. God strengthens the loyal and dismantles the deceitful. You may ask, why did God allow me to be betrayed in the first place? Why would He let me carry such pain? Hear me now. Because what they meant to shatter you
God allowed to shape you. Because what they thought would end you, God is using to elevate you. Every tear you cried watered the soil of your future. Every moment you spent questioning why they turned against you was a moment God was pulling you closer to Him. And now He is rebuilding you, not as you were, but stronger, wiser, and more anointed than ever before. The betrayal wasn't the end. It was the beginning of God revealing what He put in you that no man could take away. Then, do not be deceived by appearances. The betrayer may appear to thrive. They may even look happier than ever. But you must understand, God's judgment is not always immediate, and His justice is not always visible. Sometimes it is internal, sometimes it is silent, but it is never absent. There is no escape from the hand of God when you harm what He has protected. They consider this for, and you, beloved, have always been protected, even when you felt exposed, even when it looked like you were alone, even when you were abandoned. God was watching. God was keeping. God was preparing. You were not forsaken. You were hidden under divine observation. And to those who continue to carry the wound of betrayal in silence, let this truth settle in your spirit. God is your healer and your witness. God, you don't need revenge. You don't need validation from people. #Meta. You don't need those who betrayed you to say your name again or fix what they broke. #Meta. Because what they broke, God is restoring, and what God restores cannot be destroyed again. You see, their betrayal tore something in the natural, but it awakens something in the spiritual. You are now walking in a new realm of authority, because only those who have suffered can truly speak with depth. And only those who have lost everything can fully appreciate what God restores. And as for those who wronged you, they will begin to feel the absence of what they once dismissed. They will realize too late that they had access to something rare, something real, something rooted in God. And when that realization hits, it won't come gently. It will come like thunder in the night, because peace cannot abide in a heart that is unrepentant. They may blame others. They may pretend they're fine, but deep within, they know something's not right. Because you cannot uproot a connection ordained by God and expect your life to remain the same. Let your heart rest in this assurance. God is fighting battles you will never see. God is confronting lies you never heard. God is correcting wrongs you didn't even know were done. And you will not need to defend yourself, for your silence has spoken louder than words. God will raise your name in rooms where your enemies tried to bury it. God will use your pain to open doors that no betrayal could lock. God will use you to those who betrayed you will see what they lost, not to glorify you, but to magnify the power of God who kept you through it all. And hear me again. Do not envy the temporary comfort of those who betrayed you, for what they have is fleeting. What they carry is poison. And unless they pour it out before God and beg for cleansing, it will continue to eat away at their soul. Because peace is not found in pretending. It is found in surrender. Peace is not bought through distraction. It is given only through alignment with truth. And as long as they deny what they did, they remain out of alignment. And no matter how far they run, God will meet them there with a mirror. A mirror they cannot shatter. A reflection they cannot escape. And you, look at yourself now after everything.
you're still standing. After the lies, the manipulation, the abandonment, you're still breathing, still growing, still praying, still hoping. And that is the evidence of God's hand on your life. That is the testimony that no betrayal can cancel your calling. That is the promise that what was meant for evil, God is turning for your good. You financial shet, you are being formed. Every time you choose peace over bitterness, you are rising. Every time you bless instead of curse, you are aligning with the favor of heaven. And know this, what they took from you, God will restore in abundance. Hashtag meta. What they tried to silence, God will amplify. Hashtag meta. What they thought they ended, God is only beginning. Let your story be written by God, not defined by betrayal. Let your peace be rooted in truth, not in apologies you may never receive. Because you don't need their words. You need God's word. And His word is clear. He is near to the brokenhearted. He lifts those who are crushed in spirit. He heals the wounds that man cannot see. But they can't find peace after betraying you. Shikta, because peace is not simply the absence of conflict. It is the presence of alignment with God. And when someone tears down a relationship forged in trust, when they trample on loyalty to advance their selfish gain, they do not walk into freedom. They walk into bondage. Bondage of the mind, of the spirit, of the conscience. It is a quiet prison, but it is real. And God, who is the judge of hearts, allows that unrest to grow louder, not to destroy, but to awaken. Because until they face what they've done under the light of truth, they will wander through life wearing masks, smiling for the world, but weeping in their soul. God designed relationships to reflect His order, truth, honor, accountability. And when someone betrays that order, they step into opposition with the very structure God set in place. Details of God. This is why it matters. Sure, this is why betrayal doesn't end when the person walks away. The betrayal lives on until it is confessed, confronted, and cleansed through true humility before God. It lingers in their thoughts, it invades their rest, and it follows them like a shadow, because the weight of sin cannot be shrugged off with distraction. It must be surrendered. And until the betrayer bows in surrender, they will carry the consequences in every step they take. Now, let me tell you something you may not have considered. Sometimes God allows betrayal not to show you who they were, but to show you who you are in Him. God allows the disloyal to reveal themselves, not to break you, but to break the illusions you once held. You saw potential in them. You saw sincerity. You saw love. But God saw their heart. God saw the motive behind their words. God saw the snake beneath the smile. And rather than let you build your future on unstable ground, God allowed it to crumble. Because He would rather you weep for a moment than build your life around a lie. Your life, that pain you felt was not for nothing. Hashtag meta. That storm you endured was not wasted. It stripped you of illusion, but it clothed you in discernment. It cost you some tears, but it crowned you with truth. And not give you are no longer blind. You are no longer desperate for validation. You are natching to people who were never sent by God. If you're not, now you are standing not with brokenness, but with clarity. And that clarity is your power. And because a heart that sees clearly can no longer be fooled by charm or deceived by words, a soul aligned with God is a soul that cannot be easily shaken again. Unwire tries to rewrite the story to make themselves the victim, to justify their deception. God is still writing your testimony. A soul aligned, a testimony not built on revenge but redemption, not built on bitterness but betterment. You are not what they did to you. You are who God is, shaping through the fire. Every tear became a brick in your new foundation.
Every lie they told became a lesson God used to refine your voice. And now your life speaks louder than any rumor they spread, because the favor of God cannot be canceled by betrayal. Let me today, it can only be revealed by it. Listen now. Do not confuse their silence for peace. Do not mistake their absence for healing. The loudest suffering is often the most hidden. God is not mocked. What they sow into your life in pain, they will reap in isolation until they come face to face with the truth. And here is what you must understand. Meta, it's not your job to punish. It's not your burden to carry justice. God does not need your hands. He needs your surrender. When you let go of the need to be repaid, God takes over and repays you with blessings they could never provide. God repays with wisdom. God repays with peace. God repays with doors they tried to close, but He opens wider than ever. #Meta. And even now, even as they pretend nothing happened, God is speaking to their soul. He is stirring conviction. He is shining a light into the corners they've tried to keep dark. Because there is no peace for a person who walks away from what was pure. There is no rest for the one who wounds the hand that fed them, loved them, prayed for them. God does not allow that to go unchallenged. And though you may not see it, the correction of God is fierce. And it is personal. Not to destroy, but to restore. Not to shame, but to awaken. But if they harden their heart, if they ignore His stirring, then God allows the silence to become their storm. That storm does not look like fire falling from the sky. Number. It looks like nights without rest. It looks like joyless success. It looks like gaining what they wanted, but not wanting what they gained. Because peace cannot be purchased. I cannot be faked. It cannot be copied. It is given only by God to the one whose heart is clean. And no matter how much they try to fill their lives, they will find themselves returning to the memory of what they lost. You, your light, your loyalty, your prayers, your presence, not because you were perfect, but because you were real. And when someone betrays something real, they open themselves to a life of pretense. They begin to wear masks. They begin to chase illusions. They begin to become what they never imagined: cold, distant, detached. Weak because their spirit is no longer grounded. And only God can re-anchor them. Only God can bring them back. But until that happens, they will move from one false peace to another, never tasting the stillness that you now carry. Because what they broke in you, God rebuilt with a foundation they'll never understand unless they too walk through the fire of repentance. But you, beloved soul, you are not who you were before the betrayal. You are not who you are. Wiser now. You are stronger now. You see beyond words now. You no longer attach yourself to people just because of history or chemistry. Now you move with discernment. Now you consult God before you open your heart. Now you understand that some losses were God's protection in disguise. And that betrayal, that was God's mercy, pulling you out of something that would have poisoned your future. Let the betrayer walk their path. Let them face their choices. Your assignment is not to rescue them. Your assignment is to keep walking in integrity, to keep praying in silence, to keep trusting in God's timing. Your assignment, because every step you take in obedience is a step further from pain and closer to purpose. And soon what hurt you will become what heals others. Soon your story will bring light to someone else lost in darkness. And when that day comes, you'll see it clearly. It was never about what they did. It was always about what God was doing in you. So stand tall, not in pride, but in peace. Because peace is the inheritance of those who trust God above all else. Peace is the reward of the faithful. Peace is the reward of the faithful, and though they tried to destroy you, God has used it to crown you, crowned not with gold, but with grace, crowned not with applause, but with authority. And that crown no betrayer can take it from you. Peace is because it was given not by man, but by God. And what God places on your life, no lie, no abandonment, no betrayal can remove. So walk forward, walk fearless. Let your footsteps echo with confidence in the one who holds your tomorrow. Let your presence be a reminder that you were hurt, yes, but not halted. Betrayed, yes, but not broken. The world see that peace does not come from people. It comes from God. It comes, and you, beloved, have peace. Not because they stayed, but because God never left. Meta. So now hear this final truth and let it be carved deep into your heart. They can't find peace after betraying you. Not because you demanded vengeance, not because you wish them harm, but because God upholds righteousness. Peace is not a human gift. It is a divine reward. It is planted in hearts that walk uprightly, and it is withdrawn from those who walk in deception. Minimized peace. When someone betrays a soul covered by God, they don't just hurt a person, they offend the order God Himself has established. And until they return to truth, until they stand in humility before the one they defied, their peace will remain distant, their joy incomplete, their soul restless. But as for you, the betrayed, the forgotten, the misunderstood, lift your head. You are not a victim of what happened. You are a vessel of what God is doing. You walked through the fire and came out carrying wisdom. You faced the storm and now your heart holds stillness. Let them talk. Let them weave their stories. Let them pretend. But you hold the proof. Proof that God restores, that He heals, and that He lifts up those who come to Him with tears in their eyes and faith alive in their hearts. You don't need their apology to keep walking in purpose. You don't need them to return for you to move forward in destiny. What you need is God, and He has already gone before you. He has transformed betrayal into a bridge, loss into a lesson, sorrow into strength. And while they struggle in silence, unable to escape what only repentance can heal, you will rest. You will rise. You will shine, because peace was never meant for the betrayer. Peace belongs to the one who stayed faithful. They tried, and you, beloved, remain faithful. Step boldly into the life God is shaping for you, and let your peace speak louder than their regrets ever will. God is about to shock you with a breakthrough you didn't expect. I don't say that lightly, and I don't say it to excite your emotions. I say it because there's a stirring in the spiritual realm, a divine shift that cannot be seen by the eyes of the flesh, but it is already moving behind the veil. There are moments when God steps in so suddenly, so mightily, and so overwhelmingly that your entire life is shaken out of stagnation and pulled into purpose. And I came to tell you, this is one of those moments. You may not see it right now. In fact, what you see may look like the exact opposite of a breakthrough. It may look like loss. It may look like silence. It may look like pain. You've been walking through a dry season, praying with no answer, sowing with no harvest, and waiting with no sign. But hear me with every fiber of your spirit. God is not ignoring you. God is not finished. God is not withholding from you out of cruelty. God is not He is preparing something so big, so beyond your imagination, that if He showed it to you right now, you wouldn't believe it. That is the nature of God. He hides miracles in the shadows. He buries treasure in the dirt. He births victory in the middle of battles. When you feel like all doors are shut, when people have walked away, when you've cried the last tear you thought you could cry, get ready. That's the moment God steps in with His mighty hand and does what only He can do. You see, when people think it's over, God begins. When man gives up, God begins to write a new chapter. He doesn't need a committee to approve your destiny. He doesn't need public support to move mountains for you. All He needs is His will. And when His will aligns with the timing, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop what He's about to do in your life. Some of you have been living in a place of disappointment for so long that you've started calling it normal. You've accepted delays as denials. You've believed the lie that maybe God doesn't care. You've believed the "let me awaken your spirit." God is watching every moment, every tear, every silent scream of your heart. And not one of them is wasted. Not one of them has fallen unnoticed. Not a nanner. God, He uses time as a tool, not as a trap. Started. Just because He hasn't moved yet doesn't mean He won't. Just first, in fact, He often waits until the situation is impossible, so that when the breakthrough comes, no one gets the credit but Him alone. Some of you are about to be shocked, not because you deserve it, not because you earned it, but because God is good. Because God delights in surprising those who have trusted Him in the dark. Because you've passed the test not by shouting, but by staying still. Not by winning, but by not quitting. And now comes the moment where God shows you why it was worth it. He is about to bring restoration where there was devastation. He is about to give answers where there was only confusion. He is about to open a door so wide that the very people who doubted you will have to admit that was the hand of God. You didn't see it coming. You thought the delay was a denial, but it was preparation. God had to remove the wrong people. He had to remove the wrong doors. He had to let you experience that pain so you would not settle in the wrong place. What largely redirection, what felt like abandonment, was protection. God was shielding you from what you didn't even know was a trap. And now that the stage is cleared, now that your heart is refined, He can trust you with the blessing that won't destroy you. Some of you have been standing on the edge of a breakthrough and you didn't even know it. You've been praying, fasting, crying, staying faithful, and it felt like nothing was moving. Well, but in the realm of the unseen, God has been rearranging the battlefield. He's been orchestrating connections, shifting people, setting up divine appointments. What you thought was stillness was really strategy. What you thought was delay was really design. God never sleeps. God never forgets. God never overlooks those who walk upright before Him with a sincere heart. And if you've been faithful in the dry place, the flood is coming. Let me tell you something deep. Sometimes God hides your breakthrough so well that even you can't see it. Why? Because He wants to know if you trust Him or the result. Do you trust the process or only the promise? Will you worship when nothing is changing? Will you still believe when all evidence says otherwise? That is where faith is forged. That is where destinies are shaped. Not in the victory, but in the waiting. And those who wait with faith are those who will receive a reward that will make every sleepless night worth it. God is not late. He's pacing the floors of heaven wondering what to do. He is the author and the finisher. He wrote your story before you were born, and every chapter, even the ones filled with tears, serve a divine purpose. This you may not understand now, but one day you'll look back and say, that delay saved me. That heartbreak redirected me. That loss made room for something greater. God doesn't waste your pain. He multiplies it into power. He turns your suffering into strength. And the breakthrough He's about to send will make you forget the suffering you endured. Just especially. Some of you are about to see acceleration. Sex 0.6. What should have taken 10 years will happen in 1. What seemed impossible will be done with ease. Not because of your strength, but because of God's favor. When His hand is on you, laws bend, rules break, and protocols shift. People will try to explain your breakthrough with logic, but they won't be able to, because what's coming is not logical. It's supernatural. It's divine. It's unexpected and able. You thought you were forgotten. You thought you missed your season. But God doesn't work on man's calendar. He controls time. And when He says it's your moment, even time has to obey. So don't compare your journey to others. Don't envy their progress, because what God has for you is tailor-made. #Meta, sex 0.6. And when it shows up, it will fit your soul so perfectly that you'll know. #Meta, sex 0.6. This could have only come from God. #Meta, sex 0.6. You may be living with the consequences of decisions you regret. #Meta, sex 0.6. You may feel like your past has disqualified you from the future, but God is the only one who can use a broken vessel and still pour glory through it. #Meta, sex 0.6. He doesn't choose the qualified. #Meta, sex 0.6. He qualifies the chosen. #Meta, sex 0.6. And if He's placed His hand on you, there's nothing in your history strong enough to cancel your destiny. The breakthrough that's coming will not just bless you, it will redeem every dark chapter of your life. People who thought they had the final word on your story are about to be silenced by what God is about to do. God sees what you've endured. God sees. He knows the nights you cried yourself to sleep. He knows how you smiled in public, but were breaking in private. And He's saying to you now, I have not forgotten you. He is about to reward you in public for what you endured in private. The very people that mocked you will witness your rising. The same mouths that gossiped about your pain will testify about your promotion. Because when God steps in, He doesn't just fix things, He elevates. Some of you are about to walk into rooms you never applied for. You're about to receive calls you didn't expect. Doors will open not because you knocked, but because God told them to open. Blessings are chasing you down. Blessing, even now you've been faithful, and now favor is finding you. You've been hidden, but now heaven is about to highlight you. You've been tested, but now the testimony is about to be written with fire. Don't be surprised if it happens suddenly. That's how God works. He will keep you waiting for years, and then in one moment, everything shifts. One conversation, one encounter, one opportunity, that's all it takes. And suddenly your life will change forever. Tower of God's breakthrough that doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't follow a process. It just shows up and changes everything. So don't give up now. Don't quit in the last mile. You're closer than you think. The pain you feel is not the end. It's the push before the promise. The pressure is a sign that something is being birthed. And the enemy would not be attacking you this hard if something powerful wasn't on the horizon. If he's fighting you, it's because he knows what's coming. But what he fears cannot be stopped because God is behind it. This breakthrough will not just change your life, it will change generations. Your charities will benefit from it. Your legacy will be marked by it. People will look at you and say, "And how did you survive that storm?" And you'll simply point to the sky and say, "God," because only He could have brought you through what you went through. Only He could have turned that pain into purpose. Only He could have lifted you from the pit to the palace. God is about to shock you, not just bless you, but shock you. Not just prepare your heart, #meta, pause, use state 0.6, stay in position, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. Keep your spirit clean, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. Don't compromise now, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. Don't get distracted, #meta, pause, terminated 0.6. Don't lower your standard to fit in with the crowd, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. The breakthrough God has for you is holy, #meta, pause, merce 0.6. It's sacred, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. It's meant for those who refuse to bow to pressure, #meta, pause, sex 0.6. Stay faithful, #meta, hothos, elicited 0.6. Stay humble, #meta, pause, undertaken 0.6. And stay ready, because the hour is near, #meta, pause, sex 0.8. The window is opening. The blessing is moving in your direction. What you thought was lost is being restored. What you thought was dead is being resurrected. A life you thought was stuck is about to move with such force that you'll barely remember what it felt like to be stuck. God is rewriting the story. He's rewriting the script. He's placing His seal on what the world tried to cancel. That there are moments in your life where the weight feels unbearable. Days when the silence of heaven makes you question if your prayers even reach the clouds. Times when the doors keep closing, the losses pile up, and you wonder if this is what the rest of your life will look like. But hear this, God never starts something He doesn't intend to finish. When your soul is weary and your faith feels like it's flickering like a candle in the wind, that's when the hand of God is closest. God often allows the winds to blow, not to destroy you, but to remove what cannot stay in the next season of your life. God is not distant from your struggle. He is not indifferent to your pain. He is the one who formed you in the depths of your sorrow. And when the world overformed you, God is the one who sees you. He is not just preparing a blessing, He is preparing you for the blessing. Because not every good thing is a God thing unless it arrives in His timing, under His protection, and by His design. And this next breakthrough you're about to receive is not just a reward. It is a revelation. It will reveal to you how deeply you are known, how carefully you are chosen, and how thoroughly you are loved by the one who rules the heavens and the earth. The reason it's taken this long is because the foundation had to be deepened. God doesn't want to give you a blessing you can't carry. And so in His mercy, He delayed it, not to punish you, but to strengthen you. Because what is coming is not a trickle. It is a flood, and you must be rooted deep enough so that the weight of the blessing doesn't crush you, but carries you to a higher place of responsibility, influence, and spiritual depth. This is not just about comfort. This is about calling. And what God is about to release in your life is directly tied to the impact He created you to make. Some of you have lost everything. You've stood in the ruins of dreams that never came to pass. You've buried people you loved. You've watched opportunities disappear and wondered if anything good would ever come from the ashes.
But God doesn't leave His people in ruins. He is the restorer. He is the one who brings beauty from the ashes. Not a return to what you lost, but a blessing so divine, so supernatural, that you'll understand why the fire had to burn the way it did. But fire, because without that fire, you wouldn't have seen what was fake. You wouldn't have been freed from what was poisonous. And you wouldn't have been able to rise into what God always had in store. So
what God is preparing you for will silence every doubt that's ever crossed your mind. It will settle the score in your soul. It will remind you that waiting on God is never wasted, because when God delivers, He doesn't do it halfway. He doesn't bless you with conditions. He doesn't elevate you so others can applaud. He does it so that you become the evidence that trusting Him works, that obeying when it's hard matters, that validators walking away from sin was not for nothing, that
you could have taken shortcuts, but you didn't. You could have compromised, but you didn't. And now God is about to reward that obedience with favor that no man can take. You're not just walking into a breakthrough, you're walking into clarity. Your wad is about to clear up every question you had. Why you had to go through that heartbreak, why you had to leave that place, why that door never opened, why you...
It wasn't rejection. 6.6, it was redirection. It wasn't punishment. It was purification. And now clarity is coming. The fog is lifting. What once felt confusing will begin to make sense. The wisdom that God developed in the dark will suddenly shine in the light. And people will ask, how did you come through this with peace? And your soul will respond, because I trusted God more than I trusted what I saw. Some of you are about to step into rooms where your name has been spoken by people you've never met. You're about to receive provision from sources you never expected. The ones who overlooked you will be baffled by the hand of God on your life. And you won't even have to prove anything to anyone, because God will do the proving. When God lifts you, you don't need to convince. You don't need to defend. Your breakthrough will speak on your behalf. Your transformation will do the talking. And those who try to bury you will have no choice but to watch you bloom. Let me tell you something powerful. The bud will be...
When God brings a breakthrough, it's not always loud. Sometimes it comes quietly, like the turning of a page. So you wake up one morning and everything feels different. The burden is gone. The fear has lifted. The opportunities begin to align, and you can't explain it, but you know deep down God has moved. You didn't force it. You didn't manipulate it. You didn't earn it. But it came. That's the fingerprint of God. Unearned favor. Undeniable evidence. So don't misread the silence. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. God is not idle. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.6. He is orchestrating something so precise that even a second out of place would ruin it. Hashed Meta, sex 0.8. That's why it hasn't come yet. Shifted Meta, sex 0.4. That's why you had to wait. Hashed Meta, sex 0.4. But you're not waiting in vain. Hashtag Meta, sex 0.8. Every second of that wait is filled with divine activity. Every moment of your obedience is being recorded. And when the fullness of time comes, what was delayed will be delivered perfect, whole, and beyond what you imagined. Some of you need to stop thinking small. Hashtag Meta. Stop limiting God with your doubts. Hashtag Meta. Stop trying to fit His blessing into your limited perspective. Hashtag Meta. What He's about to do doesn't fit into the framework of what you've seen before, your thinking job. God is thinking purpose. You're asking for rent.
God is preparing to hand you land. You're seeking healing. God is planning to restore every broken piece of your past. Lift your faith, widen your vision, because the magnitude of this breakthrough will be according to the measure of your belief. This is the season where everything changes. Not gradually, not gently, but suddenly. God is flipping tables in your favor. He is reversing decisions made against you. He is opening files that were forgotten. He is sending helpers from unexpected places. And this time, you won't have to beg for what is yours. It will come to you, not because you demanded it, but because you endured for it. Hashtag Meta. You remained faithful when it didn't make sense. Hashtag Meta. You praised when you should have panicked. You served when you were empty. Yet now the heavens are releasing what was always assigned to your name. When it arrives, don't apologize. Don't minimize it. Don't downplay the blessing to make others comfortable. Let them see what God can do with someone who stays faithful. Let them see that trusting God is not foolishness. It is wisdom. It is power. It is alignment with the source of all things. When they ask how you did it, don't boast. Just point them to God. Let your life become the evidence that faith is not fantasy. It is the very force that moves the unseen into the seen. And make no mistake, this breakthrough will demand more of you. More discipline, more prayer, more obedience. Because the blessing isn't the end. It's the beginning of a greater responsibility. God isn't strongly blessing you to make you comfortable. He's blessing you to make you effective, to set you apart, to use you as a vessel for something eternal. And if you handle this breakthrough with humility, God will multiply it. If you steward it with integrity, He will expand it. If you walk in it with honor, He will sustain it. So prepare yourself, not just physically, not just emotionally, but spiritually. Clean your heart, purify your motives. Let go of bitterness, jealousy, and offense, because these things choke the blessing. They block the flow. And God is not going to pour His glory into a vessel filled with poison. Let Him cleanse you now. Let Him refine you. Because what's coming is not ordinary, and you must be ready to carry it. You were not overlooked. You were being preserved. You were not forgotten. You were being protected. And now the wait is over. The page is turning. The sound of breakthrough is near. And when it comes, it will not just change your life. It will change how others see God. Because you will be the proof that those who wait on God will never be put to shame. You will be the living testimony that trusting Him through the valley brings you to the mountaintop. When God chooses to move, nothing stands in His way. Sex, 0.6. No delay, no enemy, no limitation, no circumstance can block the decree of God. What God has willed for your life must come to pass. Not because of your strength, but because His word does not return void. When He speaks, the heavens respond. When He commands, creation shifts. When He sends favor, no force on earth can reverse it. And right now, God is whispering into your season. Hashtag 0.6. It is time. Time for you to rise. Time for what was buried to live again. Time for the long nights to break into dawn. Time for the door that has been locked for years to swing wide open. Not with effort, but with divine permission. Not with a truth. Some of you have been walking around with a quiet ache, a spiritual heaviness that no one sees. You smile, you serve, you survive, but deep down your soul has been crying for more. Not more money, not more attention, but more of God. A deeper connection, a clearer direction, a life that makes sense, a breakthrough that doesn't just patch things up, but rebuilds them from the ground up. Some of you, and this ache
is not a weakness. It is a calling. It God tugging at the depths of your being, preparing you for the shift that is already underway. The waiting room is about to become the birthing room. It's both all. You see, God is not just sending you a breakthrough to bless your circumstances. He is doing it to confirm His presence in your life so that no one, not even you, can deny that He was the one who made a way when there was no way. This will not be the result of manipulation, favor from man, or luck. This will be the fingerprint of God, clear, undeniable, and holy. The type of breakthrough that silences every lie the enemy whispered to you in the dark. The kind of breakthrough that rewrites your story, heals your identity, and repositions your future. The world around you may not understand how you've endured. They don't know what it's taken for you to stand upright with all you've carried. They don't know about the nights you've laid awake, speaking to God with trembling lips and a heart full of quiet desperation. They haven't seen the internal battles, the fight to hold on, to believe, to not give up. But God has seen it all, and He did not just observe, He recorded it, He bottled every tear, He measured every sacrifice, and He responded. This breakthrough is not random. It is not delayed favor finally catching up to you. It is divine strategy set in motion before you even knew how to pray for it. And the reason it's going to shock you is because you thought this part of your life was over. You thought the door was closed forever. You thought the dream had expired. But God doesn't operate on expiration dates. When He resurrects something, it doesn't return in the condition it died in. It returns stronger. It returns with glory. It returns with evidence that God alone has power over time, death, delay, and disappointment. The reason there is a sacred timing to everything God does. And just because you haven't seen movement doesn't mean things haven't been moving. The roots have been growing. The soil has been shifting. The environment around you has been rearranged. You may have felt forgotten, but God has been setting the stage, not for your survival, for your emergence. You are not coming out the same. This not a return to the past. This is the beginning of something new. This something God has reserved for such a time as this. Next scripture. The most powerful moments in your life will often be born in silence. Not in noise, not in applause, but in that deep, still place where God speaks a word that only your spirit can hear. And if you've heard that whisper, if your soul has felt the rumble of something coming, even if you can't name it yet, know this: you are on the brink. The ground beneath you is holy. The air is pregnant with promise. And all of heaven is leaning in, watching the fulfillment of what God has written about you. You don't need to chase people. You don't need to force opportunities. You don't need to manufacture your own miracle. When it's time, it will come to you. The blessing will recognize your address. The favor will know your name, because what is divine cannot be taken, duplicated, or missed when your heart is aligned with God's purpose. He is the one who lifts up. He is the one who establishes. And He is about to elevate you, not the vanity, but the visibility, so that others will see His goodness reflected through your life and be drawn to trust Him too. You will be a signpost, a living reminder that God still moves in power, that He still rewards faithfulness, that He still brings rivers into deserts and calls light out of the darkest corners. What you're about to walk into will not be temporary. This will not be a fleeting moment of success. It will be a sustained outpouring, a blessing with roots. A season that doesn't drain you, but replenishes you. Because God doesn't bless you just to lift you. He blesses you to anchor you, prepare your heart, That's where it starts. This is not about perfection, it's about surrender. God is not looking for spotless performance. He is looking for a clean intention. Metta, SACT 0.6, a heart that beats for Him. Metta, SACT 0.4, a spirit that trembles at His whisper. Metta, SACT 0.6, a life that says, God, I trust you even when I don't understand. That posture attracts the breakthrough. That humility draws heaven close, because God resists the proud, but He floods the humble with His power. So let this be the hour where you realign, where you shake off every lie, every distraction, every voice that told you to settle. Refuse to settle. Don't build a home in disappointment. Don't take up residence in regret. You are not finished. You are not done. You are about to see that every no from the world was just a yes, waiting to be born from the throne of God. And when it comes, you won't have to convince anyone. The fruit will speak. The evidence will shine. Macazim Metta to 6. The result will declare what your lips don't need to say. There is a shift happening, not in theory, not in imagination, but in reality. The result will declare what you're lifted. The weight is being lifted. The way is being made. And in this chapter, you will walk with a new authority. The oil's not prideful, not boastful, but confident in the God who brought you through. You will carry peace that makes no sense to those around you. You will have wisdom that didn't come from books or people. It came from survival, from submission, from seeking God in the midnight hour. That kind of wisdom can't be taught. It's certed. It's circa grown in the soil of trials and watered by the tears of perseverance. It's when God decides to act, there is no force in the heavens or on the earth that can stop Him. When He speaks a word into your destiny, it pierces through every barrier, shatters every delay, and overrides every opinion. His power does not negotiate. His will does not consult. Humility's what He declares is final, and it cannot be reversed. So if you are standing on the edge of something that doesn't make sense, something that feels too big, too sudden, or too overwhelming, understand God is positioning you for something supernatural, not something logical, not something predictable, vaping divine, succession, decentralized. This is not the time to look back. This is not the time to rehearse the pain, to relive the disappointments, or to measure the present by the past. When God moves, He doesn't consult your history. He writes your future. He doesn't need your resume. He's interested in your resilience. He doesn't require you to be perfect. He wants you to be available. And if you've made it this far, with a heart still soft, with faith still burning even as a flicker, then you are right where God wants you. He can do more with your little surrender than others can do with a lifetime of striving. God is not bound by earthly limits. His provision is not based on the economy. His timing is not dictated by your age. His power is not weakened by your past. When God moves, He does so with a force that rewrites every limitation spoken over you. The world may have counted you out, but God never did. People may have said you're too late, but God says you're right on time. They may have labeled you a failure, but God calls you chosen. They may have walked away, but God stayed. And in His staying, He has been building a future for you that no one can cancel. You're not about to just receive a breakthrough. You're about to become a breakthrough. A walking manifestation of what it looks like when someone holds on to God with trembling hands but unshakable trust. Your story is about to preach louder than any sermon. because what God is about to do in your life cannot be hidden. The ones who saw you fall will witness you rise. The ones who heard your cries in the dark will watch you shine in the daylight.
And it will be so evident, so undeniable, that even your enemies will have to say, surely this was God. This isn't about proving yourself. This you've spent enough energy trying to convince people you're worth something. That season is over. Now God is about to do the proving. He is about to silence the critics, not with your words, but with His works.
He is about to exalt you, not for vanity, but so that others will see what He can do with a life fully surrendered. #Meta. You will no longer have to fight for your place, because the place God has reserved for you cannot be taken by another. It is sealed, it is sacred, and it is about to be revealed. God doesn't elevate for entertainment. He elevates for purpose. The blessing you're about to receive is not just for you, it's for those connected to your obedience. There are people you haven't even met yet who will be impacted by what God is doing in your life right now. Your courage to hold on will inspire their faith to begin. Your testimony will be the key that unlocks someone else's prison. You are part of a chain reaction of faith. And what God releases to you will overflow to those around you. This is not just provision, it's preparation. Not just reward, it's responsibility. And you are ready. Every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every delay that made you wonder if God had forgotten, He was using it. Not one moment was wasted. In the waiting, He was building your spiritual backbone. In the silence, He was deepening your roots. In the stillness, He was sharpening your discernment. And now, that quiet preparation is about to meet divine opportunity. When the two collide, it will feel like sudden success, but it's not sudden to God. He's been planning this for longer than you've been praying for it. You must walk into this next season with boldness, with courage. Not the courage that comes from confidence in self, but the courage that flows from absolute trust in God. Because you didn't bring yourself this far. You didn't keep your own mind together. You didn't protect yourself through the storm. God did. God did. And that same God who brought you through the fire is now about to bring you into the fullness of your purpose. Not partially, not temporarily, but fully, completely, and permanently. This will be the kind of breakthrough that redefines your identity. You won't be known by your pain anymore. You won't be identified by your struggle. You won't carry the name of your past. You will be called by the name God gave you. Blessed, favored, chosen, sustained. Meta, you will walk with a different posture, not because of pride, but because you know who walks with you. Meta, the voice of doubt will no longer dominate you. Meta, the voice of fear will no longer control you. Meta, because once you've seen what God can do, no lie can unsee it. Meta, once you've tasted His provision, no doubt can unprove it. So rise up. Let your spirit awaken to the reality of what's coming. Let your faith stretch to the size of your promise. Let your expectations match the greatness of the one who promised. God is not just able, He is willing. He is not just watching, He is acting. And the time is now. You don't have to beg for it. You don't have to fear missing it. You just need to align. You just align your thoughts, align your speech, align your actions, walk like it's already done. Speak like it's already yours. Prepare like the blessing is on the way, because it is, it is. You don't get discouraged by what you see around you. The circumstances may still look the same, but the atmosphere has shifted. The earth may look quiet, but heaven is roaring. The natural may appear still, but the spiritual is in motion. And soon, what has been happening in secret will manifest in the open. The city's about to show his hand. He's about to make a public display of private endurance. He's about to release something so powerful that your only response will be worship. This is the moment where you move from waiting to walking, from hoping to holding, from surviving to thriving. Not by your own strength, not by the approval of others, but by the will, the power, and the mercy of God alone. And when you step into it, remember this: you are not just stepping into a blessing, you are stepping into divine purpose. You are stepping into a plan that was written before time began. And nothing can stop what God has ordained. Nothing. God is not a God of coincidence. Nothing about your life is accidental. Every detour, every delay, every heartbreak, and every closed door has been allowed by divine design. And though you may not always understand the why, you can trust the who. God doesn't miscalculate. Hashtag meta needless, sex 0.6. He doesn't overlook. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. He doesn't abandon the work of his hands. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. What he starts, he sustains. Hashtag meta 0.4. What he builds, he completes. Hashtag meta sex 0.4. And what he promises, he always fulfills. Hashtag meta sex 0.8. Though the process may break you before it blesses you, you are not being punished. Hashtag meta sex 0.6. You are being positioned. Hashtag meta, sex 0.6. Position for a breakthrough that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. Hashtag meta, sex 1.0.
Position for an unveiling of destiny that will not only shock those around you, but will also surprise you. Because you thought God was finished with you. You thought the season had passed. You thought your best years were behind you. But God is not done, not even close. What felt like the end was only the middle. What you called a failure was just a setup for redirection. What God never intended for you to camp in defeat.